reserved than ever. Jack leaned forward, shifting so that her wand was pointed at his head instead of his chest. "Do it," he said through gritted teeth. "I can't stop myself." Or could he? Reese, her tiger, and Margaret were currently distracted. The passengers were screaming. Katie was in front of him, and the hole in the side of the train was only a few steps forward and to his left. He felt his willpower slipping and knew that the choice he was about to make might be the last one he'd have the opportunity to decide on, at least until the massacre had run its course. "Jack!" Katie tried to grab his shoulder as he moved. She fired her spell, but it had slipped off angle and collided with his shoulder instead of anywhere that mattered. It was a blast of kinetic force, and it was incredibly painful. It spun Jack around in a complete circle with its strength, but he didn't stop moving. He couldn't stop moving. It was all he could do to eject himself from the situation in a quite literal sense. Jack hurled himself out through the hole in the train car siding into open air. His eyes only focused on what lay ahead of him after his legs had already committed to jump. The train was on a bridge that ran over a large ravine with a river at its bottom, a river that looked to be as fast-flowing, rocky, and dangerous as they came. He screamed. He couldn't help it. It took a second and a half of free fall, which is a much longer amount of time than he would have assumed, to really appreciate how high up the train and the bridge had been over the ravine. Wind whipped against his face hard enough to make it difficult to breathe. His arms and legs flailed hopelessly, and his guts did somersaults as he anticipated the deadly oncoming landing. The worst part about it was that Jack had options. The sun was out, but the shade from the ravine meant that he might still be able to cast shadow levitation and spare himself from the terror of hitting the water. He also knew that if he gave into that impulse, it would chip into his willpower like the first crack in a glass floor. If he used his blood magic, he'd try to get back to the train, and if he went back to the train, innocent people would die at his hands. The water seemed to expand into detail as it came up at him and the impact approached. It was deep, but there were sections of frothing white that Jack knew required the presence of jagged rocks to exist. He tried to twist through the air and reposition himself over a section of darker blue water. It was too late. He felt his entire body screech with pain as he hit the water feet first. He bottomed out against the rocks underneath almost immediately and felt one of his legs shatter like a glass tube hurled into concrete. The pain was unreal. Jack could barely think through it, though he was just barely aware enough to realize that his ordeal had only just begun. The river was hurling him forward at max speed. He tried to take a breath as he surfaced and inhaled moisture and froth. The water was ice cold, though his chattering teeth and shaking fingers were a minor detail compared to the chaos of the rest of his circumstances. He banged against another rock, shouting as his destroyed leg caught at an angle that amplified his pain level by 10. Jack twisted forward, trying to position himself so his leg was behind the rest of him and a little less exposed. It was a mistake, which he realized as his head slammed into another jutting rock with enough force to scatter his thoughts and send a wave of nausea through his gut. He again considered trying his blood magic. The water was sweeping him downriver so fast that the train was already out of sight. He started collecting his blood essence into another spell when the water slammed him through another series of jagged rocks, distracting him with pain so intense and cruel that it almost seemed deliberate. The river seemed to drop off at a point ahead of him where the water kicked up enough white spray for a small rainbow to have formed in the air. Jack knew what that meant without needing to be told. He tried to kick his legs, including the mangled one, in a desperate attempt to get himself toward the nearest riverbank and away from the oncoming waterfall. There was only so much his body could take, even as a vampire. Drowning would mean death for him with as much certainty as it would for anyone else. If the rocks at the bottom of the waterfall broke his body, there was little his regeneration could do about it at a speed fast enough to save him from the water's embrace. He was getting closer and closer. 50 feet away, 20 feet away. The sound was a deafening rush of thousands of tons of crushing liquid. 10 feet away. Jack kicked his legs hard and flung his arms forward. He grabbed onto a rock slick with algae and held on for all he was worth. It took every ounce of strength he had, along with the willingness to move his broken leg in a way that destroyed it even further, but he managed to pull himself forward. He crawled halfway onto the river's rocky shore, which was bordered on one side by the towering cliffs of the ravine's interior, and found that he didn't have the strength to bring himself any further. He was cold. That was the last thought that went through his mind as everything went black. Chapter 15. Jack knew that he wasn't alone when he woke up without needing to be told, without even needing to open his eyes. There are times when a person's presence can be felt in a way that goes beyond the senses, and this was one of them. That might have been due to the fact that the only way he could see himself having survived the situation he'd been in was for someone to have found him. He'd only made it halfway onto the river's bank. A surge of water or even just a piece of debris hugging the river's edge would have knocked him loose, and the waterfall would have done the rest. He was alive, and he was sitting upright against a tree. His hands were cuffed behind his back, around the tree's thick trunk. Katie was standing in front of him, shaking moisture out of her baby blue windbreaker. "You saved me," muttered Jack. Katie stiffened and slowly turned to focus her attention his way. "I captured you," she said. "Same thing," said Jack, trying to smile. Katie didn't look amused. "Not the same thing," she said. He shrugged. "How did you even find me?" "I jumped out a few seconds after you did," said Katie. "Though with my magic, it was easier for me to cushion my landing and navigate the water." Jack nodded slowly, trying to focus. He'd apparently been unconscious for a few hours as the sun had progressed over the hump, which made the bottom of the ravine even darker, dark enough to be concerning to someone sharing it with a vampire. "Jack," she said as she walked over to him, "I have so many fucking questions, questions that are going to need answers." There was a hint of a threat in her voice, but he didn't mind. The fact that she was there with him meant more than he could properly express in words. He didn't see Margaret or Reese anywhere nearby either, and he was unbelievably glad to be free of them and their clashing egos. Most importantly, he could think for himself again. The compulsion wasn't there anymore, tickling and leaning on his thoughts and actions. Jack thought back to the specific words Mezelak had said when he'd given his command. He'd been ordered to act in good faith on the demon's behalf during the meeting, and it seemed as though that single qualifier set a time limit on the command's effect. "I'll tell you anything you want to know," said Jack. "But first, I need to get a handle on the situation." "The situation is that we're fucked," said Katie. "The river swept us both way downstream, and even if we made the hike back up to the train tracks, it's not like we can reach them from down here. We'll have to find a place where we can climb back up, which is going to be a bitch, given the state your leg is in." Her words drew Jack's attention back to somewhere he didn't want it to be. His leg was still mangled. There was only so much his regeneration could do over a short time period, and while the bones had been oriented back into place, the idea of trying to stand up on it seemed like wishful thinking. "I'll need a little while to rest," said Jack. "I should be able to heal enough to be walking again by tomorrow, I think." "Really?" said Katie. "After the way you were using your blood magic on the train, do you have enough essence for that?" It was a fair question, and as Jack took stock of the reserves he had left, he realized that she was right to be doubting him. He might be able to heal his leg enough off the blood essence he had left to move with her help for a walking stick, but definitely not enough to be capable of properly hiking or climbing. "I'm surprised," said Jack. "At what?" "The fact that you came after me in the first place," said Jack, "along with the fact that you didn't finish me off once you found me." Katie flinched back at his words and then folded her arms and frowned slightly. "I'd be lying if I said it wasn't an impulsive decision," she said. "Margaret yelled at me to stop as I jumped. She'll have words for me later, that much I don't fucking doubt." "So you're basically her apprentice then?" asked Jack. "Yeah." "Is she stricter than my grandfather was?" asked Jack. "Yes and no," said Katie. "She's more serious, but we knew each other back before I joined the order. She requested me as an apprentice, and for the most part, we've made a good team. Jack nodded. He leaned his head back against the tree. He had a throbbing headache and knew it was from his bloodthirst. It echoed through the rest of his body, making the nerves in his shattered legs screech like rusty guitar strings. Your turn, said Katie. Jack, what's going on? Why did it seem like you were about to start taking hostages on the train? I know you're not that kind of person. Jack exhaled through his nose and gave her a tired smile. There was nothing stopping him from telling her the truth, and moreover, he wanted her to know. James Farmore, my father, isn't the one I'm working for, said Jack. He's been possessed by an ancient demon named Mezzalak. Mezzalak? Asked Katie. He nodded. He made me swear a loyalty oath to him, bound by magic. I have to do whatever he tells me to do. I've tried to resist it, but it's so hard. It's not even a matter of being strong enough. It's like he has a grip on my soul.
Talking
Jesus
to what?
Christ.
Talking to you.
Talking.
Fuck you, nigga, bro. You fucking bum, bro. Bitch.
Yo, I'll kiss you, bro.
Yeah,
Try me.
what's up?
I'll kiss.
Thank you. Let's see.
More guys. On top of Dusty.
Let me get an AR.
We couldn't have expected what we found. We stared in disbelief at the screens in front of us that showed what appeared to be tourist groups being led through massive hallways of metal and glass. The tourists wore long gowns and fancy suits of bright colors with gold embroidery and jewelry. Peacocks came to mind.
What is this?
Shimmer asked, leaning in to get a better look. I'd seen their type many times before, but never in person. Only on massive screens and projections, on all sorts of PSAs telling me that these people were better than my kind, and that we were lucky to serve them. There was only one way for someone like me to even get close to their level, and that was through ascension. Basically, an Earther had to volunteer for Planet Kill, get up enough levels to save enough credits, and hope they lived long enough to ascend to the Paradise planets. The elites, I said, my voice betraying my dislike for them.
Meaning?
Andromeda asked, glancing over briefly, then continuing her search, looking through the screens for signs of Muerta. Just that. They're the ones in charge, especially these, I'd bet. Maybe not in charge per se, but at the top of the top. There are tier 1s, essentially.
What powers do they have?
Charm asked. No, not like that. Although I guess you could say political power.
You mean they have friends?
Gale laughed.
That's a hoot.
Friends, militaries, money.
All of which can get you more places sometimes than being able to throw fireballs out of your ass.
Twitch smirked.
Just saying.
A couple of chuckles followed.
What's
Andromeda frowned, indicating a screen.
happening here?
On the screen, a man in a tactical police outfit was running, a woman with blue skin and horns on her head at one side of him, another who looked like a crazy clown in a sense on the other side. As we watched, he shot someone, and then the demon-looking one seemed to vanish into a shadow, reappearing in another screen, where we saw her apparently tear out someone's glowing heart before opening the door and ushering the other two in.
I'd say it's a friend,
Shimmer said.
Wishful thinking.
Gale argued.
They're as likely to turn on us as they are to attack the bad guys.
But the point remains that there are others down here who could be of help.
Gale didn't argue with that. I was watching intently when something on one of the other screens caught my attention. They had a group of men and women in a wider hall with seating on each side like an arena. and lights flashed as more of those hybrid monsters like we'd seen earlier were guided in. What followed was a bloodbath, the men getting torn to shreds as they tried to fight back. The elites cheered. I took a step back, appalled.
This is how you Earthers entertain yourselves?
Shimmer asked. No, I said, but shook my head. I don't know.
It's fucked up. But these two ladies...
Charm indicated the screen with the cop guy.
I like them, especially the clown-looking one. Is that a smiley face on her tit?
Gale laughed, nodding.
Damn straight. Not a bad place for it. The one with horns is more my style,
Andromeda said. Twitch pulled up one of the pink screens and started entering numbers and code. When she saw me staring, she explained.
I think I can adjust the cameras. Maybe you can help direct them with your troubleshooter skill?
Damn. I wished I'd thought of that. One of the best upgrades ever. Well, that and the one that enabled my illusions to become partial reality, as draining as that could be. As she directed the cameras, changing angles, I focused on my skill and thought of Muerta, pulling up what I could recollect of how she looked and trying to channel it through the system. Fucking bingo, I exclaimed, ignoring the confused looks from the ladies. Andromeda gasped at my side, then leaned in with her finger on the screen where I was now focused. There stood Muerta, with metal and darkness shooting past her.
What is this? A train.
Twitch said.
Not really, but close enough.
It certainly wasn't a train. More like the elevators, but with a magnetic transportation tube system of what looked like glass. But sure, train.
How romantic.
Charm said with a playful grin.
I've always wanted to go for a train ride in pursuit of a deadly superhero with my man and his other lovers.
I laughed, and the ladies were a mixture of blushes and chuckles. Then I realized something. I was able to show more information on the display than otherwise would have been there. It started showing me where the train was headed, syncing with my mini-map to show us where to go. We've got our destination. I changed one of the displays to the end point. The sight there caused my voice to catch. Not that I was scared of seeing one of the points where the land opened up and a warden emerged, floating on a sort of hover device, and moving toward a spot where several men and women were beating on a group of others. It was that I'd seen this type of violence on shows and snippets, never really wanting to, and always hating the idea of what those people must be going through. Always terrified of the frame of mind that would allow people to end up in a place like this, let alone survive past the first day. And many didn't. Yet, we were about to stroll right out there, and not only confront this world if necessary, but take down a criminal way worse than any of them, presumably.
Why does Breaker look like he's seen a ghost?
Shimmer asked Charm. I realized the two of them were staring at me. That's a warden. I indicated the man we'd just seen. Not a man, exactly. An advanced AI being, one of several sent here to keep things from getting out of hand. Blood splattered, and someone was screaming as the warden considered them, circling about. Well, relatively out of hand.
And that freaks you out?
Charm asked. This whole situation freaks me out, I replied. So yeah, let's get it over with and get back to your galaxy. At least there, all the scary shit didn't traumatize me growing up. She laughed, and Shimmer took my arm.
Come on, my paladin in shining armor. I'll protect you.
That's not how the saying goes, I replied, frowning. But when she leaned in and kissed my cheek, I had to admit I felt better already. Charm took my other arm, and we led the way via the mini-map to where we'd find the train to the surface. What I had to wonder, though, as we walked, was how this involved Plague. If they'd thrown her onto Abaddon to be part of the spectacle, I could kind of understand Muerta's rage. I hated the idea of being able to relate to her at all. Chapter 7. Shimmer had a great idea, which was simply to use an illusion to make us look like other employees, if that was the right word, and just walk right onto one of the trains following Muerta. It turned out there was a whole network of these things connecting the various parts of this planet, and much more went on in here than we'd originally realized. It wasn't only the Abaddon I knew from the show, or the strange experiments for the elites we'd seen in the security room screens, but weapons design, a hub for space mining operations, and other sorts of experiments, it seemed. If not for our mission, I would have loved to have stayed there for days or weeks exploring this place. Finding so many answers, I imagined I wouldn't know what to do with them all. Instead, we got on the train and went on our way. Alarms were sounding throughout this place, people running about, but when the train took off, it all merged into a blur. We passed large open areas, depths of the planet that contained spin-off passages and incomplete sections, along with sections like boxes of glass that in the blur we couldn't quite see, but seemed to hold people. Another type of prison, perhaps. We finally surfaced and instantly knew where we were headed. Gunfire sounded and plumes of black smoke rose into the air. A warden hovered above it all, frowning but not intervening. The area was a chaos zone of large boulders with caves, an old sheet metal fortress in disarray, and several dead trees with holes in them from the acid rain. The ground, too, had been eroded away in sections, causing it to be sharp in areas and completely tractionless in others. I was leading the group, my leveled-up speed making me almost as fast as Charm. Andromeda could move damn quick when metal was involved, but this planet was a bit of a handicap for her. She was taking it slow, using scrap metal as weapons, but not going all out yet. Gale threw gusts of wind, creating sandstorms to block out the view of would-be shooters, as we made for the chaos we were certain Muerta had caused. The people on Abaddon were tough, though. We hadn't gone more than 100 yards, and already a group of 3 in gas masks came charging in, screaming about death and disembowelment. They carried curved blades and rifles. One had was that a plasma sword? It was hard to tell in all the sand and chaos. A bullet hit my shield and caused it to lose a good 20%, but my recharge would fix that before anyone else got a chance at me. I braced myself and threw lightning at them, a chain that hit all but the last, as he apparently had a shield too. When it bounced back and he came at me with that crazy glowing sword, a screen appeared next to him with bids. People were actually trying to bid against me. It was this whole system with viewers from around the galaxy, and how they could tell him to do stupid shit that, if successful, he would receive extra credits for, and, in theory, a chance to get off this shit stain of a planet. Sorry, big guy. He hadn't made it even close enough to get a swing in when Charm plowed through him, ripping his guts out right then and there, slamming his face into the ground so hard his head split. Damn, she was strong. Only apparently it had been a diversion, because another group reared up from the other side, riding some old-style hoverbikes with nets, spears, and harpoons, and what looked like a cannon.
You've got to be kidding me!
Andromeda growled and threw herself at them. Their bikes burst apart as she created her tunnels that cut through our new attackers. Even the red hands I'd started to think were gone returned, dragging a couple of them into the ground.
Save some of the action for me.
Shimmer called, creating multiples of herself at the outskirts of our group as targets for any new arrivals or lurkers. Sure enough, an explosion went off where one of them was standing, and she and Gale went running off to deal with it. A barrage of shots rang out from Shimmer's newly acquired rifle. Gale leaped into the air and let the wind take her to get a view from which to hurl down attacks. When they came back, Shimmer was grinning from ear to ear.
Got me some extra ammo.
Sure enough, she had several magazine pouches and 2 new rifles slung over her shoulder, one of them looking even more badass than the one she'd acquired earlier. The ammo had to work for at least one of those, hopefully. Charging on, there were only a couple more attackers who were taken out easily enough. Then we stumbled upon a wild orgy in progress, seemingly one group celebrating victory over another group, judging by the heads on spikes. Sick. We kept on, not even bothering to stop and take them out. Maybe we should have, as it would have likely made the world a better place. But who was I to judge? The ladies I was with had been on a prison ship for the worst of the worst, supposedly, and they'd certainly proven they hadn't exactly belonged there. Not in my book, anyway. The warden appeared then, flying past us on his hoverboard, clearly unsure what to think of our presence. Hey, at least he hadn't attacked yet. "Didn't you hear?" I shouted. "Your planet is under attack! They need you!" He sneered at me, then shook his head.
I'm fully aware of the situation, boy. And yet, this is far more interesting.
I considered this being, unsure what to think about him.
Here's the real question,
Andromeda said.
Are you going to stand in our way?
He turned to her, held her gaze, and said,
You want to join her, right? To take down Orion Corp. Well, that's not something I have a problem with. You see, with them gone, that would mean full autonomy for me and mine.
Fucking AI.
Shimmer muttered, and at a look from me added,
Sorry, bad experience back home.
I will be resuming audio of our area soon,
the warden advised.
Carry on.
We moved past him with cautious glances back. I wasn't exactly sure what he was capable of, but had always heard stories as I was growing up about how badass these wardens were, considering they could call upon all manner of resources on these planets. Now, knowing what lay beneath the planet's surface, this made more sense. He didn't interfere. At the next crest, more attackers rose out of the ground, charging us and shooting a barrage of bullets, flying buzzsaws, and more our way. We pushed forward, throwing up shields and using illusions to make ourselves appear elsewhere. Here, there was no doubt we were being televised. No doubt that if we did something crazy, all of the Earthers who had access to the Abaddon Black Market channel would know. But we'd gotten to the point of saying, fuck it. Or well past that. In fact, I was kind of getting sick of this shit. I could see the appeal of the sexy side of the televised PK shit this planet represented. But all this blood? Disgusting. So I did what I did best, zapping them where they stood while my team took care of them in their own way. Pushing past that bullshit, we finally found Muerta. She was dragging a wounded woman behind herself toward a spot near the rocks, out of harm's way.
There's nowhere left to run,
Andromeda said.
Turn and fight!
Muerta spun on us, eyes fierce, but also holding a glint of tears. She pulled the woman close, whispered something in her ear, and then grinned.
Why fight you when Abaddon can do it for me?
She had some sort of switch. When she activated it, the warden lit up like a Christmas tree, then went dark, collapsing to the ground. At the same time, areas of the sky around us fell, revealing themselves to be projected displays on metal walls. Suddenly, we weren't as alone as we'd thought. All around, various sections of Abaddon I'd seen in brief glimpses in my past were within sight, and people were standing there, looking around in confusion. What they'd probably thought were safe havens, bases from which they could operate while in reality being herded about and led where their overseers saw fit, were now gone. Weapons caches rose out of the ground, many of the fighters shouting, "Loot!" as they surged towards the stockpiles. Others, already heavily armored and seeing the situation for what it was, started to open fire. We would have been royally fucked if not for the fact that we were badass supers. I sighed, laughing as Shimmer hefted one of the rifles that looked way too big for her, and we charged forward. To my surprise, as I traveled through the ground and came up to punch someone so hard their jawbone went flying, I saw a screen pop up to tell me I'd just reached level 30. Holy fuck, I wanted to do a little dance right there. In fact, I did. As I shook my booty and pumped my fist, I had never been one for dancing, I should point out, my team kept fighting around me. It was a great feeling knowing I was surrounded by ladies who would kill all the baddies while I took time to dance, and an equally great feeling to know I had actually reached level 30. It felt like a milestone achieved, like I'd proven myself to the universe. Then a man landed a kick to my stomach and was clearly about to go for one to my face. I stopped dancing, sent him flying with a bolt of electricity, and got back to the fight. But sections of the area were being closed off, I noticed. Those walls were rising, trying to block us from reaching Muerta. We flew, flung each other over those walls, and used the wind, or, when she could, holes in the walls created by Twitch's programming skills. I had just gone through one hole when a barrage of darkness came at me, looking like a massive swarm of bees. Locusts, I realized, and they were glowing gold. Shit, they were going to explode. Shimmer came charging forward with her massive rifle, preparing to fire. It only hit me later that the rifle might have been covered with an illusion to look even bigger and more intimidating than it really was. But what really did it was when Muerta was about to close off another wall, and suddenly there were at least 100 shimmers, all running around firing at the woman. The locusts got confused, spreading out in all directions and exploding. One hit me and I was knocked back, but my shield still held. Recovering, I watched the insanity. I had no idea which were the real bullets, nor which version of shimmer was real, and couldn't imagine Muerta did either. Plague started throwing out surges of darkness that met empty air, but Gale was with us then too, starting to blast them with ice spears and flurries of wind strong enough to blow them away. Muerta flung out her hands and rocks shot out in all directions, glowing gold and about to explode. That meant her attention was divided, so I took my shot and slammed a fist into the ground, transporting through it and coming up at the villain's side with my Tempest Ball at the ready. A point-blank blast of lightning sent her flying into her glowing rocks. They fell, none of them exploding except for a few farther off that did no damage. Recovering and turning toward Muerta, I shook my head. "Whatever you do, it won't save you."
Who said I needed saving?
She replied, and this time there was a rumbling in the ground, followed by an explosion and then more rumbling, but 10 times as loud. The whole planet was shaking in what felt like a massive earthquake, but we'd seen the inside of this place and knew that couldn't be it. Twitch was checking her screens, and I had a look. "Am I seeing this right?" I asked, nervously glancing over at the forms of Plague and Muerta, who had both stopped running.
The planet's quencher is down.
Twitch confirmed, nodding.
Shit's falling apart.
Fucking right it is.
Muerta agreed, then took a step back from her partner. Plague, still soaked through with blood, started laughing, rising into the sky. Shimmer was already shooting at her with that massive rifle, the rest of us catching on and starting to open fire and throw attacks her way, but a glimmer of gold flashed, and then it was like the sun had been shut off as darkness took hold.
We're not going to like this part,
Twitch warned, taking a step back, pink screens glowing as she pulled one up for each of us.
Everyone on me.
Converging on Twitch, Shimmer tried to create illusions of light, and I even called on my heavenly light power to try and counter this darkness, but the most either of us got was a dim glow. Distant laughter echoed over the planet, and then a rushing sound, roaring like a river. Something loomed over the horizon, even darker than the rest, but then showing hints of red as our dim lights reflected off of it.
What the?
Charm started.
On me!
Twitch shouted again as she finished punching in whatever she was doing to her screens. She crouched, all of us following suit, knowing better than to argue. All of us, that is, except Gale. She stood at the front, pushing her hands out.
It's a tidal wave somehow. I got this!
Gale lifted into the air, hair shooting out behind her, electricity sparking as she attempted to control the elements.
Gale, it's not water!
Twitch shouted. Down, now! I jumped up and ran, and with a boost from Charm, leaped into the sky, grabbing Gale by the ankle and pulling her to us. As the wave was about to hit, we could smell the raunchy, thick, irony scent of blood. Splashes of it hit us, and then we were down among the rest of our group, Twitch throwing a wall of protection around us. The wave of blood was splattering all around this invisible barrier, all of us gritting our teeth or shouting, furious that the enemy would have us in this spot. Faces stared lifelessly as they flew by in the torrent, flesh eaten away. And then we weren't there at all. It wasn't a protective bubble, but something else. Our surroundings faded until we were in empty space, on the surface of a large space construction zone. A construction ship, much like a large mech, paused as it carried metal beams to be put in place, turning to us. And then we were gone again, back where we'd come from, but moments later with the blood now nothing more than stains in the sand, the light back, and a very confused-looking Plague stepping toward us in spite of Muerta's shouts to stay put. One thing was certain. If Orion Corp was still allowing this to be broadcast, there was no way Earthers wouldn't be seeing what was happening. For the last half hour or so, they would have been terrified, watching in horror as people used insane powers that would be capable of taking down their defenses, their military. Since we were about to do just that with Orion Corp, their fear was justified. But what that would mean for the bigger picture, I was very anxious to find out. Knowing humanity, they'd demand answers, Maybe war, if they had the ability to travel to us, which I imagined they did. They had sent the colonizers originally, although for that they had Hadrian's help. Since he was gone, he couldn't have shut down the gateways. Or could he? So many questions, but this was neither the time nor the place. The energy field around us vanished, and we appeared directly in front of Plague, each of us immediately launching into counterattacks. My Tempest bolts hit her hard, bullets and spears of ice and more rocking her back, threatening to rip her to shreds. But her body rippled, a hint of an old self showing through. A woman in ancient Egyptian style, with her face painted with gold and heavy eyeliner, before starting to decay and then regenerate. And I wanted to know more about who the fuck this woman had been. There was no time for that now, however, as she smiled, about to launch another assault. That didn't work? Fine, we'd bring something harder. "Keep Muerta occupied!" I shouted to Gale and Shimmer, grabbing hold of Charm and hitting the ground. We shot forward through the bloody stone and sand, coming up behind Plague. She was good at ranged combat, but could she handle hand-to-hand? We were about to find out. The two of us launched into a barrage of strikes, claws, punches, blades, anything we could use. And the answer was no, she couldn't hold her own in this regard. I'd always been taught not to hit a woman, but Gale and the others had stripped me of the notion that anyone capable of such evil and murder as Plague could fall into that category. Anyone trying to hurt or kill my ladies was no more than a force of darkness, one we needed to shed some light on in the form of our fists and whatever else we could muster. As we continued, Twitch was boosting our stats and providing shields from Muerta's attacks, while Gale and Shimmer provided cover fire in their own way. Finally, Plague collapsed, reaching for Muerta with a pained groan. I stood over her, Charm at my side, with claws ready as she looked up at us with dread. Her blood-smeared face looked so innocent, her eyes wide and full of terror. In a flash of darkness, Muerta was at her side. This horrible supervillain looked up at me with pleading eyes, whispering,
No, no, no,
as she gripped Plague close, backing away. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. I stared at them, feeling pity, watching... what? Love?
no!
Muerta shouted, which didn't make sense initially. But then there was that warden from earlier, suddenly up again and grabbing Muerta, who held on to Plague, and swept them up as the ground gave out. I had to throw myself back to avoid falling into the opening. By the time I recovered, there was a large space cruiser emerging, a port opening, and the warden and two deadly female supervillains entering it. They were escaping. Chapter 8. Shouting sounded all around me as my team caught up, throwing what they could at the ship, but it had its own defenses. We could see the warden at the window as shields lit up in defense. With a deafening roar, the vessel was off, leaving us to stare after it in shock. "Twitch!" I shouted, working my own screens but unable to get through to the ship.
She has some sort of hack already in place.
Twitch replied, fingers dancing across her screens.
Nothing's working.
Well, fuck! I swallowed, realizing how incredibly parched I was as the ship escaped. A glance around showed the ladies there, all staring up except for Andromeda, who was glaring at me instead. It couldn't end this way. I ran after Muerta in that massive fucking ship, a ship they should have never gotten access to. If only I'd managed to take down Plague, none of this would be happening. With that in mind, I charged forward, putting everything I had into that jump, and focused on my ability to create reality around illusions. It wouldn't last forever and wouldn't be complete reality, but maybe just enough to make the difference. As I took to the air, dragon wings shot out from my back, my skin becoming scaled and claws growing from my fingertips. Instead of a shout, a roar emerged from my mouth as I pushed up, flapping my wings in pursuit. It hit me that I was a fucking dragon, but as badass as that was, the ship was escaping. That and my powers were still limited. I roared again, trying to breathe fire, but that was apparently harder to produce as a part of this so-called illusion, and as I exerted myself, I was back to being me. Regular skin, no claws, and no wings. The ship was escaping, and I was falling. As the dark cloud swept past me, I had to wonder what the fuck had made me think that turning into a dragon and trying to chase after a spaceship was a good idea. My mind raced with questions, trying to figure out how I was going to get out of this mess, but the ground was coming up fast, and I panicked, my mind blanking. If not for my team, I would have quickly become yet another bloodstain on the surface of Abaddon. Metal clanked, glimmering as Shimmer created illusions of bright light to block out the enemy as they sent a barrage of attacks our way. Gale had a strong wind pushing against me, and Twitch tried to make me float, but in the end it was Andromeda who appeared in her metal, a blue bubble of light moving about her. She pulled me to safety inside that circle, then released me onto the ground as she let the blue light fade. I lay there for a moment, gasping for breath, and then laughed.
You bonk your head or something?
Andromeda asked, scowling.
We let them get away.
We failed, I said, nodding. But we failed gloriously.
Shut the fuck up with that nonsense.
She stood, considered me thoughtfully, then waved the others over as they regained their composure.
Holy ball-licking awesomeness! That was insane!
Charm knelt and pulled me into a hug. She kissed me, then laughed.
I've always wondered what it would be like to kiss a dragon.
What? Really? I cocked my head.
No, but, well, maybe if by always I mean since I first believed they could exist, and that was when I saw you do it. So, in that sense, always. It was indeed all it was cracked up to be.
I laughed, but noticed Andromeda still glaring up at the sky. We'll get them.
How?
She asked.
The ships.
Twitch replied.
The others, the fighters we saw on the screens. We lead the chase, have them join along the way. We'll find others to join in the fight too. And we will win in the end.
We made our way towards the ships, Twitch and I doing our things with the screens to take them over, ensuring the enemy couldn't use them. In a way, we were programming them to have an AI that transcended anything Orion Corp had equipped them with, one that could tell the nature of their riders. Which side were they on? The ship would figure it out, and therefore either work or not. We boarded the largest ship, and Gale powered it on while I moved to the screen and said, "Allow me," before pulling up a message and hitting record. Survivors of Abaddon. I'm called Breaker, though I'm originally an Earther named Chad. We are in pursuit of Muerta, and mean to take her and the entire Orion Corp down, followed by all others who stand on the side of evil. If you are listening, that means you were victorious this day, and I hope you're on the side of justice. Join me, if you will. Rise up. We've taken the liberty of fixing the spacecraft there so that you might fly out to join us in our assault. When it's over, I have much to tell you about your world and another, and about a place called the Citadel where you'll be welcome. I look forward to that day, but first, off to war. We'll see you there.
Really?
Gale asked when I'd finished and hit send.
That's your message?
We're ignoring the idea of them all being completely psycho?
Shimmer asked. Charm frowned.
Nothing wrong with a bit of out-of-the-box thinking. Sure.
Shimmer glanced my way for help. Don't look at me, I said. I'm the one who just left the message asking if the psychos will be our friends in this war. Way I see it, mentally unstable people on our side is better than mentally unstable people on the enemy's side. Nobody argued with that, although Charm frowned when I smiled her way.
I'm not unstable, just to be clear,
she said. I laughed while watching Twitch prepare for takeoff. Aren't we all? Considering the fact that we're chasing around after some super named Muerta and hoping to take on a group that might have orchestrated all of this killing and whatever those genetically engineered monsters were. I mean, you'd have to be a tad crazy, right?
To say nothing of everything else we've done,
Twitch called out over the rumbling of the engines.
I mean, you were basically a dungeon core by Oram. That's insane! And hey, the sex!
Gale added with a boisterous laugh.
Can't say I've ever had crazier than with you lot.
I laughed, the others joining in, even Charm.
Fine, mentally unstable,
she said, gripping her armrests as we started to take off.
but only a little bit.
My nod of acceptance was likely missed as we launched, and I was pushed back in my seat, head barely able to move. But I saw her smile from the corner of my eyes. It felt like we were off to take on the universe, and I fucking loved it. Chapter 9. The time had come to take our pursuit to space, and now we were well on our way. The displays showed other ships already following, though they wouldn't be in range for communications anytime soon. When they were, we'd hail them, find out who we'd recruited for this fight, and get them in on the plan. It was a simple plan, one that was easy to understand, though not so easy to execute. Our little force was going to stop Muerta and Plague, while also putting an end to Orion Corp. As it stood, Muerta had escaped us and gotten too much of a lead for us to catch up. But we knew she was going after Orion Corp, and once Twitch ID'd her ship, we were able to put a tracer on it just in case. As we were in flight mode, and I figured I needed my powers recharged anyway, I turned to Charm and gave her my best seductive look. "What were you saying about wanting to kiss a dragon? And is there anything else you wanted to do with a dragon?" She put a finger to her mouth, nodding toward Andromeda, who certainly didn't seem to be in the mood for any of this, then indicated the door behind us. Ever since saying we loved each other, it was like there was no need for caution or inhibitions, though there really hadn't been much before that either. But now it was taking it to the next level, and both of us seemed to know it. The others were all for it too, but in moments like this they were probably too focused on the fight to come. Charm and I, though, both seemed to thrive on bedroom action. As soon as we were in the hall, she turned to me, licked her lips, and said,
"Make it a dragon cock."
"What? Really?" I considered this, pulling at my pants and glancing down to see if I could. She reached in, grabbing it and giggling.
"No, silly. I love it how it is. But since you're the one who wanted to try role-playing..."
She started massaging it, stroking it.
"I want you to look like a dragon, but not fully. Just once. Get the eyes going, some of the scales, some horns on your head."
"Wings?" I asked. She nodded excitedly.
"Of course."
I was actually starting to get excited about this too. "You realize you're a bit of a freak?" She laughed.
"You're the one who was about to try to make your dick... Hey."
As she'd stroked it, I figured I'd actually give it a try. Not a dragon dick, but bigger, harder, and sure enough, my cock suddenly looked and felt like it belonged on a giant. Certainly no man. She couldn't even fit her hand around it, though it wasn't like she was trying. She'd pulled her hand back right away, now putting both hands on her hips and scrunching up her face.
"What did I just say?"
She pointed at it, then waved bye-bye.
"Give me back the one I fell in love with, not this monstrosity."
"You sure?" I asked. I mean... Swaying it from side to side, I started to feel dizzy. It didn't make sense, considering it was made from my illusion powers, but still it was apparently somehow using all that extra blood.
"Breaker."
She made her hands into fists, then pretended to shadow box my dick.
"That thing there's a heavy bag, not a cock, and certainly not your cock. Now change it back before I hit it for real."
"Fine," I huffed, frowning in confusion. As much as they'd all said they loved my size and all, I was a guy. Of course I figured they wanted bigger. Maybe just a tad. Instead of going all the way back, I left an extra inch and some girth on it. She looked down, shook her head, and started to walk past me.
"If you're not playing how I want to play, then we're not playing at all."
Damn. Fine, fine. I removed the illusion. A glance down made me feel wildly inadequate, at least compared to what had been there moments ago. But she smiled, glad to see her old friend had returned, and pressed her hips against mine as she ran her hands through my hair.
"There, was that so hard?"
She giggled before kissing me again. "Very hard, and difficult," I replied. She narrowed her eyes, shaking her head.
"Do you ever feel spoiled, surrounded by all these beautiful women who laugh at your prepubescent boy jokes?"
Ouch. She laughed, reaching down to grab my cock, squeezing it firmly in her hand.
"Don't get me wrong, I laugh too. I enjoy it."
She started stroking.
"But I have to wonder if you really know how great you've got it."
As a matter of fact, I do. A shudder went through my body, my cock swelling.
"Hey, I said no making it bigger."
That's all me, I insisted, even more turned on by her reaction. She licked her lips, pushing me back against the wall while she dropped her pants and panties, then lifted a leg so she could get me inside of her. Once I was in, and she'd inched it in further until I was fully immersed, she moaned, bit her lip, and asked,
How does a dragon fuck anyway?
Like a raging fire. I lifted her up, pinned her to the wall, and started going like crazy. As we did, I began to realize very quickly that this dragon fucking was going to wear me out real fast. My dick was already feeling raw in spite of the rush this was giving me. I was about to say so when I felt Charm's hand grip my balls and her mouth on mine, nibbling my lower lip. Fuck, there was no holding back then. My body seized up and I stumbled, nearly dropping her as the first wave of orgasm hit me. She was starting to yelp and the door behind us slid open to reveal Gale and Shimmer, both watching with amused looks spread across their faces. Another spasm, and I leaned against the wall, letting Charm down, in more ways than one. She frowned.
Huh.
Gale looked around with mock confusion.
I'm sorry. You all were gone, what, 30 seconds? Did you just...
Shut up, I gasped.
Maybe he needs a little incentive to keep going,
Shimmer said, and her illusion power kicked in, surrounding me with 8 other versions of Charm in various stages of undress and outfits. One wore a kimono, another a sexy Egyptian goddess outfit. Another had a red negligee on, while one was like a badass biker chick, covered in tattoos and wearing only a leather vest. It was intense and amazing. The main Charm, still in my arms, looked around, impressed.
You trying to turn him on, or me? Because I'm seeing how sexy I am and loving it.
Charm reached out, caressing another version of herself's breast.
Fuck, it feels real. I'm able to make your mind think it is, and it's almost like what Breaker does, where it momentarily becomes real. Mine can last much longer, but isn't real in any sense other than what your mind thinks. Kind of like a crazy virtual reality game.
So, if I reached out, using my powers to try to work with Shimmers, and there was a visible change in the various charms.
That seems to have done it,
Shimmer said with a laugh.
He just made them real. I'm not enough for you?
Charm said, but before I could answer, she laughed and said,
Teasing, teasing. This is hot, and...
Her hand went to my cock, feeling as it hardened fully again.
Doing the trick.
She pushed me to the metal floor this time, cold as hell on my bare ass, but whatever, and started riding me while Shimmer and Gale watched, humored. Meanwhile, the various charms around us started caressing her and me, kissing each other, sucking each other's breasts, and kneeling to go down on each other. Fuck, it was hot.
Mind if we?
Gale asked and started to strip.
We are guests.
Charm managed to get out, and I nodded, completely overwhelmed and speechless. Part of me was even overwhelmed at the idea that I could get speechless when it came to sex, considering everything we'd tried as a group so far, but this was doing it. Charm leaned back, accepting a kiss from one of her duplicates, her breasts spilling out as another undid her top. I started to worry I was going to come again. Instead, I told myself to man up. She wanted a dragon, and dragons didn't get snuffed out so easily. I focused down there, building up a barrier to my sensitivity. I don't know if she noticed or not, but she didn't complain this time.
Dragon, baby,
she said, riding me and leaning back as other charms kissed her neck.
Dragon.
She actually wanted me to do the dragon thing, I realized, and let it happen. Partially, anyway. My skin became scaly in places, mostly around the sides of my arms and face, and horns grew from my forearms, shoulders, and forehead. Wings shot out, propelling me upward, but that just made for a more fun lovemaking position, angling my cock so it was hitting her in her spot. Now it was her turn to come fast. When all the charms started yelping and screaming my name at once, I was glad I had my barrier on. Still, I was starting to feel drained from using my powers like this, so when she finished and leaned in, kissing me hard, I let it fade and instantly came again. Shit! I glanced at Shimmer and Gale, both nude now. Sorry. They waited a minute, then shrugged and came over to me, kneeling at my side to start kissing my chest and more. Ladies, 3 times. I was skeptical, but a look at the two of them, very aware of Charm watching this with excitement and her other charms all around still making out. Yeah, I was still hard. Even if I couldn't come again, and I wasn't sure one way or the other, I was going to ensure they got theirs. The charm in the kimono joined in. Another that I hadn't noticed before in what was basically a crazy clown getup, don't ask, pushed my legs open and started licking my inner thighs. Soon I moved them aside and took Gale, grabbing her from behind and feeling the smack of her juicy ass as I pounded away doggy style. After a few minutes of that, she pushed me back and rode me until she came. Then Shimmer lifted me and kissed me long and passionately before pushing me back and straddling my face.
I want it like this.
The other charms pounced on me, going down as best as 8 of them could, while I went to town on Shimmer's pussy, licking and sucking and loving it. Finally, she was hitting the walls and clenching her legs until I thought she'd pop my head, and then she was all wet, as were my chin and cheeks. She moved aside, staring into my eyes with adoration. The other charms faded away. It was just the 3 of us covered in sweat, the hallway smelling like sex. The door opened, and Andromeda stepped out, gave us one look, and walked right back the way she'd come, heaving a sigh. We couldn't help it, just started cracking up with laughter.
Here, let me,
Gale said when we stood up and were ready to go back in there. She pushed out with her hands, and droplets of water formed from the air, moving over us in a strange, rippling bath effect. Next, she sent the air to circle around us, fast, drying us. Field shower has a whole new meaning. I stared at her in awe.
Hey, powers aren't just useful for fighting,
She replied with a wink.
Gotta take care of my man and his other women.
I laughed at that, then remembered Charm's question from earlier. Taking her hands, I kissed her gently, held her gaze, and said, I'm the luckiest man on Earth.
You aren't on Earth.
She reminded me. Phrase. Right. The luckiest man to ever live in the history of the universe.
That's more like it.
She pretended to bite me before turning to find her clothes. Damn. Watching her reminded me how lucky I was. It was almost unbelievable, really. And you all? I asked. I mean, am I cheating you out of something else?
First of all, we have to find Muerta and end this thing,
Gale answered as she finished dressing.
That's our priority, and all this other stuff is just good fun along the way. Second, no, in no way are you cheating us of anything at all.
Agreed.
Shimmer replied.
We care for you, Breaker. You don't make any of us feel less cared for in return, that I'm aware of. So keep it up, and we'll ensure it's put to good use.
She winked. I laughed, realizing what she did there. Right.
Although...
Charm frowned at the door.
Andromeda...
She's not fully one of us,
Gale admitted.
But pretty much.
I think I need to talk to her, I admitted, and pulled on my superhero suit. Fully clothed. For now. They laughed at that, and Charm suggested,
Hey, if it's not working, just make illusions of yourself in kimonos and whatnot. Maybe try the Egyptian outfit.
Shimmer winked.
But, you know, the version for men.
Next time we get it on, I'll consider that. I walked over to the door to find Andromeda. Chapter 10. Andromeda looked my way when I entered, then laughed.
Well, you all aren't shy.
I used to be, I admitted. I'd like to think we're closer than that now. Twitch glanced back, looked from me to Andromeda, and then stood and headed for the door.
We're on course. If anything looks unusual, get me. Otherwise, I'll wait outside until this is over.
I started to protest, but then saw the look of challenge in Andromeda's eyes, so didn't. She was right. We needed to have this discussion. When the door slid shut behind Twitch, I took a step closer to Andromeda, trying to look confident and caring. Are we not? I asked.
Not what?
Close. She pursed her lips, then shook her head.
I was starting, but it's too much. I need to focus. Yeah, I've gotten some of my vengeance, but Muerta's out there. The last thing I need is something distracting me from the goal.
We're not going to distract you. We're going to help you.
And if I decide I care about you, any of you, to the extent that I'd rather see you out of harm's way?
I laughed. You couldn't get us to stop this pursuit now if you had all the powers in the world.
You don't think I can take you?
I said stop me, which is very different. I stepped closer now, close enough to make it awkward if there wasn't this sexual tension between us. Thing is, your whole point is about caring for me, for us. So if you wanted to stop us, you wouldn't want to hurt us in the process. Therefore, I say you couldn't stop me. The only way to do so would be death, and that's the opposite of your objective. She scoffed, but was looking into my eyes. There was no doubt she felt for me already, as I'd expected.
You know...
She leaned in and to the side so that our cheeks were almost touching.
This would be so much easier to talk about if you didn't smell like sex right now.
I laughed, then shrugged. Sex? Up here? With you all? It's a part of life. I'm not going to pretend otherwise.
That's not what I meant,
she said, and then wrapped her arms around me, pulling me close as her nose pressed to my neck, breathing me in.
It fucking turns me on.
Suddenly, she pushed me away, turning and going to the display and watching as we hurtled through space.
But your dick is not my target here, Breaker. As much as everyone else seems to have their eye on that prize.
It doesn't have to be about that. No dick, okay? It stays away until we've dealt with Muerta. Hell, even after that if you want. You know, it's not like I'm lacking in women. But I'm here for you, if and when you need me. And no matter what, we're a team. We're going to take out Muerta. I promise that.
Good.
She gave me a cold stare.
And? Thank you.
I smiled, nodded, and headed for the door.
Breaker?
A voice said. I spun to see the comms open, a message incoming. Who's that? I asked. The door opened behind me and Twitch returned, followed by the other ladies.
What's going on?
Twitch asked. Don't know yet, but someone just said my name. I ran over to stand beside Andromeda, pulling up the comms and connecting. This is Breaker. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing? A second later, the screen pulled up an image of a man I was pretty sure I'd seen on the screens back on Abaddon. He had dark hair, combed over with a few hairs falling over his forehead, and seemed to be wearing a police uniform of some sort. Behind him stood a woman with blue skin and curved horns, who I'd definitely seen, and another with what looked like wings. More were moving around behind them, but I couldn't make them out so well.
My name is Ezra Faldron. I take it by your voice that you are Breaker. We received your message and have brought what forces we could to assist in your mission.
Hold the fuck up,
Gale said.
I've heard of you, you piece of shit.
We all turned to her, then back to the screen, waiting to see who would explain this reaction. Ezra looked completely calm, but had his hands up.
I was a bounty hunter,
Ezra explained.
One who would bring my catches to Abaddon, as a matter of fact, often for the group we now consider the enemy. He's changed,
the horned woman at his side said.
We were some of his prisoners, but he helped us fight our way out of there. Helped take down the planet's core. We are the Psycho Bitches!
A woman with pigtails and crazy makeup said, suddenly there, wrapping her arms around the man and giving him a peck on the cheek.
And we blew that shit the fuck up.
Dear,
Ezra said and kissed her hand before saying,
This is Sherry.
Indicating the horned one, he said,
And here we have Irupa, as well as Tink.
The last part he added when indicating the winged one, but then said,
Sorry, Flyer.
Tink's fine.
She shrugged.
It's kinda grown on me.
As in, Tinkerbell? I replied, laughing. Ezra grinned.
You've heard of her?
Dude, I replied, falling back into old-school Earth talk, as I often did when exposing my nerdisms. I'm OG Earth, okay? You want to know about Peter Pan, the Man in the Iron Mask, Princess Bride, Zelda, whatever? I know it all. Well, whatever I've been able to dig up, anyway.
No shit.
Ezra was looking impressed, but Gale shoved me aside.
You've turned over a new leaf, huh?
she asked him.
How the fuck do we know that's true and you aren't bullshitting us?
I didn't know,
he said.
That's my only excuse. I thought I was on the side of righteousness. Didn't realize the ones I served were up to such vile practices.
Though not everything they made turned out bad.
Sherry interjected, going back to someone in the background, giggling as she caressed the person's face. Again, out of sight for us.
Yes, but they had no right, and have done far more evil than good.
Ezra looked uncomfortable. Watching them, I was starting to wonder if they had some weird relationship situation like me and my ladies. Judging from what I'd seen, they were supers, so maybe it wasn't so surprising. To them, a monogamous relationship might have been the strange thing.
What opened your eyes?
Gale asked, still skeptical. Ezra hesitated, then turned and said,
Do you mind? I'd hate to... I know it's not... Yes.
When he turned around, another woman stood at his side. She was stunning, absolutely mesmerizing, and yet there was something off about her. A flash of movement brought my attention to the gills on the sides of her neck, and when she opened her mouth, I saw extremely sharp teeth.
When she's in water, she's a mermaid. Kind of.
Ezra said.
A hybrid super. They've been doing this all over that place. Or rather, inside. Working with powers such as regeneration, water survival, and others to create various creatures. Some who can shift, like her. Others who are stuck as what many would consider monsters.
The mermaid's eyes narrowed at that word, and Ezra whispered an apology away from us. We faced some on Abaddon, I said, cringing at the thought that those things had once been supers like the rest of us. Funny how that thought included me now, too. Putting my hand on Gale's arm, I added, Also, we set up the ships so the others wouldn't be able to take them. If he had ulterior motives, I'd like to think our AI we programmed would have caught it.
There you go,
Ezra said, though he looked completely baffled.
What he said.
Gale frowned, but turned to Twitch, who nodded to confirm what I said. I think we can trust them, I said.
Us and a couple others who helped us out down there.
Ezra nodded.
I hope you all agree, as we have every intention of taking out Orion Corp, same as you. Soon as we set down somewhere, I'll introduce you to Letha, Trunk, and the others.
They have my vote,
Andromeda said with a hint of a smile.
Enemy of my enemy and all that.
With a hesitant nod from Gale, I said, Welcome to the team. Chapter 11.
Why can't we hurry the fuck up?
Andromeda shouted, pacing along the rear of the bridge.
She's out there escaping while we fucking fuck and talk and... Ah!
Twitch held up a hand so the rest of us wouldn't respond. Most of us were gathered there except for Gale and Shimmer, who'd taken their turn to catch some sleep. We were in bad need of it, so we're taking shifts.
Are you done?
Twitch asked. Andromeda turned on her, glaring.
Not until she's dead. Both of them, actually. Why aren't you madder? Because I know our limitations, and that we're doing all we can, and that we will find her and end this. But right now, we have to be patient. Limitations?
Andromeda asked it almost like a challenge.
We have the ship, and the other ships that Ezra and his friends are on, that were left to us.
Twitch swiveled around, pulled up her screen, then swiped so it appeared on the display. It showed 2 models.
The one Muerta took is the larger one on the right. Much better equipped, both in terms of weapons and speed.
So we're fucked,
Charm said.
Is that it?
Not in the slightest.
Twitch swiped again, this time showing a star map and indicating a trajectory.
I've been tracking her route, along with researching what we have on Orion and their headquarters, so I know she's hiding in this general direction, likely here.
She indicated one point on the map, darker than the rest, but then also indicated another spot that looked like a large space station.
Or here.
Since we're no match for her ship, I said, catching on, we want to intercept her on the ground.
Exactly. But...
Andromeda frowned, stepped closer, looking it over, and then cursed.
Fuck! It's taking too long.
Make a portal then,
Charm offered. It doesn't work that way, I reminded her. The portal can only be to somewhere she's been, making a return portal or as a trace.
Ah, like we did with Ranger.
Charm replied, nodding.
Gotcha.
I would assume Muerta doesn't have any supers with portal abilities.
Twitch said.
Or she would have gone that route already, making this that much easier for us.
Too bad, I muttered, then spoke for all to hear. What do we have on our side? I mean, we know we have these other ships with potential allies, but what exactly are we dealing with?
I had Ezra shoot us a list of who they have on board.
Twitch replied.
I won't go over it all right now, but it sounds like we have several tanks in the form of hybrids with the one named Letha.
And her power is?
Charm asked. Twitch looked at her screen, then shook her head.
None.
Aside from being a badass, I said. I am assuming this is the famed Letha who took control down on Planet Kill. She owns it in terms of strategy, fighting, and general badass.
Plus, she's hot, right?
Charm said, eyeing me skeptically. I won't deny she's good looking, I said. But I'll tell you right now, I couldn't care less.
Not the time for insecurity or jealousy.
Andromeda said, cutting Charm off before she could add more.
He fucking loves you. That should be enough.
Charm pouted, but when she eyed me next, it was with a smile forming.
Right.
Twitch chuckled at the silliness that was us.
So, them, plus we've seen that crazy shadow attack thing the demon lady can do. She's Yorupa on Ezra's team. He has some sort of empath powers and can shoot, he said, as if that's a power. Then there's Cherie and Tink, the former just being some sort of crazy badass, I guess, and Tink being able to shrink and use some sort of power that causes people to go mad or die.
Talk about weird powers.
Charm laughed, then saw us glance her way.
Shut up. My powers are awesome.
Nobody's arguing that, I said. But they're also kind of different. She grinned.
Fucking right they are.
And the other ships?
Andromeda asked.
Oh, wait, and the, mermaid? Not sure, but it sounds like the rest are mostly hybrids and shifters, so I'd put them in the strong attackers and tank zones. So, our army consists of us.
Andromeda made an exaggerated motion of someone fucking.
A bunch of fuck bunnies who can make fireworks shoot out of our asses, along with some mutated animal people, a guy who can tell how you feel, and a frickin' fairy? I mean, you left a lot out of that and made crazy generalizations, but in a sense.
Twitch shook her head, putting away the list.
Listen, we've been underdogs in the past, and we will be in the future. I get it. We're going up against Muerta and Plague, and can definitely handle them. But who knows what other supers they have on that ship, or what we'll face when we take on Orion Corps. It's scary, but we're a team. A team of badasses who refuse to quit, and definitely refuse to die. In the end, we'll be the ones left standing. I guarantee that.
I wouldn't let a single one of you die or quit, even if you wanted to, I added.
Same here.
Charm agreed. Andromeda took a moment, looking at the screen, her eyes then moving to each of us, and finally she turned back to Twitch.
How long until we reach the first of your guesses? Well, considering one could be a trap, or blatantly wrong, we don't want to go flying into a black hole or anything. I have a plan. A plan? A stop-off point to gather intel. You might not like it, Andromeda.
Twitch turned to me.
But I think you will. Slowing us down further?
Andromeda asked, furrowing her brow.
How much more would we be slowed if we went to the wrong place first and got stuck in some crazy situation?
Twitch asked.
Or the black hole thing? Fuck.
Andromeda cocked an eyebrow, waiting. What is it? I asked.
Just a small planet.
Twitch said, then flipped on the comms where we could see a beautiful woman with the side of her head shaved, but otherwise her blonde hair framed a stunning face. I knew that face well enough from the posters. Letha.
Letha,
Twitch said.
Can you share what you told me earlier?
Letha nodded at us.
It's good to be fighting alongside you all, and thanks for saving our asses. Listen, I want to be there taking them down without a moment's hesitation, as bad as the rest of you, but I think this plan might work better. I hope you agree.
She paused, pulled up an image of a planet to float in a new square on the screen to her bottom left.
Our first destination needs to be this place, one of the smaller paradise planets, where we can track down this man.
A man with a receding hairline, a large nose, and pockmarked cheeks appeared on the screen. It appeared to be a mugshot, but he was in a gray military uniform with Orion Corp emblazoned over the left pocket.
He might also be our key to breaking in, as opposed to shooting our way in.
Letha added.
Defector, my sources say. Paid off the right people to live on this planet and spend his days fucking and lounging.
So we find him and ask for his help? I asked. Just like that?
And your sources would be?
Andromeda asked. Letha smiled.
Trunk, the man leading one of the other ships. This son of a bitch, as Trunk referred to him, is his father.
A moment passed, followed by her shuddering.
Thank the gods they look nothing alike.
We find him. son and father reconnect, and...
Andromeda started, but stopped at a raised hand from Letha.
Sorry, but I know where you're going with that. No, we need to convince him, and...
She paused, looking at Twitch.
Right.
Twitch turned to Charm.
That's where I said you'd come in.
Oh, well, yeah.
Charm nodded, looking proud of herself.
Of course the whole mission rests on my shoulders. Nothing new there.
You have a power that can control him?
Letha asked.
One of my charms can kind of control people. It's not exactly taking over their minds, but it'll influence him in the way we need. Will it be enough?
She shrugged.
How the hell should I know?
And so?
Twitch said, putting her hands together and leaning back in her chair.
I believe we have a plan. I'd rather charge in all guns blazing.
Andromeda countered.
And risk losing her altogether?
Letha asked. Or maybe go out in a blaze of glory? I scoffed. Sorry, Andromeda. I'm going to have to side with them. Better to make sure we know what we're getting into, where it and she will be, and have an in. After that stuff's over with, full-on destruction mode.
I can live with that,
Andromeda responded, then headed for the door.
I'm going to take my turn to sleep, while you all plan out your hand-holding scheme bullshit. Save my energy for when the big guns are needed.
We were a mixture of chuckles and grins at that. When she had gone, I turned back to the screen and asked, This Trunk guy, he's okay with us using his father like this? Letha laughed.
Okay with it. He's the one who made the suggestion. Apparently the old man was the reason Trunk ended up on Planet Kill in the first place, and it wasn't in a good way.
Well then, I nodded to Twitch. Let's plot the course. Letha signed off. Twitch gave us a nod before getting to it. Charm went up behind her, hands on her shoulders.
You've been working too much, girl. You let me know when you need to unwind.
You propositioning me?
Twitch asked, glancing up with a laugh.
Me? No. Though it's been a while, actually. I'm just saying, our boy Breaker over there's always up for it.
Hey, I said, annoyed that she was speaking for me.
Aren't you?
Charm asked. I shrugged, unable to avoid Twitch's beauty as she turned to see what I had to say to that. Well, of course I am, but I'd like to be the one to say so. Twitch grinned.
Thanks, both of you. I'll get mine, don't you worry.
She winked my way.
But believe it or not, I'd like to make some progress in all this before taking some me time. Sound good?
Honestly, the images of her nude body pressed up against me had already started flooding through my mind, so when she essentially turned me down, I felt it.
No worries,
Charm said, bounding over to me and pulling me up. With a glance back, she said,
We have time for a quickie, right?
Twitch didn't even look this time, just waved us off before adding,
Come once for me.
Will do.
Charm pulled me out of there before I could have a say. Who was I kidding? As if I'd say anything other than, hell yes. Chapter 12. It hadn't been so long since our last romp, so I was almost surprised Charm was so eager to get in another session. Almost, because then I remembered who I was thinking about here. Charm could always get another fuck in.
I've been thinking about it since last time,
Charm said, pulling me along past the sleeping area. There were only two, each the size of a coffin, making me start to miss our old Citadel ship, and into the small armory area.
We could do anything we want with this new power of yours, right? I mean, with all of our powers.
Right. I wasn't sure I'd be ready for where she was going with this.
Well, I mean, normal style is great and all, and I could never get enough of you. But hey, we can do whatever we want. Might as well try it, right?
My mind started racing with all of the ideas she had, and I frowned. This was going to be intense, and I honestly needed some rest before we landed on planet. She bit her lip, staring at me with her eyes wide and vulnerable.
I know it isn't, the real thing, but can you put me in the red dress?
That caught me completely off guard. I was expecting her to want to turn me into a foxman or give her a strap-on or something crazy. Of course, I said, pulling myself together.
Okay, wait. Just turn around and make it happen. I want it to seem real.
She grinned, but then put a finger on my chest.
To be clear, you still owe me the real thing.
Naturally. I took her finger, kissed it, then turned. Ready?
Almost,
she said, and I could hear the sounds of her clothes coming off. The anticipation was building, much more than any dragon sex or other randomness could have done.
Okay, do it,
she said. I closed my eyes, focused on the red dress, and then slowly turned. Holy fuck. My mouth went dry, my chest clenching as a rush of blood left my head above, moving down. It wasn't only to my groin, though, but everywhere. Blood rushing, tingling all over me, and my hand actually shook as I reached out and caressed the edge of the silk that clung to her hip. The dress fell below the neckline, but not enough to seem overly sexual. It was more of a fancy dinner gown, I supposed, though what did I really know of those anyway? The bottom fell around her ankles, and when she spun, there was even an opening for her tail, which curled around her, then fell back at my sight.
Can you make it go away, too?
She asked. I didn't have to ask to know she meant the tail. Stepping close so that our bodies lightly pressed together, I put my free hand to her cheek, staring into her eyes. I would never. Before she could protest or say another word, I pressed my lips to hers, enjoying the warmth, the soft touch of the dress as it moved over her skin. Then she was hiking it up, pulling my cock free, and I had her, lifting her up with her legs over my thighs. Our tongues were going wild, our lips never really separating, only granting momentary escapes for breaths. Her hands were going through my hair, caressing my chest, feeling the biceps I'd barely had before becoming this super and leveling up so much. And I was grabbing her ass, squeezing it until I thought it would pop, and suddenly she was clenching me tight, moaning into me, and her body arched back so that I could barely hold on. When she came back up, she was breathing heavily, eyes looking dazed.
Did you come?
She asked. Wouldn't you know? I replied with a grin. She blinked, chest shuddering, and then pulled herself off of me.
I want you to finish in my mouth.
Yeah? She nodded, weak and almost stumbling as she knelt. You really don't have to, I said.
Shut up.
She ran her hands over my thighs, eyes level with my cock, staring at it as it seemed to stare right back at her.
Ooh, carrot cake,
she said with a yelp and laughed.
Think you can make food?
I doubt it would be, nutritious or filling. Maybe you could taste it, but it wouldn't.
That's all we need. Make carrot cake.
I blinked, but shrugged and made a slice of carrot cake appear next to her. She laughed, clapped her hands together, then ran her finger through the cream cheese frosting. She dragged her frosting-covered finger over my cock, ensuring she got some on my balls as well. It was slightly cold, causing a shiver to run through my body. When she leaned in and started licking it off of me, I understood.
Best dessert ever,
she said as she licked her lips, then took me fully in her mouth. I had to agree. The cake vanished as she finished me off in another 3 quick strokes, putting my hands on her head and making me pull her in with the motion until I was done. When she pulled back, she licked her lips, grinned, and said,
Fucking amazing.
It was only then that I noticed the dress had gone too. She looked down with a pout.
It must have vanished when you came.
I can bring it back, I offered, already starting to focus to make it so. She stood, holding a hand to my chest.
No, don't. The next time I wear that dress, I want it to be the real thing.
I nodded, understanding completely. A commotion sounded outside. A moment later, Shimmer opened the door, peeking in.
There you two are. Damn, again?
She laughed.
Just wanted to see who's up for sleep next.
Sleep sounded excellent, but I motioned to Charm. Go for it.
We'll both squeeze in there,
Charm said. Shimmer gave her a skeptical look, but shrugged.
Suit yourself, though I gotta warn you, it's cramped, and no pillows, by the way. We'll figure it out, thanks.
Charm and I dressed, Shimmer watching with a grin.
At the rate you've been going.
Shimmer laughed.
I imagine you two will want to sleep until tomorrow at least. Don't forget, we have a couple of real dickheads to kill. All I need is a cat nap.
Charm grinned. Her making animal references? She must have been in a good mood. We found the sleeping chamber and saw that Shimmer was right.
Do you trust me?
Charm asked. Of course.
Okay, well, and you don't find the tale, I don't know, disgusting?
Charm, it's part of you. I love all of you. She bit her lower lip and motioned me in, following a moment later. We were already pressed up against each other, her tail taking up more room, but then she maneuvered to her side, her tail coming up behind her and wrapping around where our heads would go.
Give it a try. Comfortable as hell.
I looked over, realizing she wanted me to use her tail as a pillow. You're serious? It won't hurt? She shrugged and motioned for me to lie down. I did, and damn, it was more comfortable than any pillow I'd ever used. Once I was down, she managed to curl up with me, our bodies pressed together. If we were in any other situation, I doubted I'd have been able to sleep like that, but as it was, my eyes closed immediately, and dreamland took me. Clamoring sounded outside, waking us, but then I realized it was something else. Explosions. I bolted upright, waking Charm and wiping a small bit of drool from her mouth. Her breath smelled like carrot cake frosting. I had to laugh at that, then made a mental note to find us some toothbrushes. I glanced at the tail, then shook my head. That would be taking it too far, surely. Finally, she was up, heard the noise, and alertness kicked in. We charged out of there. Twitch, I said, running in to find her dodging shots. I thought you said you'd cover our arrival.
I'm not fucking perfect,
She countered.
Fuck!
Another shot nearly hit, then an explosion in the sky. This didn't look good. Chapter 13.
We need every ship to land unharmed.
Twitch said, slamming the side of her seat with a fist before returning to her pink screens, then her main controls.
Shit! Have any ideas?
Andromeda said, looking pointedly at me.
Because if you don't, I'm going out there to tear them some new assholes.
Shimmer, I said, turning her way. Why haven't you made it look like we're not here, or...
Tried that.
Shimmer replied.
Problem is, it doesn't matter. My best guess is it's all AI-based. They're sensing us, not seeing us.
So throwing up a storm won't do much good either then.
Gale said, frowning.
And we can't very well target their AI if we don't know where it is.
Twitch cut back in.
I've been trying to locate the source, but no luck.
And our friends in the other ships? I asked. Twitch glanced back, then pulled up the comms to talk with the other vessels in our unlikely fleet. Immediately, the images of Letha, Ezra, and a new guy with dreadlocks and a head bobbing up and down on his lap appeared on our screens. Geesh. Apparently, I wasn't the only sex-crazed one on these ships. Though at least I wasn't doing it in the middle of battle.
Any ideas would be welcome,
Twitch said, dodging again.
Drunk, really?
Letha said, frowning. He grinned, shrugged, and said,
It isn't hurting anyone.
A lady lifted her head up, unfortunately giving us a view of Trunk's humongous cock in the process.
Hurting me a bit, but I love it.
Fucking hell,
Ezra said.
We're all gonna die. Exactly,
Trunk replied.
That's why I'm going out in style.
Ideas!
Twitch said.
Retreat.
Arupa, the demon lady with Ezra, said. How's that help us? I asked.
We don't actually retreat,
She clarified.
just to make it look like we are. Turn the ships back, exit atmosphere, but not until several of us have made a break for it. We get down there, shut down their monitoring equipment, and the ships come back to join us.
Us? Meaning you're in?
Ezra asked from her side.
Best way to get in, I figure, is with my shadow strike, me and Gale. Gale, you can use your wind power to let us fall and then swoop us up at the last minute so we don't die. Right?
Well, shit.
Gale said, massaging her chin.
Maybe?
I'll take maybe.
Arupa said. And I'm going, I said. I can make some useful illusions, and if we get into a tight spot, I'm good at fighting my way out.
While the rest of us hang out, hoping you three can take care of it?
Charm scoffed.
No way. Right, Twitch?
Twitch tilted her head left, then right, then left again.
Do it. And...
She swiped her screen toward me so that my minimap appeared with a blinking dot.
Best I can tell, the attackers are coming from there. Signal might be as well.
Got it, I replied, happy to at least have a target.
Shit.
Charm said, and then whipped her tail about in frustration.
I'm coming too.
You, I started, but she shook her head, eyes going wild.
Another fighter and one who can cloak?
She stared, waiting for me to say something. When I didn't, she added,
Exactly what I thought. Let's go.
You all have fun down there. I'll keep making it happen up here.
Trunk said, already starting to pull back up with his ship, his left eye twitching as he did so. Turn his display off already, I said, realizing he was likely about to orgasm. What the hell's wrong with people? He laughed as he disappeared from the display.
He was on Planet Kill too long,
Letha said.
Can't blame him, not after that.
I didn't know what to say there, knowing her background with the place. Giving her a nod, I motioned to Charm and Gale and said, We better really need this guy.
Trust me,
Twitch said.
Whatever they have waiting for us at Orion, this will be cake compared to that.
Carrot cake,
Charm said with a grin my way, then licked her lips as we headed for the door, then to the ramp.
Do I want to know what that was about?
Gale asked, joining us.
Carrot cake?
Actually, no spoilers.
Charm clapped her on the shoulder.
I'll let you find out firsthand next time.
Just for that?
Gale pulled open the ramp and then ran and grabbed us both as she threw herself out, carrying us with her. Fuck! I shouted as we descended through open sky, bullets and explosions zipping past us. A shimmer of the ship's shield showed it had been hit, but Twitch managed to turn it around and was shooting back up into the sky. Charm was shouting with joy, laughing, and suddenly vanished, cloaking, and then there was a flash of darkness, as if the shadows around Gale had shifted, and Arupa appeared there, grinning wickedly before pointing herself down for a free fall. Seeing her up close like that was an intimidating sight. She was straight up Xena warrior princess buff, but with curved horns coming out of the top of her head and red glowing eyes. If I'd been back on Earth before knowing about supers and seen her, I'd have been convinced I was having a nightmare.
Enjoy the ride,
Arupa said.
And you better save us, Gale. Don't you pull that shit like last time.
Last time? I shouted, realizing I probably wasn't going to get an explanation about how they knew each other until we landed. Gale shouted,
Focus!
And then fell past me, descending quicker with an extra push of wind, I imagined. Maybe she meant to land first, then use her powers from there. In the meantime, I did focus, but on the topic of what sort of illusions I could use to help us here if Gale's wind powers weren't enough. Could I change the ground to water? Even if I could, not sure that would help. Make it a trampoline? I laughed, thinking back to this classic game I'd found in the system called A Boy and His Blob. It was a game where the boy gave jelly beans to his blob to make the blob into things, like a trampoline. In this case, sex helped fuel my powers, so I was basically the blob, with sex as my jelly beans. Damn it. Now I was craving jelly beans. And the ground was coming up fast. I considered growing wings and doing the dragon thing again, but that had drained me and I needed to be ready. Instead, I chose to trust Gale would have this figured out. Something tickled my ear and I freaked out, then heard Charm laughing as I noticed the shimmer of the sun on her in her cloaked form, and shouted, Please don't distract me when I'm trying to stay alive!
I wouldn't let you die.
She shouted back.
And if you did die, I'd come with you and bring you back. Don't you know anything about me yet?
Talk about clingy! Whack! This time she had apparently whipped me in the ass with her tail, causing me to let out a yelp.
Watch what you say.
She appeared momentarily and then vanished again. The ground was really getting close now, and I wanted to shout, to suddenly become the dragon, to turn the rock to cotton balls, something, anything. But then the gust of wind hit, and I saw Gale among the rocks below, bracing herself and moving her hands in circular sweeping motions. Arupa was there 1 minute, then popping up behind Gale a second later, grinning up at us as we passed. Coming in hard! I shouted, and then Charm was there at my side, uncloaked, grabbing my hand and screaming. I had to hope nobody was around to hear that. Another gust of wind hit, but I could tell Gale didn't have this quite to the point where we wouldn't get at least a little hurt, so I said fuck it, swung around to grab Charm, and busted out my dragon wings. We caught the wind. Gale saw what was happening and let it down. As we glided to the ground next to them, Arupa stared at me, wide-eyed.
That's something else.
He's taken.
Charm glared. Arupa laughed.
Girl, I got a man. Ezra keeps me satisfied in more ways than I can count.
Charm grinned.
We'll have to compare notes sometime.
How about we not? I said, but the ladies were too busy laughing, Gale included. Mission! Remember? They all nodded, laughter dying off, and glanced around. I pulled up the mini-map Twitch had set up for me and indicated the route we had to take. We started off, running and leaping through the rocks. Soon the shots into the skies and explosions had died off, telling us our ships had left atmosphere. Clear, I mumbled, only a moment later seeing several fighter craft, round but for a crescent edge at the front, go zooming up into the air, coming from the direction where my mini-map showed us as going.
Quickly,
Arupa said, and she pushed over a rock, looked back, and said,
Try to catch up.
A moment later, she was gone. I saw the compound ahead. It was mostly built into the ground, it seemed. Judging from parts of it, we could see where rocks gave out to lower levels in the terrain, but it had several layers of white metal above the surface. Turrets swiveled, clearly ready for more action. Arupa appeared in a window, motioning us to get our asses in there, then vanished again. Damn, keeping up with her might actually be a challenge. Here we go. I took off in a sprint. Chapter 14. When we entered the outpost, Arupa already had 3 bodies on the floor. She stood in the entryway to the next room, waiting for a response.
I don't know how you all do it,
Gale said, shaking her head.
but these people
Aren't people at all.
Arupa cut in. Excuse me? Arupa knelt down next to the closest one, grabbed the corpse by his hair, and pulled up. Sure enough, where the throat had been cut open, there was what looked like blood, but in fact was a synthetic material. Charm sniffed and nodded.
Not real blood.
So, like androids? I said, kind of geeking out. People had androids on Earth, but not me. Hell, I'd even heard of some people with sex bots at home, basically paying for high-end android sex ladies. Not my thing, but having seen a few of them being advertised, I could certainly understand it. She nodded and motioned me on.
And there's more.
We entered the next room, and I saw what she meant. It led down via a circular staircase for several floors, lined with all sorts of server racks and monitors set up. Mostly, though, they were plug-in spots.
It's like with the pyramids.
Gale said, taking it all in.
This whole place is controlled centrally.
Right, but instead of a super controlling the core, it has an AI system, likely channeled through all of their planets.
Maybe,
Arupa said, shrugging. She glanced back at us, nodding.
Hey, I didn't know if you could really pull off the fall. That was impressive. And you made it in good time, too.
You doubted me?
Gale guffawed. Maybe it's best if we stay focused, I said, but Gale continued, asking what would have happened if they hadn't made it, and how the rest of them would get along then. Whatever. I was tuned out because I'd noticed something below. Movement. Going to the edge, I crouched, held up a hand for silence, but didn't get any. Well, whatever was down there would know we were here at this point anyway, so I leaped down the first set of stairs, ran, and then went for the next set. When I landed, I came face to face with a tall Asian woman, the type that would appear in ads about transcendence, about escaping the shithole that was Earth. At first, I looked around to see if she was in danger, but even before she attacked, I processed what this was. Why have a model when you could have the perfect specimen? Of course she was one of the androids. I dodged her strike and then pushed back when she pulled a blade. "Got something down here!" I shouted, and a moment later Arupa was with me in the fight, the other 2 following close behind. A good kick sent me flying through a nearby wall, where an image flashed with the shape of 3 people and a machine whirring to life. I didn't have time to see what it was, because the android seemed intent on attacking me more than the ladies.
Chad Bostwick, you have not earned the right to ascend, she
said, coming at me again. When I dodged this time, I saw a face, only it wasn't attached to anyone yet. It was moving along a belt part of the machine and looked very much like one of the dead androids upstairs. This thing was building new ones. Something had to be done about this place. "Keep her busy," I told Charm and went for the machine first. My thought was simply to stop it, but when I pulled up a screen with my troubleshooter active, another idea came to mind. If I could adjust aspects of it, and I already knew I'd been able to work as the station's core with the pyramid before, maybe that could work here too, somehow. Not sure how to do it, I pulled out my blaster, shooting through wires. Then, with a deep breath and hoping to all that was holy that I wasn't about to kill myself, I grabbed the wires and shoved them to my temples, focusing on all those powers at once. To be careful, I also brought down the heavenly light to heal myself in case any damage was done.
What the fuck is he doing?
Gale shouted as the android leaped for me, but then froze as I screamed out, feeling all of the planet, the energy of the whole place, and all of the androids there. I could sense them all, and it was like I was in them, like I was everywhere, at least everywhere on planet. My vision was replaced with images of men and women in white robes playing an ancient form of chess, others eating, 2 fucking, and 1 standing on a rooftop staring off into the distance at nothing. Then I was back, staring straight into my own eyes. That was odd, I thought, and with a flash I was back, staring into the android's eyes as she stared into mine. Holy hell, I'd just been inside her. Not in the way I tended to like being inside of women, but it was like I had been her.
"What did you do?"
Arupa asked, looking very confused. I think... I pulled the wires away, let them fall, but felt energy surging in me still. Even saw sparks emerge from my hands. Apparently, my heavenly light skill had helped keep the power and connection into the system. I just took over the planet's AI, maybe. To confirm, I closed my eyes and was back in the android looking at me. Next, I had her turn around, wave sheepishly, and then pick her nose. Returning to my own body, I laughed. Is this some OP shit or what?
OP?
Charm asked. Yeah, you know, like overpowered. When a character in a game gets too strong, nobody can fuck with him.
"I'm still not following,"
Arupa admitted.
"You are the planet?"
Yes. Right now, anything the AI could do, I bet I could take over, if I wanted. I could feel the power surging through me like I was one with the system. But it was temporary, I was pretty sure. Already I could feel it less powerful than when I started. First things first. I sent out a message, hoping Twitch would be able to receive it, that my powers through this system were strong enough. The coast is clear, I told her. Second, I turned to this android in front of me. The 12-year-old trapped in me wanted to tell her to strip, curious as to how detailed the system made these things, but that wasn't my purpose here. You fight for us now, I told her. Whatever programming you have to make you think for yourself, to serve the planet's AI, or however the fuck this works, all of that goes out the door. Understood? The android nodded.
Of course, Master. Yeah.
Gale looked from the android to me, then laughed.
This should make the whole thing go down much smoother.
My comms beeped on a second later, followed by Twitch's voice saying,
I got some strange message saying all was clear.
That's us,
Gale replied through the same channel.
Apparently, our boy here's finding new skills for his hacking powers.
I wasn't sure the regular comms were going to work, I said.
Nice work, Breaker. We'll come find you all and then determine the best place to lay low. Shimmer will set up illusions, so don't worry if you don't see us.
I focused on my new sight through the planet's system and was able to see the sky, blue lines forming the shapes of the ships as they descended. If the system was still in control of itself, this is what it would be seeing. As it was, I had control. We moved to the exit, but I paused, seeing the android following us. You have a name?
Before, I was Agris,
she said.
Now, I can be whatever you want me to be.
The way she eyed me up and down with those words caused Charm to guffaw, then step up to her, ready to throw down.
Watch it.
Charm, you're talking to a robot.
Gale said.
Hardly a threat. Am I not?
Agris said. Enough from you, I told her. Agris will do fine, but I don't want any more flirting from you. Nothing that would upset Charm. Got it?
And Charm would be this animal hybrid woman?
Agris asked. A twang sounded when Charm punched Agris in the face and then shouted,
Fuck!
As she held her hand.
That hurt.
Maybe we leave the robot behind,
Gale said.
Nah, fuck that.
Charm countered while Arupa watched all this with amusement. You want her to come along? I asked.
How else am I going to make her suffer?
Charm grinned at the android and then walked past me to go outside.
She seems different,
Agris said.
It's kind of hot.
I laughed. You're a smart robot.
Not a robot,
she said.
Well, not really. I like to think of those as beneath me.
Right.
We really should get going,
Arupa said, gesturing for us to head out first. Before I went, I turned and took Agris's hand. Welcome to the team. For now. Chapter 15. We all convened at the ships, the other group disembarking so that we could finally all meet each other in person. I felt relaxed as I watched the various figures step out. Now that I was in control of the planet's surveillance system and Shimmer was ensuring we wouldn't be seen from above, in case they had other ways of monitoring us, such as space supers. Not that we were done with our mission by any means, though we had accomplished much by this point. We had accomplished several objectives in this mission, and I had a feeling that this new one, taking down Muerta and Plague, and then Orion Corp, would all be part of some even larger strategy. But what made me feel at peace was the team we'd acquired, and the friends we were making along the way. With Charm, Twitch, Gale, Shimmer, and now Andromeda at my side, I didn't care how outnumbered we were. Sure, we might die. We might be defeated, tortured, and torn apart, never to see each other again. All of that was a possibility, given the circumstances. Even so, I knew we were the best team for the job. We had my brother back at the Citadel working his side of the battle simultaneously, too, against those strange nihilists and their allies.
What the fuck are you?
Sherry, the one with the blue pigtails, asked. At first, I was too busy looking at her strange getup to realize who she was talking to. She was carrying a sword with a small teddy bear hanging from it, and wearing a red sort of armor suit with a miniskirt built in and a smiley face over her left breast. Quite the oddball, not even counting the tattoos. And then the lady went flying back, Charm wobbling as a punch missed. Oh shit, I muttered, already charging forward to get between them. Luckily, a few others had the same thought, including Ezra and a large hybrid man who reminded me of the bear we'd fought earlier, but who had more white fur than brown.
What's going on here?
Letha called out, stepping up. She was an imposing figure, even when you knew she didn't have any superpowers. Then again, I knew what she was capable of. She was wearing an ensemble quite different from the shorts and mesh vest black in her Planet Kill days. She must have found an outfit on that ship because she was decked out like one of the asylum guards in a similar cop look to Ezra.
She-Wolf over there tried to punch me,
Shari said, sword pointing at Charm.
Fuck,
Twitch said with a laugh.
Watch it.
Charm, I said, stepping up next to her. Can we try not to start a fight with our new friends the first time we get to actually meet them?
You hear what she said?
Charm asked, turning on me now. I did, and turning on Sherry, I frowned, not liking the way she was pointing her blade at me now.
Darling,
Ezra said with a glance her way. Sherry frowned, then sheathed her sword and cracked a smile.
I was just having fun, Foxy. The voices told me to say it, that's all. They're telling me you don't like being called Foxy either. But guess what? I don't fucking like flying. It hurts my stomach. So we can all be a bit grumpy, huh? And just leave it at that.
I wasn't sure how to interpret this lady, but a look from Ezra and I got it. Not fully there. Or at least not the same style of saying I was used to. When Charm came over and whispered,
Please, just let me punch her one time.
I had to laugh, even though I shook my head. The crazy girl kinda deserved it, but we were here for a purpose. and judging by the look of annoyance on Andromeda's face, it was time to get down to business. Ignoring all of that, I said, holding out my hands to everyone. It's nice to meet you. I'm called Breaker, but my real name is Chad. I take it everyone is now familiar with the concept of supers? Trunk was the only one to raise his hand. I was relieved to see he was wearing one of the guard outfits as well, instead of merely the loincloth he was known for. At my nod, he said,
Still trying to wrap my mind around the idea. But back there in Abaddon, we were exposed a bit.
Short version of the story, supers were the colonists that left for the Oram system long ago. The sun there changed them, giving some of them powers.
Them, you say?
Letha assessed me.
I'm pretty sure you have powers too.
I nodded. Apparently, my brother and I, though raised on Earth, were children of some very powerful supers. We can get into it when we travel again, or during our next downtime. I'd love to hear more of your stories, especially Letha and Trunk. What happened after you both ascended?
Technically, I never did,
Trunk said.
But yeah, story for another time.
I nodded. Andromeda looked my way, not so annoyed at least. Trunk, your father will really be able to show us where Orion Corp is? Even get us in?
He has the knowledge and know-how. You just gotta do the convincing.
We've got that covered,
Charm assured him.
As long as you don't lose your temper, I guess?
Tink said, but at a look from Charm went small, fluttering next to Ezra's shoulder. Right, don't you worry about Charm, I told them. She's reliable. Each of you worry about your own team when we get there. Right now, we're going to need just a small group, including Trunk, to get his father and escape with the man. That means going with me will be Trunk, Charm, and, Trunk, you want to take one of yours? The man adjusted himself, clearly not used to wearing so much clothing, and shrugged.
Knowing my dad and where he'll be, I'll say my boy Drano there.
Drano? I wasn't sure if he was screwing with me, but a short guy with pearly white stepped forward, rubbing his hands together.
Reporting for duty,
Drano shouted. Why him? I asked. Some power that'll help? A knowledge about this sort of stuff? Trunk laughed.
Nah, just that my dad's the type to hang out at whorehouses, and I promised this guy I'd buy him a lay.
Fucking classy,
Letha said with a laugh.
Hey, anytime you want to come back my way for a spin, you let me know.
The other hybrid next to Letha growled, but she put a hand on his chest.
Darnell, please. We have a history, that's all.
Trunk grinned, staring down the hybrid known as Darnell. I had to wonder about this whole situation, but figured it was much too complicated to get into at the moment. Letha turned back to Trunk, glared, and then turned back my way.
And the rest of us?
Twitch cut in.
We'll have 2 ships in orbit in case there's trouble, and the rest can wait here, ready to go. I'd like to get some time for us all to spar, get to know each other's strength in a fight, that sort of thing, so that we're a cohesive unit. Good thinking.
Gale gave her a respectful nod.
I like it too,
Letha chimed in.
Just remember, we don't all have superpowers. That said, we know how to shoot and where a blade goes.
Make it fast,
Andromeda said, rotating her neck and then stretching her arms.
I'm
ready to get out of here, I know, I said, earning a couple of chuckles from my team. Sorry, but we all are. If Drano here's really going to visit a whorehouse, he better be a true 1-minute man.
I can do even quicker,
the short guy said, giving me a thumbs up.
10 seconds, maybe 30, tops.
And where would you have me, Master?
Agris asked, earning a nervous glance from all around.
We can watch her,
Twitch said.
If anyone comes by, she can cover for us. Assure them all's normal.
Good call, I replied, then turned to the android. Do that. She nodded, hands folded in front of her, and gave me a pleasant, very awkward smile. I laughed, waving them on. Let's get to it then. The 4 of us took off at a jog, following the route on my mini-map and Trunk's instructions to make our way to the main city, but it turned out we didn't need either. Rounding the first outcropping of rocks, we saw the city not far off. Sparkling marble shone in the midday sun of this planet, and from here I could just make out the movement of people in the streets. We chose to go around the backside, sticking to the hills in order to move in undetected. The landscape here was all fake, I imagined. The nature of paradise was that it couldn't exist in perfection without being altered to be so. At least, that's how much of humanity viewed it at this point in time. It was hard, therefore, to not look around at the swaying trees, the oversized flowers that grew out of mossy rocks on the side of the mountains, and distant waterfalls with rainbows and all. Charm said, glancing around. Eh? I asked at the same time as Trunk.
I don't know. I like my planets to have some character to them,
she said.
This place kinda has a princess tort feel to it.
I don't follow, I admitted.
Wait, like a princess cake?
Drano asked, and then burst out laughing.
Yeah, I see what she means.
Charm gave him a pleased nod, then explained.
See, princess tort is a certain kind of cake, one the fancy people like to eat back home. I mean, I've heard they do, and even seen a couple. Finally, one day I was on this ship with my old guild, and there's this amazing cake. Princess style, right? Blue frosting covering it, even a little tiara-looking ring of frosting with jewels and flowers. So I say, fuck it, I'll take a bite. I was even about to take the whole thing, until I bit in and almost gagged. It's all sugar.
You love sugar, I pointed out. She turned and tapped my nose like it was the button for getting something wrong.
I love the frosting from carrot cake, true. Pineapple upside-down cake is damn good.
And my favorite.
Trunk cut in.
See, smart man, good boy. But I don't like either when they're too sweet. The carrot cake frosting has to have the perfect cream cheese ratio, while in my opinion, the right pineapple upside-down cake gets its sweetness from the fruit, with a hint of brown sugar.
I laughed. I'm learning so much about you on this trip.
So yeah, this place is the princess kind of cake. All sugar, no yum.
What would that make Earth then, I wonder?
Drano laughed. Thinking that over, I suggested, moldy orange? He scoffed.
Nah, not for me. I love Earth. I'd take it any day over this shit.
Deep dish pizza,
Trunk said.
Or pizza pie, if you prefer. Earth ain't about the sugar, it's about the substance. The meat.
He grabbed his crotch and let out a laugh, to which Charm rolled her eyes. Trying to change the subject, I glanced over at Drano. And, how'd you get your name?
Just what my stepdaddy named me.
The guy suddenly frowned.
Something wrong with my name?
No, Trunk, we get it. I tried not to glance at the huge bulge in Trunk's pants.
And Breaker?
Drano countered.
I think it's hot,
Charm said. Actually, I've been toying with a new name. Something like Space Paladin. I beamed, waiting to hear their adoration for the name, but was only met with silence. Then laughter from the two guys.
Listen,
Trunk said, patting me on the shoulder.
I don't know how the naming stuff works over in Superland, so if that works, cool. But here, that's fucking lame.
Oh.
Stick with Breaker,
Charm said, but pointed at my heart.
You can be Space Paladin in here.
And she leaned in to whisper.
And in the bedroom if you want.
I chuckled, waving it off. Whatever. Fine. Tabled. For now. At that point we were coming up on the hills that led down to the city, so we ducked low and looked for the best route in. A group of people were having a pool party, some nude and others in full robes of white and gold. It would have looked quite ridiculous if I wasn't used to these sorts of images from the propaganda posters back home. We moved closer, the other three staying back while I snuck close enough to get a good view. I found a spot among some tall palms and glanced around, finding some inhabitants who looked a bit like us, then applied the illusion. A glance back showed the other three looked like doppelgangers for the three I'd selected from the party, so I imagined I looked like the fourth.
You had to choose this girl?
Charm said, patting her now very flat-looking chest.
I didn't have much there to begin with. Now this?
There was plenty before, and this is temporary, I countered, not wasting any more time. We don't know how long the party will last, and getting off this planet as soon as possible is a priority.
I gotta say, though,
Trunk cut in.
She has a point.
Yuck!
Charm said, and I turned to see that Trunk had lifted up his white robe to whip out his cock, or rather a tiny little thing that didn't live up to his name.
Breaker?
Trunk said, glaring my way. I laughed, then shrugged. I didn't get a chance to see what they looked like under their clothes, so made some assumptions. Put that little thing away. He growled, doing so.
When this is over, if I'm missing even an inch... Wait, actually, that might not be bad. Could you make that happen?
I grimaced. Not really, and, sorry, not something I'm going to use my powers for, even if I could. What if I botched it?
Good point. Fine. When this is over, I expect to be my full self.
As long as you promise not to show us anything ever again.
Charm chimed in.
I'll hold him accountable.
Deal. It was incredibly weird walking with them, talking and hearing their voices, but all of us looking like complete strangers. Charm's fake face had a cuteness to her, but not in a way that I was attracted to. I made sure of that because I didn't want her thinking I wanted her to look any different than she really was. Her real self was gorgeous, but she could get a tad jealous sometimes. I'd earned her wrath once, and hoped to never do so again. Once we passed the tall, pristine buildings, we emerged onto a street that looked exactly like all the streets on Earth should have looked, or would have, if everyone hadn't been so poor and we hadn't been largely abandoned by the wealthier folks moving off to other planets. It was a wide road with patterns in the streets, fountains, hanging lights and lanterns, and large holo-display ads showing off jewelry, dresses, and the newest architecture available to those on the Paradise planets, for those who wanted upgrades.
Sugar up the ass.
Charm nodded like she'd proven her point.
This lady's got a mouth on her,
Reno commented.
It still count as your gal if she looks like this?
Yes, Charm and I replied simultaneously.
Hey, just asking.
He winked at me as if I was supposed to find it funny.
There.
Trunk indicated a building that looked slightly out of place among the rest.
You can always tell the type of place my dad would be by the red lantern hanging out front. A way to keep it classy, you could say.
Stay close. I started across the street, meandering past the fountains and starting to feel very uncomfortable here. Halfway across the street, a signal hit me. It was weird to think of it that way, but since I was still linked to the planet's network, it was exactly that. A warning about intruders. I looked around, using my system sight to glance over to where we'd left our look-alike friends. No, it wasn't telling me to look there.
What is it?
Charm asked. Something's wrong. I scanned, searching for the source of the signal, and then I saw warnings flash in the opposite direction, far off. My sight zoomed, throwing my balance off, and suddenly I was looking at ships that didn't seem to quite be there. Ships I'd seen before, in a sense. They were rough in design, jagged like serrated blades. Somehow, the Nihilists had made it to the Milky Way galaxy. Chapter 16. Nihilists? I said, not sure if I believed it, trying to keep my focus as we moved toward the building where we'd find Trunk's father.
How?
Charm asked, thrown by it as well. Twitch, I said into my comms. I'm sending some images to the screen. Copy?
Copy,
she replied, breathing hard.
I was sparring with that Letha chick. Girl can hit. Looking now.
Her breath caught.
Fuck me.
Exactly.
Guys, grab him and get back here. Breaker, see if you can throw up defenses against them, though I'm not sure how that'll work with the whole other dimension or whatever it is they use.
Agreed, I replied. We took off running for the building with the red light while I set the system defenses to full attack mode. I wasn't sure that's what was happening, but we couldn't be too safe. From the knowledge I had managed to gather about them, their type weren't supposed to have been able to access the Milky Way. But it was only a matter of time, I supposed.
This is totally fucked.
Charm reached the door first and held it open for us.
I thought getting rid of Ranger would have... Oh, shit.
What? We ducked inside, my eyes not yet adjusting to the dark, and Charm whispered,
What if him coming to our galaxy led the way? I mean, maybe he came to Abaddon and had something on him that plotted the course, or the portal left something behind, and fuck!
Madam,
A deep, raspy female voice said from behind us, and we turned to see a woman at the desk. Well, the silhouette of her anyway, with just enough of a red glow to start being able to make out that she wore a dress with a high collar and had her hair up in a bun.
This is a place of business. Do you have business here?
Trunk stepped forward, grinning.
Your finest for my man here. Got it?
She looked from him to Drano and frowned.
I warned you last time.
We've changed, really. We promise.
That's right,
Drano added. A glance my way as if my face belonged to someone important, and I nodded.
Fine,
she said.
Your usual, will it be?
Please,
Drano replied. The woman opened a small door in her booth, then started to lead us down the hall.
How is this going to help us?
Charm asked in a whisper.
Trust me,
Trunk hissed back. The room the lady led us to was down 2 flights of stairs, a sort of bathhouse with a stone area in the middle where men and women were lying down on slabs and receiving massages from the white-coated staff. Some had floating screens in front of them, tuned into Planet Kill. What else would I expect? Others were sleeping, while a couple in the corner were getting hand jobs. One lady was taking on 2 guys at once. Not exactly my scene.
Calypso?
The lady called out, and one of the women, who was standing among a line of women along the far wall, stepped forward. She elbowed the woman next to her, and they both came over. But Trunk ignored them, walking right past to an old man with red receding hair, bent over the table getting a massage. No, not a massage, I saw when we were close enough. One hand was on his back, but the other was working anal beads.
Dad,
Trunk said.
It's time to go.
The man looked up, puzzled, a look of confused bliss and pain across his face, before waving off the woman. Pop, pop, pop went the beads. He took a moment, covering his obvious erection with his robes, and sat, looking at his disguised son. Titus, this isn't funny. What's the meaning of you barging in here like this? His eyes moved over to me, disdainful. And with the likes of him.
Breaker, do you mind?
Trunk asked, gesturing at himself. I broke the illusion on him. He turned back to his dad with a rather nonchalant hand under the robes to ensure he was back in his glory, and grinned.
Like I said, Dad, we gotta go.
The old man's face went pale, and I thought he was going to faint. When he didn't, anger showing as he was about to lose his shit, Charm stepped in.
We don't have time for this.
She blew a purple charm at him, then grabbed him by the hand.
Come with us now. What's going on here?
The lady named Calypso asked. I turned to see she'd already started jacking off Drano.
Just 30 seconds, like I said.
Drano called out, but we were already moving toward the exit.
Come on!
Catch up if you need it so bad, I shouted, bounding up the stairs, images of what was going on with the planet's defenses and the attacking ships cutting in. The planet's defense wasn't doing shit, as expected.
Damn it! Just...
he muttered, and I was pretty sure he'd just come. Damn, that was fast. Kind of impressive, or pathetic, I couldn't tell which.
Good old Drano.
Trunk laughed, helping Charm to get his father up the stairs.
Status check?
Whatever's happening, it's bad, I replied. More alerts went off, and I started seeing messages that told of incoming ships. Sure enough, moments later, Marine spacecraft were entering the atmosphere, attempting to take on the Nihilists. They weren't successful with their normal shots, but seemed to have a sort of energy field weapon that could hold the enemy at bay, at least temporarily. Still, this wasn't good for our escape. The Marines would see us as an enemy, I imagined, and try to attack unless we convinced them otherwise. Of course, I was still in the network, so likely had the power to do just that. We emerged back in the main room and hurried through the reception area before bursting out into the streets, where people were running and screaming, shots from above hitting the buildings and sending blocks of marble toppling down. A man ran past me and stopped to stare in confusion. It was only then that I realized it was the man whose image I had taken on, so it made sense on some level when he ran off screaming. They're cloning us! Alien invaders have cloned us! One of those moments where I wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry, but something else distracted me. Toothbrushes. A very fancy corner mart had toothbrushes and toothpaste along with all sorts of other goodies on display. Figuring that I was damn fast now, I spared the few extra seconds it took to dash in, grab a few and a bag, and run. The shouting of the store owner didn't bother me because, come on, he was a rich elitist and I was a guy in urgent need of some teeth brushing. I had several ladies to impress after all. I needed fresh breath. Halfway back into the hills, the first big explosion hit the city, decimating the area we'd been in moments earlier. I looked back, sparing the moment to realize all of those people we'd just seen, selling toothbrushes, swimming, getting head, all of them were likely dead now. Talk about a downer. As we ran, I felt horrible, wishing there was more I could have done. We were some of the most powerful supers out there, at least as far as I knew, and yet we couldn't do a hell of a lot against these nihilist assholes. At least not when we didn't have the means of crossing over to their worlds. On the plus side, though, at least I didn't feel guilty about stealing the toothbrushes anymore. Chapter 17.
Get your asses up here!
Twitch shouted through the comms for the 10th time, only now I was cresting the hill, able to see her with the last ship on the ground, the others that had remained behind hovering in a defensive formation in case the fighting came our way. Almost there, I said, and waved, only pausing to glance back and see the chaos that was the fight in the sky. As ships exploded and went tumbling into the perfect mountains and waterfalls, destroying rainbows and the dreams of many, I had to ask myself what we'd thrown ourselves into. Trunk and Drano kept on with our new friend, while Charm yelled,
"Watch out!"
and appeared at my side, pulling me out of the way as a line of bullets strafed the ground. "Motherfuckers!" I mumbled, checking to see we had no holes in us and nodding in thanks. I turned to see the ship that had attacked, then threw lightning at it with my Tempest. I didn't expect it to do much, but when our ships behind me opened up as well, my Tempest ability served to weaken the shields while the other shots hit strong, sending it crashing into the compound below. We ran, making it to the ramp moments later. "That was a Marine ship," I said to Twitch as she followed me back in and raised the ramp. "Not the enemy."
When someone's trying to kill one of ours, they become the enemy.
Fuck. She had a point, but this wasn't optimal by any means. "Get us out of here, fast, please."
Nice to see you alive, too,
she said, already going for the bridge.
Agris, take off.
I frowned in confusion, then reached for the wall as the ship jolted, clearly flying.
She's going to be pretty damn useful,
Twitch said with a wink.
As long as she doesn't turn on us and kill us all in our sleep.
We'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen. We joined the others on the bridge. Trunk's father was just coming back to his old self, the charm apparently having worn off. "Where the hell?" He turned to Trunk, eyes wide when he saw the display and the images of the battle. "What have you done?"
"This isn't us,"
Trunk replied.
"Although, I wouldn't be surprised if it's connected,"
Shimmer pointed out.
Actually, yeah.
Gale stood, holding the chair to stabilize herself as the ship rocketed away after the others to escape from the fighting.
Them showing up like this, at this exact time?
But I was trying to wrap my brain around the idea, trying to figure out how Muerta could have orchestrated it all. Ranger could have sent a signal when he went through his portal. We know he was working with Orion Corp, but it's possible he turned against them like Muerta did. If he wanted a war with the Marines, the Earthers...
He was trying to make a move to take over the Orium system while also taking out the Earthers,
Twitch said, eyes wide.
Holy shit!
And with Muerta, he could have coordinated it somehow, levering the Nihilists. Again, I shook my head, still baffled. But why the Nihilists? Why Muerta, for that matter?
Unless there's something about the way her power works with the Nihilists,
Agris offered, eyes focused on the screens. Twitch gave me an impressed look. My android wasn't so useless after all. "Let's go with that theory," I said, then lunged for a seat as the ship swerved, its shields rippling.
We've been hit,
Agris said.
Commencing evasive maneuvers. Shall I fire back?
Which side? I asked.
Does it fucking matter?
Charm asked. I gave her a stern glance, then repeated the question. Which side, Agris?
The Marines, Master.
Don't call me that. I took a seat, motioning for the others to do the same. Evasive maneuvers, and return fire, but with the intent to shoot them down, not obliterate them.
Roger that.
Agris went about it, communicating the message to the other ships. When the fuck is someone going to explain to me what's going on? Trunk's father shouted. And who are all you nut jobs?
These are my new friends,
Trunk informed him.
And what we just did was save your life from some sort of invasion that's just started. We're not sure how the enemy got through, but I'm taking it they're some sort of aliens?
That's right, I replied. Or maybe. We're not exactly sure of the nature of the Nihilists, but we do know they're not from here or from Aram, and that they're not easily fought off. They stay on this other sort of plane of existence, and the only way to really fight them is to join them on said plane. What kind of stupid fucking name is Nihilists for a bunch of aliens? Trunk's father demanded. I shrugged. Does it matter? He glared, shaking his head. Exactly. Point is, they're attacking. We think it's related to us, in that they had a vague idea where we were or how to find us, but it's so much bigger than just that.
How so?
Gale asked. Everyone turned to me for an answer for some reason. I shifted uncomfortably under their gaze. That's exactly what we're going to try and find out. 2 other Marine fighters joined the first, our shots hitting their shields but not doing much damage. We were, after all, guard ships from the Abaddon Asylum, not meant for combat in this way. Care to take them out of the air? I finally said to Gale as we started to make our way to exit atmosphere.
Gladly,
she replied, and started to conjure lightning from outside the ship, along with gusts of wind. One ship veered off, another was hit and headed down toward the ground, but the original ship stayed with us.
Shit!
Shimmer exclaimed, suddenly steering down in a way that caused Charm, who hadn't managed to strap herself in yet, to go flying up and hit the display, cracking it slightly before falling back to the ground.
Damn it!
She shouted. She reached for me just as the ship lurched wildly again. I unhitched myself, grabbing hold of the straps with one hand and reaching for her with the other. This time, as the ship tried to throw her again, I was ready and pulled back, bringing both of us to the seat with the help of my level 30 strength. As the ship leveled out, I flung Charm onto her seat. Strap in! I did the same for myself and called, What's going on, Agris?
Earthers would say the shit hit the fan,
she replied, steering to the right and then switching the view from the screen so that they showed a massive, semi-translucent ship to what was now our left.
These Nihilists you speak of have apparently gotten through, and it's not just a few stragglers.
I gawked at the image. This thing was nearly the size of the entire city they'd just destroyed. I don't understand, Trunk's father said. You all came to save me from this? Trunk frowned.
Not exactly.
Turning to Twitch, he said,
I want to get back to my ship.
When we're clear, we can make the transfer.
We wanted to take out Orion Corp,
Gale said.
That hardly seems the biggest of our worries at the moment.
You what? Trunk's father asked.
That's why we got you. We're after a supervillain who's going for Orion Corp. She means to destroy it, but there's so much more in the equation. And even some stuff that we didn't know about until now, apparently.
Trunk sighed, rubbing his temples and then adjusting himself, as he was so prone to do.
Dad, we need you to get us there now. I mean, right?
He turned to us.
That's still the plan?
Twitch and I shared a look, Shimmer staring at the screen in contemplation. I think Muerta's involved, I said. We at least need to find her to get some answers.
And then what?
Gale asked.
We can't take them alone. The Nihilists, I mean.
The Citadel,
Shimmer said, eyeing Gale to see how that went over. Gale took a deep breath, clearly not so keen on the idea, but she nodded.
And Andromeda, can't you make a portal back?
Excuse me?
Andromeda seemed insulted by the idea.
We have Muerta in our sights, and this man here able to lead us to her. Not to mention all this other bullshit going on around us. And you want to tuck tail and run to Daddy for help?
They're right, though, I cut in. If we want to stand a chance, we have to see about getting help. My brother, his team, whatever else the Citadel has to offer. She looked like she was about to punch me.
The best I'd be able to do is a portal back to where we came here. A return portal. And then, yes, we'd be able to use it to return to this location. But...
But what?
But I'm not going to. Not until we've dealt with Muerta. Andromeda.
Twitch started.
No! We're this close. I won't let her slip away again. We take her out, then do it your way. Understood?
Andromeda made eye contact with each of us in turn, daring us to try and challenge her. She was the one with the portal power, after all. It might help to have answers from Muerta before we go to the Citadel, I admitted. Orion Corp, I said to Trunk's father. You can get us there? He frowned, looking totally confused and not happy with his situation, but nodded. Then that's the plan, I said, giving Agris a nod to let her know to follow the man's instructions. We try to intercept Muerta, possibly teaching Orion Corp a lesson in the process, and then get to the Citadel to work out an attack plan. With that decision figured out, we made our way out of there. Next stop, the Orion Corp military complex. Chapter 18. It turned out that the man Trunk's father knew who could get us to Orion Corp was the scoundrel who he'd paid off to get his place on a paradise planet. Meaning we had to make a stop by the small space station bar where he could be found, thus infuriating Andromeda even further. One thing was clear. With all this anger coursing through her, she was going to need some damn good fucking when all this was over. Not just the type to make her feel good, to comfort her after finally succeeding in her mission. No, the type where she'd be scratching and biting me, probably drawing blood. The type where I'd be slamming her up against walls and she'd be pushing me back and... Charm was staring at me, clearly wondering what I was thinking about. She was all about me and Andromeda getting together, with herself involved. But still, I didn't want her to know where my mind had wandered. Before she could ask me what I was thinking about, I blurted out, I could kill for a mudslide.
What?
Just a drink. I'm thinking about the bar we're going to, wondering if they'd have it. Been a while, is all. She scrunched her nose and laughed.
You're on duty, pal. Don't forget it.
With that, she turned to watch our approach, the small space station reminding me of one of those baby toys with the curving metal and small circles and objects you move around it. This place had a rotating core for gravity, with the circular areas and pods moving about for easy transportation. Marines in space needed somewhere to go, and this was it, the place to be. Same went for Paradise Planet elites who missed mingling with those lower than themselves, the employees of places like Abaddon, and even those with the mining stations. They could all come here and mingle. It would be a hodgepodge of space society, and I was looking forward to it. Too bad Charm was right. We were on duty, and wouldn't have much of a chance to let loose. We didn't have time, considering our pursuit of a deadly supervillain, the ongoing nihilist invasion, and the possible end of civilization as we knew it. Nobody tried to question our arrival, which I figured was due to the fact that we were in an Abaddon vessel, though it might have just been that nobody cared. It was a no-questions-asked kind of place. We docked our ships together and met in the boarding zone.
We'll find the contact,
Trunk said, taking his crew and his dad.
Better keep a low profile, so you all make for the bar and pretend like you're having a good time.
I turned to Charm, grinning. She laughed.
Looks like you'll get your fun after all.
No.
Andromeda cut in, walking past us.
Pretending only. No fun to be had.
I frowned after her, but she paused, turned back, and smiled.
I'm only fucking with you. Shit, you think I don't need this right now? Hurry your asses before I drink this place out of business.
No way, I muttered to myself, then linked Charm's arm in my right, Gale's in my left, and followed her. The other ladies came close behind, Agris staying with the ships for security reasons and so as to not raise suspicions with the station's security bots. Sadly, we decided that the hybrids would have to stay with the ship too, to avoid raising alarms. Letha promised them we'd bring them back some snacks and drinks. We found our way to the main bar while Trunk's dad took him and told the rest of us to wait while he made contact with his guy.
Plus,
Letha added,
if there's trouble, he can definitely handle himself.
I was pleased to find that, although the station bartender had no idea what drinks were per my understanding, they had alcohol that closely resembled what could be found on Earth. No mudslide, but I was able to get a close proximity to a Moscow mule.
I know you,
Ezra said to Gale as we took our seat. She glanced over at him, frowned, and said,
Yeah, we go way back.
He laughed.
No, but I mean, I knew the guy who brought you in. Your case was interesting. I mean, with the Citadel. What caused you to crack?
At Gale's annoyed look, I interjected. The point is that she's on the right path now. She gave me a look of appreciation, but said,
Can the same be said for everyone here? My understanding is you were taking in criminals for the other side.
He nodded.
My mistake, yes. I knew bounty hunters who took contracts for the Citadel, but I mostly did it for Orion Corp and the like. Fully ignorant.
Yup.
Arupa interjected.
Fully ignorant,
Ezra continued,
of the bullshit they were involved with.
Sour milk? I asked Arupa. She shrugged.
Ezra here is the one who captured us. Me, Tink, and Sherry. If not for him, we'd all be off in our own worlds, doing our own thing instead of doing him.
Hey now,
Ezra said.
I mean, it's true, but...
So what, then? Stockholm Syndrome? Everyone looked at me with confusion except Letha, who laughed.
They wouldn't know what that is.
Turning to the others, she explained.
It's basically where you fall for your captor.
Sherry pursed her lips, running her thumb over the back of the head of her little finger-sized teddy bear that was attached to her sword.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But we're having fun, you know. I'd rather be here than anywhere else in the universe.
And the two of you?
Shimmer asked Arupa and Tink.
Honestly, what we're doing now is for the best,
Arupa said.
I was part of the good fight, but never on this level. I give him a hard time, but now that Ezra has his head out of his ass, he's committed.
And not in the Abaddon Asylum way.
Sherry chimed in.
But the good way. Like, committed to...
We get it.
Charm laughed, eyeing the crazy chick with affection. I'd never say Charm was crazy. Certainly not like this lady. But still, they seemed to share a connection on some level. Tink still hadn't replied, and everyone turned to her next.
Me, huh?
Tink took a drink, considered her teammates, and then reached over to put a hand on Ezra's.
We've been through a lot, and it pisses me off that the others had to stay on the ship. It pisses me off that people are looking at Arupa's horns.
She glanced at Arupa, who offered her a forced smile.
And also that I have to hide my wings.
I hadn't even noticed she was wearing the long overcoat to hide her wings until just then. She sighed, took another drink, and then continued.
So, did I have a life back home? Yeah, but it was falling apart. Here, I'm part of something. With you all. I might want to go back and visit, see if we can recruit some old friends. But this is the life for me now.
Yo-ho, I said into my glass, though nobody seemed to notice. Not that they would have understood anyway. Ezra had finished taking a drink and was now eyeing Charm curiously.
Careful, honey dear,
Sherry said, noticing.
I might get jealous and have to cut you.
He laughed, waving the comment off. Coming from her, I would have been more scared.
No, it's not that,
he said.
It's... Twitch, I've heard your story too. I'm familiar with the whole planet disappearing thing.
Which we've fixed,
Shimmer offered. At a curious glance, she said,
I was on the planet at the time. It's back now.
No shit?
Ezra looked at us, impressed.
Well, point being, I've pretty much memorized everyone's sheets, you know. I either saw the contracts or talked to someone who was involved. It was my business to know the business, and with my powers, it's easy to remember the details. So, Charm.
Yes?
She frowned in an oh-so-cute way.
Your story doesn't add up.
Charm grinned.
Because I haven't told you my story. I was at Superlean's and...
I know the story.
He leaned forward, eyeing her in a suspicious way that made me shift in my seat. It was like a strange tingling aura was coming off of him.
Thing is,
he continued,
my power is that of an empath. And nothing about you says you're lying, but at the same time, I'm getting mixed signals from you internally. I believe that you truly believe the official stories, that you think what you've told your friends here is true, but I don't buy it for a second.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Gale pushed her glass aside as if she might need access at any moment to leap across the table and beat this guy senseless. Letha was watching with interest, my team all either confused or looking hostile.
Better back the fuck up,
Aruba growled, fingernails cutting into the table. I had to step in here. Ezra's trying to help, I think, I said, looking his way for confirmation. He nodded.
For sure. Charm, is there any reason to think something else happened? Something your mind is blocking? Maybe a traumatic incident? Something so horrible you just can't allow yourself to accept it?
Her smile was long gone, her glare looking like it could tear him apart. For the first time, I noticed her eyes weren't green, but almost brown, teetering on black. She took a deep breath, put her hand to her mouth, and breathed. Faint lines of white escaped into the air, and she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were back to green, and she put on her smile.
I appreciate you trying to help, but no, my life has been fairly cut and dried.
Ezra leaned back, put his other hand on top of Tink's where it still rested on his own, and said,
Hell, maybe my powers are wrong sometimes.
Must be,
Gale muttered, still tense but backing off.
Holy fuck, you all are intense,
Letha said, downing her drink and laughing.
Should send you all to PK for a stint. See how much bullshit like a past matters after that. Oh, we've been through our share of shit,
Shimmer said.
Remember, planet vanishing and all that?
Letha laughed, not sure if it was a joke, but then saw it wasn't.
Oh, yeah, I'm not discounting your experiences. Hell, going up against supervillains like the ones we're chasing now makes me kind of worried I won't live long enough to have my revenge.
And what exactly is that revenge? I asked, realizing we hadn't gotten her story.
Yes.
She looked at the bar.
Quick version, before I need another drink. I was betrayed, sold out to PK, my family killed in the process. I'm going to kill the motherfuckers who sent them there, rip out their fucking balls and shove them down their throats and tape their mouths shut so they drown on their own fucking nuts and vomit.
Ooh, good details,
Sherry said.
Keep 'em coming.
Letha laughed, a dark, disturbing sound.
I've done my fair share already, but found out more people were involved than I originally thought. I'm going to get to the bottom of this and find every last one of them.
Sure, revenge. The noblest of plots.
I think I'm going to like you,
Letha said to Sherry, then started to stand, but Sherry leaned over, hand on her arm.
I have to warn you.
Sherry deadpanned.
Some people think I'm a little off my rocker. Out there, you know. Batshit crazy, screw loose, lost my marbles.
You don't say.
Ezra laughed.
Sherry, it's why we love you.
Sherry blushed, then leaned back.
I just want to make sure everyone knows so they aren't caught off guard.
If anyone could judge a book by their cover, in her case they wouldn't be caught off guard in the slightest. The conversation moved to more healthy topics when Charm mentioned Trunk and how he'd been getting head during the joint comms session earlier. Sherry admitted she'd seen it and tried to go down on Ezra at the same time, but he'd been a party pooper. Letha started eyeing the bar again. As I scanned the table, I noticed Shimmer looking over at me playfully. She saw me watching and ran her tongue ever so subtly along her upper lip, then nodded away. I shrugged, downing the last of my drink.
Ladies,
Shimmer interjected, hand held up in apology.
Mind if I borrow Breaker here for a few minutes?
Charm bit her lip, knowing exactly what Shimmer meant apparently, and winked.
Get yours, girl. We'll find you if there's trouble.
Letha laughed.
That'll be my cue to check in with the others at the ship.
Then headed to the bar to see what she could take back for them. Gale hopped up to offer her help, while Shimmer and I left the rest of them behind.
It's been too long,
Shimmer said. The other ladies were enjoying their conversation, and knowing that we didn't have a lot of time, seemed perfectly fine with letting Shimmer get some alone time. The two of us never seemed to get as much time together as I did with Charm or Twitch. I made a note to get some Gale time in soon, too. As much as nobody showed jealousy, I wanted to be a great lover. A man who could be there for each of them and show them some personal attention. Likewise, giving them their time with each other was important, and they seemed to be hitting it off with our new friends. We moved past several sketchy-looking men and women, shoulder-bumping one guy who nearly spilled his drink and called out something to me. But I wasn't about to be bothered with such things, not when Shimmer's sexy ass was leading me toward heaven. From my understanding of heaven, though, stepping into the cramped station's bathroom was a stretch. "There's gotta be a better spot," I protested as she pulled me in.
No time.
She locked the door, already starting to pull at my shirt and kiss my neck.
I'd love to get involved with the others at the same time, but...
She glanced around at our small space station bathroom.
No room.
I laughed, then had an idea. Making an illusion, the room suddenly looked like it had spread out into a beach, a blanket on the sand at our feet. Don't worry, no sand in your, you know. It's just a visual illusion.
Two can play at that game.
She grinned, then cocked her head and made the rest of our team appear around us, all caressing each other, watching us, waiting. I laughed. Really?
Hey, it's gotten to the point where it's like you're all part of one lover for me.
She pulled me close, running her hands down my back, squeezing my ass.
Without them here, it's all sort of incomplete?
You're saying I'm not enough for you, is that it? I winked, kissing her. I didn't need a response because I knew exactly what she meant and felt the same way. When I pulled back, I had another thought. If we're going to have fun with this anyway... I altered her illusion, putting the images of the other ladies in various states of lingerie, even made it so Twitch started doing charm with a strap on because why not? All the while pulling on her tail, caressing it, rubbing it on her face.
You're weird,
Shimmer said, but laughed and started pulling my clothes off, eagerly kissing my body as I took turns doing the same to her. I knelt, pulling down her pants, and picked her up, lowering her to the fake sand. With my old strength, that never would have been possible. She smiled, impressed. I spread her legs and kissed along one thigh, hands caressing down to her ass, then moved to the other thigh, licking and kissing until I was at her pussy. Then I went all in. Her back arched as my tongue found her clit, then fireworks went off in the distant sky as she started moaning. The women around us started moaning too, more of them appearing, all replicas of my team but with slight variations. There were at least 20 versions of charm, each with different colored ears and tails, some with more of a cheetah or wolf look, one like a cat. Making love to an illusionist could have its perks. Shimmer finally couldn't take it anymore and pulled my head back, breathing heavily as she pushed me back and took my cock in her hand, stroking it.
Never tell Charm about this.
She nodded to the cat version that had knelt next to us, massaging her clit in circles, rubbing her breasts with her other hand and licking her lips at the sight of Shimmer as she took my cock in her mouth. I promise. I was overwhelmed but loving the whole situation. I wasn't sure what to think of it. A very exaggerated and three-dimensional porno that we were watching together, basically. She kept stroking me, licking and bobbing her head up and down. Then, just as she made the images of the other ladies all come at once and I was at my prime erection potential, she rose to kiss my neck as she lowered herself onto me. She was so wet. I had to wonder if the illusions were more for her than me. When she had them pressed in around us, staring into her eyes, I knew the truth. I stifled a laugh. She pouted.
Shut up. It's your fault, you know. Before you, I never even considered another woman like this.
Let's see if I can make you forget about them, just for a minute. I rolled her over so that I was on top and changed our surroundings so that it was like we were floating in space, the cosmos shifting and exploding all around us as I thrust. Then I slowed, staring into her eyes. I kissed her, eyes closed, focusing on the way we were connected, how we were one where my cock entered her. Slowly, in and out. She moaned. I peeked to see her eyes were closed too as she passionately kissed me, sucking on my lip as she let out what I could only describe as a squeak, and then opened her mouth wide, holding that pose, back arched, and then collapsed. Our surroundings changed to a fireplace, us on a thick rug, 2 glasses of sparkling wine nearby. I glanced around, confused.
Just enjoy it.
She held my face and kissed me again. A moment from her past, perhaps? I found it better not to ask. Instead, I continued slowly rocking into her. But hunger showed in her eyes, and when I started thrusting harder and could tell she was into it, I pulled her legs together so that I had full coverage, my balls slapping against her pressed-together legs, and gripped her tight so I could focus on the pleasure of the moment. She'd already come once, so when it happened again a split second before my orgasm hit, it only fueled mine even more. When I'd finished and rolled off of her, she leaned over, running her tongue along my balls for a moment before stopping and sitting up.
Ew.
Ew? I wasn't sure if I should be offended.
Not that.
Her hand was caressing my balls where her tongue had left off.
It's just, I remembered where we are.
The illusion faded, and we were 2 naked people on the floor of a space station bathroom. Yeah. Now I felt the sense of being grossed out she'd indicated. Shower? I helped her up. Using the towels and water from the sink, I washed her, then she me, and we kissed a few more minutes until a knock came. It was only a matter of time, I figured, and we were lucky to get what we did. We grinned at each other, dressing, and then exited past an old man who frowned at us as we walked by him. Probably just mad he wasn't getting any. We found that the others had moved from the previous table and were now with Trunk and his father, huddled over something glowing between them.
Didn't want to interrupt you,
Charm whispered when she saw us approach, and Shimmer rolled her eyes. Charm nudged Gale, who grinned our way and gave us room to see what they were looking at.
This is the guy,
Ezra said when he saw me stepping up.
The one they call Breaker?
That's right. I nodded to the old, suave-looking man holding a device that shot out a 3-dimensional holo map of space in our midst.
You're mad, every one of you.
The guy had a thick accent I couldn't quite place. Something between Scottish and Japanese, maybe? If that could even work. We'll do what's necessary, I replied. He held my gaze, one of his eyelids permanently pinched tight because of a scar. After a long beat, he nodded and turned back to his map.
That's the one here. I've plotted the course for you, per Trunk's instructions. Just know that this...
He indicated a series of silver blips.
...is new. My guess, reinforcements of some type.
Breaker, can you?
Twitch nodded from me to the display, and I got what she was saying. I shrugged, giving it a try. I applied my troubleshooter ability while connecting to the network I accessed on the Paradise planet. It might not have worked if this wasn't related, but as it was, the display switched from simple blips to images of spacecraft along with several names and additional information.
Fucking hell!
The man took out a chip from his device, handing it over to Twitch.
I'm done here.
What was it? I asked, not having seen clearly. The man stared hard at me, then started backing away.
You all say the Marines are fighting off these things. Well, not all of them.
The Marines? Shit. It sunk in, what he was implying. That the blips were Marine ships, and that essentially the Orion Corp military complex was currently being guarded by a large number of them. Back to the ships.
But, Breaker,
Ezra protested. I spun. We can't discuss this here. Too many eyes and ears. Too many factions are involved in this. To the ships. Ezra nodded, the others quickly falling in. Trunk said farewell to his father, who had decided to stay here for the duration. Fighting wasn't really his thing, he said. I got the feeling that Trunk and his father weren't close, but in the end they gave each other a hug, so I guess they'd made their peace with each other. As I exited the bar, wincing slightly at the sight of the bottles and wishing I had time for one more drink, I could have sworn all eyes were on me. It might have just been the pressure. Back in the Oram system, the idea that I was supposed to be an elder had felt so outside of the norm that it didn't truly hit me the way it did now. And yet, the idea that we were facing nihilists without any way of getting to them, along with someone trying to take over Earth and the rest of the solar system, and on top of that, the fact that we were going against Orion Corp and the Earth Marines. It was enough to make my head explode. Once we were at the docking bay and clear, we gathered up. They aren't the enemy. I stood tall. Too many good men and women have died defending my freedom, my right to live, for me to ignore their sacrifices and turn on them now simply because they might be being used by these fucks at Orion Corp.
Breaker, they're in our way.
Andromeda protested.
My way.
And I'll be too if you insist on this. We will not plow through them, killing them simply to get what we want. If we did so, how would we be any better than Muerta, than Orion Corp themselves? She was seething, but took a deep breath and turned to the display, staring out at the Marine Corps ships in the distance.
Your brother was a Marine, wasn't he?
Is, I corrected. When she turned back, confused, I added, once a Marine, always a Marine.
Damn it.
She put her hands behind her back and hung her head.
Go around, then. Drew's a good man. And if these are his brothers, his people, you're right.
Go around? What does that mean?
It means we go in a different way. Avoid them. With all the supers and interesting characters we have assembled here, someone has to have an idea.
Sneak past all those Marines, the Orion Corp security and sensors, and somehow get in there to either see if Muerta has attacked yet, or wait for her to show up so we can stop her?
Charm shook her head.
This is hurting my brain.
But it doesn't have to be as complicated as you're making it sound.
Twitch interjected. How so? I asked.
You're already halfway into their network, right?
She nodded to the area where our ships were, where Agris waited.
If she can get on board and finish the connection, we can have full access. Basically make them think we're just another one, or several, of their ships returning. And if anyone sees us, do what you did on the Paradise Planet.
When you say it like that, it doesn't sound so bad. I grinned, but then my smile faltered. But Muerta, she's either going to bring a large nihilist force with her, or...
I don't think so,
Letha interrupted.
Because why are they attacking the Paradise Planets?
It hit me. To pull away the Marine forces, of course!
She's preparing her move,
Twitch agreed with a nod of respect Letha's way.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of those ships leaving the area soon. And when they do, that's when she'll strike.
Couldn't the Nihilists just take down Orion Corp?
Ezra asked.
From what I saw back there.
I'm not sure. I scratched my chin. Thing is, the Nihilists and supervillains were working together where we came from, and Ranger was among them, working for Orion Corp. Yes, they were making a move against Orion Corp, but something tells me there's a reason the Nihilists can't simply turn on the organization like that.
Could be,
Shimmer mused, arms crossed, considering all possibilities.
Honestly, none of us know, and the best way to find out is to get in there and ask. With our fists.
Gale laughed.
I like the way this girl thinks. Long as I get to kill some evil asshats, I'm in.
Sherry said, grinning wide.
Pick team captains, see who gets the most.
We're not doing that.
Arupa stepped in front of Sherry, frowning and shaking her head while the little fairy sat on her shoulder, seemingly bored. An odd group, that one. Right. I ignored their byplay. The rest of the ships hold back while my team gets Agris into place. Then we get in and set the trap. Unless Muerta's already been through and finished them off.
In which case the hunt continues,
Andromeda said.
Huzzah!
Sherry shouted, sword in the air. Fucking nuts. I laughed, seeing why Ezra enjoyed having her around. We all agreed on the plan and made our way back to the ships, where we inserted the disk into our mapping system and plotted the coordinates, ready to get down to business. It wouldn't be a long ride, but long enough to take turns sleeping. This time, exhausted as we were, we actually slept. Chapter 19. I had just finished my turn at rest, waking up to find Andromeda and Twitch there too, the former just arriving, the latter waking up and moving over to make room for her. Looking through the porthole gave me a view of another craft hanging there in space. I turned toward it in my attempt to hide my morning wood. It didn't always happen after sleep, but with the way sex rejuvenated me and with how little sleep I was getting, It was like my body was on constant sexual alert. It needed one or the other, and honestly, sex was easier than sleep. It kept my mind distracted for one, while sleep would sometimes take me to places I'd really rather not go.
We'll need to be stronger this time.
Andromeda walked over to me. She stood at my side, looking out at the other ship. Twitch was sitting on the bed, her hair all messed up in a sexy way, still waking up. I don't mean to let them escape, if that's what you mean. Andromeda nodded and stepped closer, putting her hand on mine as it rested on the railing. I looked at it, then at her, and she smiled. At her nod toward the window, I looked through it again, and this time found that I could actually see right into the ship out there. It wasn't a fully clear image, but sure enough, there was Ezra grabbing Arupa's horns and yanking her about while he did her from behind. It was awkward and kind of hot. A moment later, we saw another head, this one with blue hair, appear from behind Ezra. There might have been someone else past them. We watched for a couple of seconds, then I turned away, embarrassed, remembering how wildly inappropriate that was of us. Andromeda chuckled, turning away as well. She looked at me, then Twitch, and shrugged.
What if I didn't have blue skin? Like the heavenly light thing. When that happens, would that make me more attractive?
I froze, totally caught off guard. No matter what, blue, white, pink, black, I don't care. You're you. That's what matters. She looked away, but I saw her smiling.
Oh, he's right.
Twitch yawned and stretched in a way that totally drew my eyes to her breasts. I had to wonder if women did that on purpose or if I was just a perv. Probably the latter. Twitch pushed herself up, rotating her back.
I wouldn't care if you were blue or not, but the blue is one thing I find sexy as hell about you. You find me sexy?
Twitch smoothed out her green hair and tucked a lock behind her ear, then shrugged.
I'm not as into the woman-on-woman action as some of the others, but sometimes I imagine what your bluish-purple lips would look like wrapped around Breaker's cock, and I touch myself.
I stood a little straighter, feeling Andromeda's grip on my hand tighten. Turning to her, I tried to hide the tingling sensation that caused my body to twitch and my cock to stiffen further.
Right, Breaker?
Twitch clearly noticed.
Wouldn't that be hot?
What else could I do but nod, my mouth suddenly unable to move? Damn, I hadn't realized how badly I wanted this, but now that Andromeda was looking at me in that curious way, like it might actually happen, my cock was about to explode out of my pants.
I don't know,
Andromeda said after a couple of pulsating heartbeats that pounded in my head.
We have our mission, and right now we have to get there,
Twitch countered.
Plus, you want us to be stronger. This is a way to give Breaker more powers. So...
Pursing her mouth, she said,
Here, let me make this easier on you.
Turning to me, she leaned over so that her breasts were pressed against my crotch, smiled as she bit her lip and watched me, then slid her breasts down until it was her face in my crotch, nuzzling my cock through my pants. After a moment of that, she pulled back, stood to kiss me, and then slowly pulled down my pants and boxer briefs so that I was fully exposed. Her finger moved down, landing on my tip and then tracing it, around the head at first, then down the base, eyes on Andromeda the whole time.
Do this, but with your tongue. I know how.
There was a hint of annoyance in Andromeda's voice, but she was watching very intently, her chest rising and falling rapidly.
I'm not saying you don't,
Twitch replied.
I'm telling you what I want you to do while I watch.
Andromeda raised an eyebrow at this, but Twitch stared back, not looking away or blushing. To my surprise, Andromeda smiled and then crawled over on all fours. Are you sure? I asked, when she was at my feet, looking at me with those blue eyes.
Am I?
She laughed, then pushed me back before crawling over me, wrapping her hands around my cock and massaging it vigorously.
I'm a grown-ass woman. If I make a move for you, you can be damn sure that I'm sure.
Just wanted to make... Twitch leaned over, a hand on my mouth.
Andromeda, dear.
Twitch spoke playfully.
I I think he needs a way to occupy his tongue, if you don't mind. Oh?
Andromeda smiled and considered me, then nodded to herself, stood, and stripped. First her top came off, and while I'd seen her breasts before, I don't know if it was the different lighting or the fact that this time I was much more certain of what was coming, but the sight of them made me want to leap up and rub my face in them. I resisted, of course, but damn. Then, eyes on me, she shimmied out of the lower half of her superhero suit, so that she was left standing there in all her blue glory, only her purple panties left. She glanced at Twitch, and for the first time she seemed nervous.
You want me to go?
Twitch asked. It took a few seconds, but then Andromeda cautiously shook her head.
Stay.
Twitch smiled and nodded at me.
Better get over there before I do.
I didn't need to be told twice. This time I was the one crawling, kneeling at her feet. My fingers traced inside the top of her panties, then reached in and pulled as my lips pressed to the bottom of her navel before going over to her right hip bone, following it down as I lowered her panties all the way. Her body shuddered as they came off, and my lips went to her mound with its small tuft of indigo hair. When I guided her down to the ground and buried my face in her pussy, she grabbed my hair and clenched tight, guiding me not so gently. Something nudged at my thighs and then pushed to spread my legs apart. When I looked down, I saw a head of green hair and my cock vanishing as Twitch took it in her mouth. There I was on all fours, getting head from behind while I went down on Andromeda, all in this cramped little sleeping room. When I felt the warm tingles and knew I had to stop or I'd come, I pulled back and gently pulled my cock away. Twitch rose, wiping saliva from the edge of her mouth and smiling, then sat back and ran her hand down her body, stopping between her legs as she watched. I took the cue, maneuvering up to kiss Andromeda's neck. I was about to ask if she was ready for this, but hell, she was lying there with her legs spread, alternately caressing her breasts one minute, then my back the next. She'd made it clear as a bell. As her hands moved down to grab my ass, I slid into her. While charm had been damn tight, this was at least as tight or tighter. It fucking hurt, like someone grabbing my cock and pulling the skin as hard back as they could. But she was wet, so each thrust moved with more ease as we continued, until finally it was pure bliss. Her pussy bringing me to new heights of arousal, her tongue teasing mine, then finding my earlobe and whispering how sexy I was, how huge my cock felt inside of her, how she never wanted me to stop. And then she turned around so that I could do her from behind, get even deeper. She had likely been so tight because of a long break, because now that we were getting into it, there was no doubt she knew what she was doing, and fucking loved it. I slapped her ass. She arched her back, giving me more of that ass view. I slapped it again.
Oh, yeah.
Twitch all but purred the words. I turned to see her watching, one finger in her mouth and her other hand massaging herself. I reached for her, but she took her finger from her mouth and wagged it back and forth, then pointed at Andromeda.
Again.
So I slapped that sexy blue ass again, then grabbed her hips and started pounding, fucking her and loving the sound of my hips slapping against that ass, my balls swaying and hitting her thighs with each thrust. Then she pushed me back and spun, hopping on me and digging her nails into my chest. Her eyes were closed, her mouth open, her muscles tensed like I'd never seen them do before, and then she actually punched me, or more like slammed her fist into my chest as she moaned, bit back a scream, then moaned long and hard again while holding her fist there. I was lucky to be such a badass now. Earth-me probably would have quit at that. Hell, with her strength, she could have given a younger, less leveled up me a heart attack or broken something. I laughed at the thought as she finished her orgasm. She started laughing too, but then, mad that she was laughing, punched my nipple and put on a fake crazy face as she started working my cock, moving her hips up and down in a steady rhythm until I came to. A second later, Twitch brought herself to climax. I would have happily helped her out as well, but I supposed she wanted this first time between Andromeda and me to be special. That worked for me too. Whatever was best for the team, but also for each of these women individually. I was on uncharted ground here with this relationship, so I was learning as I went along. So far, judging by the looks of satisfaction in these two women's eyes, I was just fine. Andromeda stared at me, her blue eyes taking me in, then turned back to Twitch.
Good enough for you?
Twitch laughed, breathing deep, and nodded.
Sorry I've been such a pain in the ass,
Andromeda said.
It's just... all this, I can taste it, you know? Victory, glory, vengeance.
And when it's done? I asked. She frowned, then reached over to grab my cock again, massaging it, running her thumb along the head.
Can we just focus on the here and now?
I could live with that, I said, closing my eyes for a moment and enjoying her touch. But eventually, there will be an eventually. Looking into her eyes, I had my answer. She hadn't committed either way. Whatever this was with her, or had been, it didn't mean she was fully ours yet, which meant I had to win her over. It would start with helping her take down Muerta and Plague, and then Orion Corp.
I don't mean to be crass here.
Twitch covered herself and looked sheepishly at Andromeda before turning back to me.
But powers? Yes.
Andromeda said, sitting up. She, to my enjoyment, did not cover her breasts. While I pulled up my screen, pretending to look at it, I took an extra moment to take them in. The curves, a slight sag but sexy in the way they hung, the dark blue, almost purple of her areolas, perfect breasts that also made me imagine I was taking in large scoops of blueberry ice cream in warm perfection. I wanted to take her nipples in my mouth and fuck her again right then and there, but we had a job to do. She cleared her throat, waiting. I grinned, caught. Turning my attention to the screen in front of me, I noticed something very strange. Where the paladin track had been going, it now diverted into something darker. A veil placed over the image of the white sword, now with two glowing blue eyes behind it. I looked forward to getting into that more, but now wasn't the time. Andromeda took a moment, about to lie down, then shook her head.
There's no way I can sleep after that good a fuck. Come on, let's go see how the others are doing. You sure?
Twitch asked, but then checked on a mini-map she threw out and shrugged.
Actually, we're not far off. If you're not needing the rest, might be good to have all hands on deck.
My mind was just gone at that point, having heard all hands on deck, and trying to push away the image of every woman on that ship at once crawling over me, trying to get a piece. Shit, maybe I was still waking up. I laughed. When they looked at me for an explanation, I shook my head. Just loving life.
You and me both.
Twitch came in for a kiss. Before turning to the door, she bit her lip and looked at Andromeda.
Can I tell the others? What?
Andromeda frowned.
For what purpose? To discuss the skills Breaker now has, of course. Strategy, battle tactics. Oh, yeah?
After dressing, we exited, going through the small hallway back to the bridge where Twitch put her hands in the air and announced,
They fucked!
It was a very Charm thing to do, I thought, but hey, maybe they were rubbing off on each other. Charm was the first to react, jumping up and clapping, then shooting a fist in the air.
Oh, hell yes! Next time, though, I want in on that.
Andromeda actually blushed, a purplish shade similar to the color of her nipples, but she didn't reject the idea out of hand. She did, however, turn to Twitch.
Battle tactics, huh? We're getting to that.
Twitch replied, grinning. The others were up too, clapping us on the shoulders and all smiles. It was like they were congratulating us on finishing a marathon or something. The only one not into it was Agris, who had turned from the controls and was watching us with a very robotic stare, but one that almost seemed sad. Left out. Odd.
So what exactly are we dealing with here?
Shimmer asked.
In terms of new skills available, I mean.
Does he really need more?
Gale asked, shaking her head.
I've seen what you can do. Shit. Lightning, illusions, all that.
Well, that's where the strategy comes in, I think. I pulled up my screen and then had an idea. Using what skills I had from Twitch and programming, I managed to apply them to the ship's display for all to see.
Hot damn!
Charm said, impressed.
I wish we all got something like this.
It helps, I admitted, then indicated the blue eyes on the sword. This here had been my newly changed paladin skill set, which I was going to redirect skill points for, but it's become changed.
Corrupted.
Andromeda offered.
Or cursed, you could say.
A cursed paladin? I shrugged, thinking that actually sounded cool on some level. Okay, whatever it is, it changes the dynamic. Heavenly Vengeance. See that one? I scrolled to it, the next one after Heavenly Light, selecting it. The image that showed was of several people with lines going from them to one individual. That used to be called Redemption. Quite different, I imagine. It's not always easy to see what these mean, but that could be me pulling powers from you all or life force, or it could be something similar but with enemies. My thought was that it probably did more than redemption, and without the checks and balances. Maybe it would even affect me in certain ways. Cursed or dark magic in games and stories often had a negative effect, so maybe this skill would work similarly.
So what's the strategy here?
Shimmer asked.
Get rid of it, upgrade to it?
I'm not sure. It's probably damn powerful, so worth trying, along with some of the others. I scrolled through, liking the sound of Cursed Blade and Shield of Thorns, and then closed it and turned away from the window. I guess from my side, I want to think about what skills will best serve the team, not just me.
Because we already have someone who can shoot lightning,
Shimmer said, looking at Gale, then raising her hand and pointing at herself. Or make illusions. Good point.
Right.
Twitch found a chair and leaned against it.
So, the question becomes, do we want to have some overlap, in case we need those skills and the other person is busy, or go with a new approach?
Considering the fact that going up against Muerta and Plague wasn't exactly easy last time.
Charm looked me over, thinking, and then seemed to lose track.
Sorry, I was just imagining you and Andromeda fucking like bunnies. Damn, maybe you two could do it again right here for us all to watch?
Gale laughed and hit her.
You've got issues.
Charm grinned wide, but looked at me expectantly. Sorry, no, that's not happening. A quick glance at Andromeda showed she agreed. Right, so I'm going to reassign some skill points. I think changing them back later is doable as long as I keep all of your skills in me.
Meaning, as long as we don't go too long without a good fuck,
Gale said.
Hey, no arguments here.
A round of laughter and nods.
That sounds smart to me.
Agris added, and we all turned to her. I felt like an ass, not having included her in the conversation to begin with, but she was an android after all. The whole dynamic with her on the team was very confusing. Was she even really part of the team? I nodded. Thank you, Agris.
And, while we're on the subject,
the android continued,
I've been known to provide pleasure as well, should anyone so desire.
Silence followed that statement. When nobody said anything, she added,
Sorry if that was too forward, but I've observed that the team seems to bond over intercourse, and I would like to be fully part of that. It is nothing more than that on my part. Ah, I see.
Twitch jumped in, thankfully. I had no idea where to go with that.
We'll take your offer into consideration, Agris, and let you know. How about after this current mission, as we seem to be approaching fast? Of course,
Agris said, and turned back to the screens. Her being an android, I couldn't tell if she was offended or merely returning to the job, considering the discussion over. I shared a look with Charm and then Gale, and we all took our seats. Agris pulled up the comms with the other ships at my command, and we waited until everyone was with us. To my relief, Trunk was not getting head while talking to us this time. We briefly went over the plan, then began to maneuver our vessels into position. Chapter 20. The Marine ships were finally pulling out, leaving only a small detachment for security purposes. Having arrived over an hour ago, we kept a healthy distance, positioning our ships where we didn't think they'd be able to pick up our signal, and waited for this moment.
Good luck in there,
Letha said over the comms, and Ezra put a hand to his heart. Trunk was grinning.
What's up with that look?
Letha asked, and we all knew she was talking to him.
Breaker's totally going to fuck the robot,
Trunk replied.
That's what I would do. Glorious.
You're mistaken,
I replied, annoyed that he'd even bring up something like that at a moment like this. PK people weren't known for their tact, but still.
Whatever, man. Just have fun, right? Hit it once for me.
Keep talking this way, and I will be forced to...
Agris turned to me, an eyebrow raised.
Oh, you want to threaten him? Yeah, that's cool.
She smiled, then turned back and finished.
I will be forced to bitch slap you across the galaxy.
Trunk laughed at that, waving us on. He leaned in and said,
I might have found some fun pills on this ship, if anyone gets bored and wants to party.
Behind him, a large bear hybrid man ran by, roaring and laughing. Trunk chuckled, pointing back at the guy.
He's high as fuck.
Someone see about relieving them of duty.
Twitch frowned.
Believe it or not, he's better at fighting when he's on something.
Letha said.
Fighting and most everything else, too. As long as they can fly the ship, I'd vote for letting him be him.
Twitch's nostrils flared, but she didn't push the point.
And on that matter, I wish I was high going into this.
I shook my head as I watched the few Marine ships remaining. On top of that, there were the Orion Corp forces, the compound security measures, and who the hell knew what else.
We'll be in and out, no problems.
Agris stood, offering me her hand.
I got it.
Charm took the android's hand instead and walked with her toward the back.
Get ready, Breaker.
Gale took the controls.
We're going to get you in and out real fast.
Surprisingly, no silly teenage-style jokes followed that one. I supposed we were all too caught up in the moment, taking it too seriously. Even Charm. The three of us climbed into space gear from the ship. Twitch adjusted our stats and oxygen for us, and asked if I was sure I had the skills set as I wanted them while we waited for the ramp to lower. With a hesitant pause, I considered, then nodded. Of course I wasn't sure, but if I needed to adjust them on the fly, that was always an option.
Coming in hot!
Gale called out. The three of us stood there, ready and waiting. This part of the plan entailed her doing a flyby while Twitch and Shimmer worked to keep us off the radar and out of sight as much as possible, knowing that it wasn't foolproof. The other ships hung back, but prepared to move in and open fire if needed.
All you need to do is get me close enough.
Agris started.
And from there, I'll find the point of entry. Set it all up. Roger that.
Gale replied over the comms. We stood there, rocking about with our extra layer of space gear, just enough for the jump, and I wished I could remove it to at least feel Charm's hand at the moment. Going up against a bunch of warriors or supervillains was one thing, but flying off into space without a ship would be quite another.
Analyzing,
Agris said, then turned to me.
Can you and Twitch get any more of a boost?
I'll try.
Then, speaking into my comms.
Hear that, Twitch?
Already on max here.
A moment later, as I found some coding I could adjust, she said,
Wait, I'm able to amplify what you just did.
Fucking A,
I replied, making the adjustments and then closing my screen. The next thing I did was decide we needed a good boost in morale and bravery, so I used my heavenly light, still available, thankfully. The second I did, Agris was on my mind, the images she was seeing showing up for me where my minimap usually went.
Is that you, Breaker?
Her inner voice asked. I nodded, barely, not wanting the others to know yet. This was too strange, and I wasn't entirely sure it was actually happening.
Feels good to be inside of me, doesn't it?
I chuckled, noting how the skill had made me more courageous, sure, but her joking added to it. Or maybe she wasn't joking.
I feel it too,
Charm commented, referring to the heavenly light and apparently figuring that's what I'd laughed about.
Thanks.
We'll need everything we can get,
I replied, analyzing the minimap display.
There.
Agris's inner voice said, and the map stopped on a rectangle on the side of the Orion Corp complex. The whole thing looked less like a space station than a series of very advanced shipping containers melded together, but we knew what it was capable of. Their headquarters would be all decked out, maybe even bedazzled, but this place was all about fortifications and getting the job done. They didn't care about this place looking pretty, and in fact probably would prefer to keep a low profile with it.
Go,
Agris ordered.
Roger that,
Gale replied, and the area behind us closed off as the ramp began its descent.
We got this.
Charm's hand gripped my arm through glove and armor.
But just to remind myself, why do you bring me?
I laughed.
Good timing. Because you can cloak, for one, because you can charm anyone we run across instead of just killing them for another. But mostly, you're the silliest, so I figure you'd keep my spirits up if I start to freak.
She rested her helmeted head against my shoulder.
I'll take it. Now!
Agris interrupted the moment, running and leaping. We followed, our suits kicking in and Twitch adding the estimated additional momentum we required to get us where we'd need to go.
Careful now.
Gale cautioned as we left the range where we'd be able to communicate.
I'm showing a couple of ships starting to turn our way, pulling back until we're clear.
Got it,
I replied, but we were out now, and I wasn't sure they could even hear me. The extra momentum threw us hurtling through space, and it was every bit as terrifying as I'd expected. With the slightest wrong trajectory, we could, in theory, go shooting off into space to be lost forever. I'd like to think my ship would be able to come and pick me up at that point, but the way my heart was racing and my imagination going all sorts of crazy places, it seemed at the moment that there'd be no hope of salvation. Luckily for us, we seemed to be on the right path, and the military complex was so huge there'd be little chance of us missing it. I turned to see Charm and Agris making good progress. Charm grinned wide through her helmet, clearly loving this. In the reflection of her faceplate, though, I saw movement. The marine ships moving in toward where I imagined ours still waited, though I couldn't easily turn to get a good look. Hopefully, Twitch and Shimmer were keeping our little fleet hidden, so that the Marines could go and investigate but find nothing there.
Stay tight,
Agris directed through our comms. The rectangular area of the military complex was coming up fast.
What are we doing again?
I asked.
Going to break our way in?
She grinned.
No, silly. I've timed it just right. Being able to get into their system and find the exact moment they're about to launch several of their fighters to go with the Marines to fight. Though I don't imagine they know it's these nihilists you've spoken of yet. Only that there's an enemy attacking.
And no signs of Muerta here?
Silence followed, then Agris answered.
Negative.
Damn, I hoped we hadn't come to the wrong place. It was entirely possible Muerta had other plans, that she wouldn't come here at all. Had she tricked us? Led us on a wild goose chase? Regardless, we knew what Orion Corp was now, and needed to take it out, to stop them from interfering with the Oram system and using supers to experiment and create hybrids from. We would stop them, but in a much less horrible way than Muerta had in mind.
Prepare yourselves,
Agris said.
The door is opening.
Sure enough, as we hurtled through space, growing closer and closer, the doors slid apart and a fleet of craft emerged, ready for battle. Some carried mechs and others attack bots, while some were heavily equipped space bombers and attack craft. If they managed to spot our ships and attack, we'd be totally fucked. I had to imagine, given their interaction with the Nihilists on some level, they were badass enough to have a way of fighting them off when it came to that. We were effectively cloaked, thanks to my illusion and Agris's connection to the system, so we slipped past them and through the doors, and came to a landing platform right where they must have taken off from. I landed without a hitch. Charm came in, rough at my side, as her extra suit covered her tail and threw her off balance. Catching her while holding on to the wall, we turned to see Agris already moving for the wall to our left, motioning us to follow. The doors behind us closed and the area pressurized. We took off at a sprint to catch up, bursting through a side door just as two figures emerged from the hallway opposite Agris. They turned toward us, confused.
Charm!
I hissed. Before Agris could do anything damaging, Charm had removed her helmet and was leaping forward, hitting the two with her purple breath.
Sleep,
she ordered, and caught one of them while Agris caught the other. The android had a blaster up, but I was there, pulling it back.
As much as we can, we're not here for that.
And if they cause trouble later?
She asked.
Then we take them out later. It might be stupid, but I can't believe they're much different from my brother. Following orders.
Agris considered this.
That's why you don't hate me for who I was before we met. Because I was following orders?
I hesitated, then nodded. Exactly. We continued on, me taking the lead with Charm close behind. I had to wonder about this android. She was definitely helpful, but seemed to have an exaggerated idea of where our relationship was going. We paused at the next door, watching a small team of Marines jog by in space gear, clearly about to deploy. Hopefully not to attack our ships. After they were gone, Agris got the door open and we snuck in, ready for a fight. None came. The large room had a wall of equipment and several workstations, all abandoned, secure. We were in. And then the alarm started.
Move fast!
Charm was already going for the workstations, ditching her suit in the process as she needed her tail for better balance and fighting.
They know we're here.
No.
Agris didn't move.
Excuse me?
Charm glared, then turned to me with a fix-her look. But I didn't have to, because Agris elaborated.
I'm picking up that the alarms are not related to us, nor our ships.
She didn't even have to say it. Muerta had arrived. Chapter 21. Muerta's arrival was a plus, in that it meant we were on the right track, but it also meant we needed to hurry our asses up. Agris was already sprinting over to the closest terminal next to Charm, plugging in a sense. The way she explained it as she went was that these were the same people who had programmed her, so there was already a connection.
The key,
she said as her eyes went white and the data flow began,
is to make sure they don't reprogram me back. I'd hate to have you lose me. I'm a very valuable asset.
Charm chuckled, nodding.
I think she's growing on me.
I'll try to make sure that doesn't happen, Agris. I stepped up next to her, screen up and monitoring her coding with my troubleshooter and other screens like Twitch's. It would have been nice to have brought her along for this moment, but she'd taught me enough to have a basic idea.
Attacks coming in strong,
Agris said.
Sectors 5, 7, and 10.
As she spoke, maps appeared on the screen nearby, showing the areas.
Muerta has brought a force. Nihilist ships.
Damn, I said, hoping it wouldn't have come to that yet, but now understanding why she'd been delayed in her arrival as well. Agris suddenly lurched, and I saw why. Messing with the code, I countered it and started seeing a digital battle unfold on my screen. The troubleshooter skill allowed me to view it differently, almost like in all those hack movies that didn't know a damn thing about computers. Not like I did either, but I knew at least enough to know they were all bullshit. Still, as the system tried to retake its android, I was able to counter them with three-dimensional images of code-like buildings and bursts of light that zipped across my screens. Talk about a strange experience. It hit me that I had been able to win her in the first place, and stay alive during the strange process of what I'd done, with the help of heavenly light. What would heavenly vengeance do in this situation? I hadn't gotten this far without a little bit of risk-taking. When the pattern started to make sense and I saw the next attack coming, with Charm all the while shouting for me to hurry, I made my move. The heavenly vengeance skill shot through me into the screens, dark code going to Agris and then shooting out into the surrounding walls. If those Hollywood hacks put that in a movie, they'd be laughed out of town. I chuckled quietly to myself. Seeing what was happening, though, took my breath away. The skill seemed to be one that drained something from my enemy and brought it back to me, but since I had used it through Agris and in a technical way, all manner of strange code was now flooding back into her. It wasn't just healing, as had been with Redemption, but power. It increased in speed. Her eyes were now glowing, then her skin, too. She let out a shriek as it all engulfed her in a brilliant flood of light, and then was gone, leaving a glow on her that pulsated, then moved into her and stopped, all but her eyes. When she looked back up at us, her eyes were gold, full of confidence. "Are you okay?" I asked. She grinned.
Breaker, I could kiss you.
"What? Why?" Charm laughed.
Don't ask why, go for it!
Agris walked over to me and did just that. Her lips felt every bit as real as any of the other ladies on my team, her passion burning just as much. When she released me, she went to Charm and did the same.
Fuck, I've been wanting to do that,
Agris said.
What changed?
Charm asked, looking stunned but pleased.
I believe Breaker has upgraded me. Basically, he took me from normal to God mode.
Agris reached out and opened her hand, the far doors flinging open on command. She laughed.
This is going to be fun.
And the others? I asked.
Right.
She glanced back, an eye twitching.
Done. The security is down for them to get in here, but we really should be moving if we hope to intercept Muerta before she kills everyone on this station.
They'll catch up,
Charm agreed, then added,
Agris, can you get them a map? To Twitch, I mean.
I will. Oh, and now that I have control...
She grinned and seductively motioned for me to come close. Yes? I stepped close, then closer still. When I was a foot away, she leaned in and said,
Anything you'd like to announce to Muerta? The men and women on this station? Head of Orion Corp herself?
You can do that?
It would seem so.
I nodded, and when she nodded in return, I spoke. People of Orion Corp, your day has come to an end. There is a deadly force here that your leaders thought they could use, but has now been turned against them. Join us in fighting back the one called Muerta and her accomplice, Plague. They've brought an alien force to your doorstep, and you must resist. When it's over, your leadership must resign and cease all nefarious activity. I took a breath, then added, And Muerta, we're coming for you.
Fun,
Charm said.
Not dark and depressing at all.
Oh, was it supposed to be cheerful? I laughed. How about, Hey, Muerta, we look forward to tearing your spine out of your back and then plucking out your eyeballs, and... There was a loud screeching sound, followed by static, then silence again. Don't tell me. I turned to Agris.
You didn't exactly tell me to stop with the message,
Agris pointed out. It was implied. I turned to Charm. Right? You got the implication, right?
Shit.
Charm shook her head, then shrugged.
I mean, I guess, but will that matter to them? You kind of sound like a crazy person now.
Me? I scoffed, then shook my head. Whatever. Let's go find Muerta and kick her ass.
Now we're talking.
Charm followed me closely. We charged out to the next hall, my mini-map up so we could see where we were heading. All of the details were filled in now, thanks to Agris. I couldn't wait to find out more about this god mode she was supposedly in. The opportunity to use my heavenly vengeance skill on actual people also excited me. The next hall was empty. Alarms blared and the floor shook. We charged through, bursting into a room that was adjacent to the one being attacked, and found 2 teams of Orion Corp employees facing the other way, with energy shields in place as the far doors shook and smoke seeped through from whatever fighting was going on out there. Just then, the rest of our team came through the comms, causing me to jump as Twitch said,
We're in. I see you on the map. Be there in 2.
One of the employees turned to us, took a step closer to the wall, then froze. This was it. Decision time. If you can avoid it, no hurting them. I made sure that went out over the comms, too. We're going after the leadership, taking off the head. The body isn't necessarily responsible.
That's a shitty metaphor.
Charm scowled. I shrugged. You get the point.
He's right.
Twitch chimed in.
Muerta is our main target, then taking this place out of operation.
Time to really don that superhero crown then, huh?
Charm said with a mock pout.
I did so enjoy straddling the line between hero and villain.
You were never anywhere close to the villain side, I shot back, sure of it. More employees were starting to look at us now as the chaos on the other side of the doors intensified.
You don't know my past,
Charm hissed, but was alert, waiting. None of that matters. It's about what's next, and here's what's next for me. Taking a step forward, I held up my hands, my blaster holstered. There's an enemy on the other side of those walls, and we're not on their side. We're here to fight them off, to stop them from killing every one of you. Another explosion, and one of them stood, pointing at the doors. Who the fuck are you, then? Our guardian angels? I laughed. On the contrary, we have every intention of halting Orion Corp in their tracks. It's likely that many of you don't know just what they've been up to, the horrors they've been committing. But that all stops right here, right now. So here's the deal. We help you live through today. You walk off, turn away while we do what must be done regarding senior management and ensuring this complex is out of commission, and you live to see tomorrow. The door opened behind us. Twitch and the others entered. Audible gasps came from the Orion Corp employees at the site. "And they're with us," I said. "So, the question is, what will you do?" The far door was hit by a blast, knocking it out partially, and at this, one of the employees raised his gun our way, shouting, "Oh, fuck this!" He was dead before his finger could find the trigger, thanks to a shot from Ezra. I couldn't believe he'd done that with his pistol from that range, especially when the man fell and I saw the shot went clean through the middle of his forehead. Must have been some aspect of the man's powers. Of those that remained, some glanced back and forth, then ran for it, while 3 stood firm, ready to take us on. But suddenly they were under attack from both sides as the enemy force smashed through the wall, attacking them from the rear.
"They've broken through in at least one other spot,"
Twitch shouted as she attempted to create new walls where the old one had stood. That only worked temporarily. A dark figure in a hood was apparently able to move through gaps, as long as there was a partial opening to bypass. It was reforming on our side, then somehow pulling others through. Bullets weren't doing shit against it. We need to find Muerta and somehow get her to pull back. I stared at the strange figure. I'm not interested in facing that thing.
"Agreed,"
Twitch said. And just like that, we were off. It wasn't that we didn't think we could take it. It was just that we didn't have the time to spare. With powers like that, it was bound to be a time suck. And since it was an unknown, it could end up causing us to lose a teammate or two. Since we at least knew what we were dealing with where Muerta was concerned, and since this thing wasn't necessarily standing in the way of us stopping her, we figured that was the best path to take. Let the Orion Corp employees distract it while we made a run to try and find Muerta and hope there was a way to get rid of her first. At least, then we'd be able to jump ship if necessary, or face that thing without having to worry about that she-devil coming in and hitting us from behind. As we ran, Twitch glanced over at me and Agris.
"How much of this place do we have control over?" "All of it,"
Agris replied.
"At least for now. I feel them trying to reconnect, to get back in and push me out, but for now, we're golden. Can you get us stats on employees or bodies? I want to see where everyone is. Cameras as well as heat signatures."
Agris grinned, then made a swiping motion toward Twitch, who pulled up her mini-map to show the station's maps along with the blips showing where everyone was now. We hurried through several halls before stopping at a place where the path divided into 2. We took the route that would lead to the other 2 areas under attack, being anxious not to stray too far from the site of the first attack in case that's where Muerta turned up.
"What are we doing?"
Andromeda asked, coming up while the other teams took up the rear and forward defenses, watching for trouble.
"I have her."
Twitch pulled up a mini-map.
"Here, watch."
Sure enough, the blips now being tracked were disappearing in large sections, simply dropping dead. Nihilists could be badass, and maybe they'd brought some sort of monster with them, but it stunk highly of the work of either Muerta or Plague. Set it as the target. I pulled up my mini-map to ensure it was there in case we got separated. Once confirmed, we were up and charging. The first obstacle we came to was a room with alarms blaring and robotic security measures grinding into place. Gas started seeping in as the floor and ceiling of the passages started to close in on us, attempting to crush us at the same time that a laser grid hit, preparing to fry us. Bursts of electricity hit the floor, moving toward us. Gale directed her lightning powers onto the floor, short-circuiting it and giving Agris time to stop the lasers, although she was still working on the descending walls. At the far end of the hall, 2 Orion Corp security guards appeared and prepared to fire at us.
"I've got them,"
Aruba said, and in a flash she came up in the shadow of one, killing him with a slash to his throat. She jammed the other's arm up in where the wall was descending to slow it. He screamed in pain. Then Letha's green hybrid, Darnell, was there, pushing the wall back so it rose, allowing the rest of us to charge through while Charm hit the poor guy with one of her knockout breaths. His arm was crushed, but he still had a chance of surviving this place.
"We have too many of us in one place,"
Shimmer pointed out.
"Divide and conquer."
I nodded, glancing around. Right, teams according to ships. Now that we'd made it to a good spot of attack and where we could branch off without too much risk, I indicated 3 directions on the minimap. Letha, you and your team here, to keep the enemy off of us. Ezra, you and yours here. The rest of you split up with them to ensure they have proper coverage. Let's go! We made good speed that way, covering various corridors and playing leapfrog, Agris working ahead of us to ensure the station didn't interfere. We came to a circular room where a squad of Marines charged in, going for cover as they fired on us. 3 shots hit my shields, worrying me, but then Shimmer was there with the illusion that everyone was floating around in space, nothing holding them down. Half the Marines freaked at once, losing their balance as they tried to grasp for objects that weren't really there. We advanced, supported by Shimmer's massive rifles that she was putting to good use by strafing the far wall to give us cover. I ended up next to her further on and nodded my respect. "You think you're hot stuff, huh?"
You weren't doing better.
I grinned, quickly checking my skill points to make sure I still had the illusion skill. "Ready?" As the Marines regrouped and were about to attack again, I made a flight of birds appear from above, swooping down on them like a dark storm cloud. What the fuck? Marines shouted as some tried to shoot at the birds while others just dove for cover. I laughed, joining my team as we advanced again. Next time we stopped to take cover, I turned to Shimmer and said, "Birds, always freaked me out." She laughed, shaking her head and eyeing me seductively. Was this turning her on? As a test, I tried another, this time making a small army of kobolds go charging at the Marines. Nothing real, just an illusion. My team advanced, but not Shimmer or me. She leaned in and kissed me.
You're fucking hot when you're a nerd.
I laughed and kissed her back. If we ever see Earth, I'll show you exactly how nerdy I can be. We took off, running to catch up, passing Charm as she spun on the Marines she passed, blowing out charms to make them sleep or wander off. "Can we amplify that?" I asked. "Send it over the whole ship without affecting our people somehow?" Twitch leaned around the corner, motioning us on.
Not a bad idea. Charm, next group. Tell me when.
The room was almost clear, but suddenly a round hit the wall next to Charm's head. We whipped around to see another hall to our left we hadn't noticed before, with another team there.
Let's try for projectile amplification,
Charm said.
Now!
She blew their way and Twitch did her thing. The breaths hardened in the air, shooting out at the Marines and then exploding, dropping them all instantly. "Fucking A!" I exclaimed. "Let's get a lot more of that cooperation stuff going forward."
No arguments from me.
Charm was still staring, wide-eyed.
That was so cool.
Whenever you're all done patting each other's backs.
Andromeda huffed, moving past us as she manipulated the metal to form one of her tunnels. She clearly had her own way she wanted to do this, but to her credit was embracing this idea of going down the pure superhero route. The map showed us we weren't far off. Suddenly, the walkway in front of us blasted out. We turned as the room went dark and a lone figure rose in the middle of the room, floating in midair. At first, I thought we'd finally found our target, Muerta. But Charm growled.
It's not her! Run!
Before anyone could move, the figure exploded, throwing us all back and collapsing the metal around us. A barrage of attacks followed before we'd hit the floor, with nihilists appearing and shooting blasts of purple light as the room seemed to change shape, the walls moving and folding in on themselves so that I watched Shimmer disappear right in front of me. Charm was right behind me when the room started rotating and the walls started closing off from the outside. It was just the two of us now, or so I thought. Charm started to disappear a moment later. Then I landed, and it all hit with a bang. The noise and the realization that we'd been had. That I was alone. Somewhere, Twitch was shouting for all of us to get together, to come to her voice. But when I did, I spun and found myself face to face with Muerta. Chapter 22. This time I had no doubt the gold glowing eyes belonged to her, because she stood only a couple paces away. She tried to hit me with an explosion, but I was down and rolling, coming up, ready to attack. Then Charm returned for a moment, scrambling, shouting something about a phaser, someone trying to pull her away. She even made it to my side, but a darkness appeared, and before we could see what was happening, pushed Charm back with a burst of blue and purple energy. The darkness formed into the nihilist monster we'd seen earlier, the one we'd run from. Charm hit the wall and was about to move back for a counterattack, but then she began to sink into the metal, like she was being pulled by it, or some force on the other side was drawing her in.
Breaker!
she shouted, panicking. I cursed and went to help her, but the figure came for me with its purple light. Each attack hit and penetrated my shield instantly. Pain surged through me like cold and electricity combined. When the next attack came, I dove out of the way, but couldn't get to Charm.
What's going on in there?
Twitch shouted, followed by a loud noise coming from the other side of the walls.
There's some sort of barrier. We can't get through.
Figure it out! I yelled, up and realizing Plague was coming at me. I rolled back toward the monster, as the only way Plague and Muerta were letting me be was when I was fighting that thing. I could see they were too amused by the spectacle to join in and assist their ally, the Nihilist. Quite frankly, he didn't seem to need their help anyway. Traditional fighting just wasn't working here, and even with my upgrades, I was making no headway. But I had to try something. Anything. My mind went to Andromeda, out there trying to break through the walls, then to her blue skin pressed against me and her lips touching mine. Of course, my new skills. While scooting back from that monster, I pulled up my screen and reassigned all the points I could to my new powers. The modified paladin track with adjusted skills I'd gained from fucking Andromeda while dodging the monster's attacks. Some landed though, sending more pain, cold, and electricity through my body. The figure leaped for me, blue energy welling up from its eyes, mouth, and hands to surround it, and that's when I used my heavenly vengeance. It's hard to describe what happened in the next few seconds. It was like one of those old films where everything seems to happen in slow motion, but at the same time, the seconds seem to be flying by. Imagine the air essentially becoming many spears of light originating from behind the figure. He was caught in midair, twitched once, seemed totally baffled, and then collapsed to the ground as the blue light left his body and those spears shot straight into me. It fucking hurt. Like getting acupuncture from a 10-year-old hopped up on sugar with needles meant for knitting. But the pain was gone as soon as it hit. When I stood, I felt the enemy's power. I understood what made him tick, even heard thoughts like music that played a frightened melody. This thing was now terrified of me. And looking down at myself, I could see why. I had taken on a second skin of sorts, absorbed his powers, and in a sense, somewhat became him. My body and everything of mine was still there, but a version of his figure floated around me almost like an illusion, and it was mine to control. There was nothing heavenly about this. It was downright insane, and it was mine. I laughed, turning the creature's powers on itself. The purple light burst from my hands as I lunged, and then exploded as my fists connected. Yes, they connected. And this time its face dented inward again and again until everything cracked and splattered. Maybe it would have been disgusting, but I was in kick-ass mode. And anyway, the hood caught most of it. Turning to Muerta and Plague now, I smiled mockingly and tried to say, "Come and get me," but no sound came out. I frowned, perplexed, then felt my legs giving out. Muerta tilted her head in confusion, then looked excited as I fell to my knees, the power leaving me. Shit, that was short-lived. And now that it was going, I was crashing fast, like a child after a sugar rush.
You have a new power and don't know how to manage it properly.
Plague laughed, stepping up from behind Muerta and eyeing me with malice.
Shame you'll never get the chance to learn.
Breaker!
Charm shouted from where she was still held in the wall. It was too late, though. The duo of evil supervillains stood over me, jubilant, darkness and swirling gold light moving around them and slowly working toward me. They were going to kill me and enjoy every second of it.
Charm!
Twitch shouted over the comms.
Charm, you're in there, right? There's got to be something you can do. Try!
I can't!
Charm shouted, clearly on the verge of tears. She struggled against the metal. Muerta and Plague totally ignored her. They didn't need to pay her any attention. They knew she wasn't a threat.
Chom.
This time it was another voice. A voice coming from me, but not me. I frowned, confused, and the supervillain ladies did too. Ah, not me, but my clothes? Lamb? I questioned tentatively.
Yes, I'm back. And there's a whole group of us here at the Citadel, waiting for you. You need to make it back here to join the fight.
What the?
Plague frowned, glancing at Muerta as if not sure what to do. But there was a whisper, a floating whisper that moved from me, as if my powers were doing something on their own. I didn't understand it at all. And then Charm's face lit up.
Lamb? Professor?
She smiled as she turned her head toward me.
Lamb's telling me there's more to my powers, that I need to look inside. I don't remember, but there's something there. Something at the back of my mind, pushing out. Memories of mountains, a fountain, something else. Telling me I'm capable of so much more. Just kill him already.
Muerta said, and her hand twitched, about to do it.
Shut the fuck up!
Charm shouted, and then looked like she'd just had an epiphany. Instead of blowing out with her charms, she inhaled deeply. I don't know if it was curiosity or something else that caused my would-be killers to turn, but they did. And as my heavenly light had brought outside powers into me, something similar happened with Charm as we watched. The air around her took on a multitude of colors and streamed into her, like she was eating a swirling rainbow. As stupid as it was, I was totally reminded of one of those twisting lollipops I got at a carnival when I was young. One of the few excursions for pleasure I could actually remember. When she looked back at me, her hands emerged from the metal, glowing white at the ends, bubbles of various colors floating off of her forearms and hands.
What the fuck are you supposed to be?
Plague asked.
Please tell me you'll thought rainbows next, because that would be...
Bam! The hit that came wasn't from Charm, though. It was me. My energy had started to return. It had just needed a cooldown. While it certainly wasn't at full strength, I wasn't about to let this serial killer bitch talk shit to my Charm.
The fuck?
Charm's eyes darted left, and then I saw it too. A nearby figure had appeared, but was disappearing into the wall again. Charm leaped for it. The figure was halfway through the wall when Charm caught hold, her hands glowing and moving at double her normal speed, which was already very fast. She pulled the figure out while I squared off against Muerta, each of us assessing the other while trying to keep an eye on what was happening with Charm.
You...
Charm staggered back. The figure almost escaped, but then a hole opened up. Twitch appeared, then Letha with Darnell, Ezra, and his team, all of them stuck between working their way in and fighting some force behind them.
Reyna, keep them out!
Muerta hissed, turning to see what was happening. I took advantage of her distraction and charged, knowing the heavenly light wasn't replenished yet because I had my screens up to see my options, and it showed a partial bar of energy. My first strike landed as Ezra's team subdued the one apparently called Reyna. She was starting to phase through the floor when Tink hit her with some sort of pixie dust power, causing this new supervillain to scream in agony, writhing and lashing out in every direction. It was enough to distract me momentarily, so that Muerta nearly hit me with one of her blasts of darkness, a golden thread of light moving through it as it exploded near my head. But I'd seen her throw it and realized it wasn't just power, but something tangible that she'd actually thrown, which meant that if I could stop her from accessing her supply, she'd be close to being crippled. Plague was recovering now, but I'd flung myself at Muerta's legs to bring her down before Plague could hit me with anything. As Muerta struggled and writhed around on the ground, I searched the dark clothes she was wearing and found what seemed to be simply threads and small objects for throwing. But as soon as my hand touched them, I pulled back in shock from the sudden pain. A glance down showed gilded threads curling around my hand and forearm, like tiny snakes. They seemed alive. I grunted as they began to eat at my flesh, burning it at the same time. My subconscious warned me Plague was about to attack. When I saw her move, I decided a drastic step was necessary. Heavenly vengeance had taken over for redemption, but I could certainly do with a health boost at the moment. Pushing through the pain, I focused the skill in her direction, hoping it would do something to turn my predicament around. Nothing happened. She grinned and thrust out her hands. A dark spirit flew out and toward me, looking like the Grim Reaper and freaking me the fuck out. But that's when my redemption kicked in. A flood of green light streaked through the spirit, turning it to light and pulling it into my body, specifically the forearm that had been under attack. The golden snakes exploded away from me, the damage they caused immediately being offset by the healing effect. Crazy. I stood, rejuvenated and feeling like I could take on the world. So, one of my new powers basically gave me my enemy's power, at least temporarily before crippling me, while the other transfers their power into a healing effect. Interesting. I didn't waste time thinking about it or even looking to see what Muerta was up to. I heard fighting and shouting and trusted my team was working her over. Instead, I went all in, balls to the wall, doubling down on these new powers. Hell, I was feeling a high from having just been through all that pain and then going the extreme opposite with the redemption skill. Now I pulled up the last of the big 3 upgrades, the one that had cost me some valuable skills I'd come to rely on. How would I know if they worked if I didn't at least try the awesome-sounding ones? So, naturally, Heavenly Blast was the first one I chose. I lunged for Plague. She was already backing up, concerned by what I'd done to her dark spirit power. I activated Heavenly Blast and thrust out my hand, fingers spread. Yeah, as I'd always hoped and imagined, a burst effect of beams of light shot out of my hand, right for her. She moved her hand in a circle, clearly trying to come up with a power to block it, but even as she managed a wall of dark purple, the blasts were too many, and one went right through and into her chest, where it vanished. The shield faded, her form distorting into that of the Egyptian look she'd shown once before, and then she collapsed. An explosion went off behind me. Muerta shouted,
"No!"
and ran, leaping and catching her lover before the woman could hit the floor. Staring into her eyes, Muerta let out one long sob, distraught, then a shout of anguish as her gold eyes rose to meet mine.
"You!"
She stood, letting the corpse that had been her lover fall to the floor.
"You motherfucker!"
She threw out an attack of darkness and decay, causing the metal around me to instantly rush and crumble apart. Then she threw more of those bursts of darkness with the gold snakes. Only this time I was ready for the attacks, using redemption and finding I could divert the healing energy into my friends on a group scale when the power was strong enough. Coming from her in this emotional state, the power was very strong. The healing light settled over all of us. In that moment, I finally had the chance to see that Charm was kneeling, holding an unconscious, no longer screaming lady. The rest were moving in to help me, but paused as they experienced this in a state of awe.
"You're from Earth, no?"
Muerta glared, knowing the answer.
"When I'm done with you, you'll wish you had died here this day. I'm going to see that everyone you ever loved on Earth is destroyed, but only after immense suffering. Fuck that. Not only everyone you loved, but everyone you knew or even merely interacted with over the years. Some waitress gave you coffee? Her eyes will burn out of her skull as she shrieks in agony. A man used to cut your hair? Those same scissors will remove his skin.
Fuck you, I interrupted. You don't scare me. She arched an eyebrow, taking a step back and toward the wall.
Then you're even stupider than I thought.
With that final insult, she thrust her gold snakes behind her. There was a blast, and she vanished into it, even before it had finished. I led the charge in pursuit, but she was nowhere to be seen. Andromeda burst past me, shouting and corrupting metal as she led the chase. Then Charm yelped. Reyna, the phasing lady, was gone. Only 2 seconds later, Andromeda was cursing again, louder, shouting about how we let Muerta escape.
How the fuck?
She came storming back in, metal bursting out of her way, looking for an enemy to strike down in her fury.
They're still here.
Shimmer spoke cautiously, her hands up. Everyone knew not to piss off Andromeda when she was in this state.
Tear it up, if you have to.
Andromeda actually looked my way. I nodded. Stay away from the outer walls. The last thing we need is to go floating off into space. She nodded, as if she needed my permission, and then took off. A tunnel of hot metal formed in her wake, leaving the room hot and smelling like a car shop.
The rest of us?
Ezra asked. With Andromeda, I imagined the sex had given her some loyalty angle, hence the questioning look my way. But why Ezra and the others were all looking at me as the leader was confusing. I hadn't done anything to earn that, had I? With a glance at Plague's corpse, then thinking back to the message on Abaddon and every step since, I guess I had. She's hunting them down. The rest of you, we're going to shut this place down from the network side. I want to see that it's never operational again, and that any senior leadership or others who fully drank the special sauce are put down.
Special?
He asked, then laughed.
Never mind. I get it. Just odd choice of words. Unearthing,
Trunk explained, then turned to me.
Main point is we get to rampage through this place, destroying shit and killing bad guys, right?
Yes.
And then we get a fuck break?
One of the women with him chuckled. I nodded. When you get back to the ships, of course.
Sure.
He started to strip. What are you doing?
I'm not about to go into war wearing this fucking get-up, am I?
In a couple of seconds, he was in his famous loincloth, bulge showing way more than it should have been. Apparently, he got turned on by this whole warfare thing. Coming from PK, I should have figured. You've got your orders, I said, embracing the leadership angle. And Ezra, or Sherry, I understand your powers will help us determine who's on the enemy's side and who's not? Sherry shrugged, but Ezra nodded. That'll do well enough. Turning to the rest of them, I indicated Ezra. Follow him. He'll be your guide. My team's going to try and help Andromeda in the hunt as best we can. Agris, I'm sorry, but they'll need directions in here, and you have the map in you, right? The android turned to me with an appraising glare, then nodded.
I'll go with them, but don't you dare try to ditch me. Not after everything we've been through.
I wasn't exactly sure what she meant by that, but nodded. When you find the top brass, let us know.
Roger that.
Ezra acknowledged, standing at attention. The wannabe soldier was admirable in his own way. Move out. I suited actions to words and motioned my team to follow. A cheer rose from the others, and then the sound of them running in the other direction, following Agris. I felt bad, but it was that or leave them with Twitch. But she'd saved my ass enough times that I didn't feel comfortable in a place like this without her. As we ran, following the minimap and the tunnels left behind by Andromeda, I turned to Charm, then Twitch. Are we going to talk about what's going on with my powers?
Looked fucking hot.
Charm replied.
You're getting more and more badass.
Thanks, but I meant the way using what I got from that nihilist monster left me drained, and how long it took me to recover.
They did the job,
Twitch interjected.
What I'd be more curious to know,
Gale's voice came from behind me where she and Shimmer were watching our backs,
is what's the deal with Lamb? Who else is waiting for us at the Citadel? Is she still with us, in voice?
An explosion ahead rocked the walls. We continued on, Charm calling out to Lamb but getting no response. We stopped at a point where the tunnels met halls, everything to our left dripping with fresh molten metal. Then the walls to the right were gone, a flash of blue ahead.
She's almost on them.
Twitch had a screen up at her side, and I saw what she was seeing too. The phaser was taking Muerta through the walls damn fast and creating some sort of barrier in spots, it seemed, because Andromeda now needed to move up and down and find other paths of pursuit.
She's not.
Twitch stopped. What are you doing? I asked. The others took up defensive spots, the sounds of fighting not far. Twitch looked up at me, flipping her screen so I could see. The tunnels were going all over, then in circles. No sign of Muerta, it'd seem.
Not going to catch her. Muerta's gone.
How?
Oh, shit.
Agris spoke up over comms.
Are you all at a window?
I don't see how we would be, I said, more frustration dripping through than I'd meant.
If you can see through me and the system still.
I frowned, having forgotten I had that ability, then tapped into her and the ship, trying to see what she was referring to, and then froze with a loud, "Fuck!" Taking the image, I applied it to my screen so the others could see. She must have phased into that ship. The screen showed a ship just taking off.
Dropping through 5 fucking levels?
Twitch replied, analyzing it but not arguing.
Can we catch them?
Shimmer asked. Not in that ship versus ours, I answered. And they're going to have a huge head start. Everyone shared a look of worry, but then it got worse. The screen brightened, grabbing our attention. A burst of light hit and then was gone, and so was the ship. We stared at the screen for a moment, realizing it was over. After I'd killed Plague, Muerta had made it very clear to me where she'd be going. When I managed to remember to breathe, I spoke into my comms. Andromeda, she's gone. But we know where to find her, in her assault of Earth. Andromeda was moving back our way, slower than when she'd been in the chase. We hesitated, knowing she'd only take a few seconds to reach us.
The phaser?
Shimmer asked Charm. You had a connection with her, which seemed odd. I agreed. Charm nodded.
It's a blur in spots, the memory, but I recall her from my time at Superleans.
Your memory acting like that, plus what Ezra said? I shook my head, then gave her a quick kiss on the forehead. Should we be worried?
Worry when my head is detached and little alien spiders are crawling through my corpse. Until then, never.
We all turned as a new passage opened up just then, diving back as Andromeda almost went right past us, the metal twisting around her. At the same time, Agris let us know they'd located the chamber where they believed the upper echelons of the station would be.
We finish this job, then move to intercept her,
Andromeda stated. I stood tall, pulling up Agris's location for everyone to see. At least we know we have help at the Citadel.
But maybe not a way to make it back in time,
Andromeda said.
Don't forget, my portals can only get us so far. I can only use them where there are already portals in existence, or where I've already been before to set one up.
Then we'll have to hope someone at the Citadel has a better option, or at least faster, better ships to send us back in. Andromeda looked pissed, but stood there, waiting to hear our plan.
Or a portal to Earth.
That would be faster, I admitted. I'm actually surprised you're handling this so well. She grimaced.
Corny as it is, I have you all. I don't know. It's less about vengeance at this point, and more about seeing that she and all the other evil ones like her are stopped.
The floor suddenly shifted, creaking sounds echoing through the station.
And you already lost your shit a bit down there, I'm guessing?
Twitch had her arms up, stabilizing herself. Andromeda shrugged.
That too.
I laughed, then waved them on, following my minimap. Let's get this over with then, before the floor gives out completely.
And before any more of these fuckers can get away,
Charm added, darting out in front with her tail moving from side to side. For a moment, I almost thought I saw a second tail, which made me stumble, but when I looked again, there was only the one. Must have been a trick of the lighting. I pushed on, ready to try out these new skills some more. Chapter 23. We all converged on a set of wide doors that were unlike any.
The music poured from the doors, along with a sprinkle of laughter here and there. Some part of me wanted to pull my shoulders back, walk in the room, and own the fucking place. I could have. It was mine for the taking, but it was all a lie. My best days were behind me. "Hey, buddy," a voice called out from behind me. "You going in or what?" I moved back and offered a cocky smile, pulling a pack of cigarettes from my pocket. "Not yet, man. Go on and get yours." He snorted and moved past me, his beer belly leading the way. I should have recognized the guy, but making friends back in high school wasn't part of the deal. Fucking girls, drinking beer, and winning the game on Friday night, all that and a little college action on the side, that was what I cared about. But that shit hadn't served me well since leaving the dump that loomed up in front of me. I glanced around me as memories pounded inside my head. Who would have thought I'd have ended up broke, boring, and single? None of the fuckers on the other side of the gym door, that was for sure. Just go in. Shit. What are you waiting on? I reached out and gripped the door handle, but I couldn't open it. Back in high school, lying to score for the night or cheat on a test was all right. Now, at almost 30, the only thing I had left was truth, no matter how much that shit hurt. It took a minute more of fighting myself before I turned, pitched the cigarettes I wasn't planning on smoking, and walked back toward the bright city lights. "Hey, you coming?" The taxicab driver called out the window, his accent thick, his voice gravelly. He'd talked my fucking ear off all the way from the hotel to the school. I didn't feel like going through that again. Nah, I'm going to walk. Thanks, man. I waved him off. The minute I'd told the guy to sit tight while I checked the place out, I had known that I wasn't staying. My life was a mess. I would have walked into the reunion, and those bastards would have known right away that I'd amounted to nothing. It would just depress me, remind me that I peaked in high school. Fuck that. Stars twinkled above my head, and as silly as it was, I couldn't help but glance up and wonder if there was anything beyond the tiny-ass life I was living. Something bigger had to exist. I sure as hell hope it does, I mumbled, and zipped up my jacket. It was cold as a witch's titty up north around the holidays. A frosty wind blew through the streets, and I picked my pace up to a languid jog. I would find a place to have a beer, a conversation with an old-timer, and maybe someone to snuggle up next to later that night. Hopefully all three weren't one and the same. I chuckled at the thought. That shit would have been just the perfect shitty end to this shitty evening. My desire to get somewhere warm had me hustling to get into the door of what looked like a club in an alleyway in downtown. I was surprised as shit that I'd made it that far. The city beamed with lights, but something about the door caught my attention. A glow around the edges. Why not? I muttered to myself and walked toward it, sliding my frozen fingers into my jacket pockets. If sex wasn't my future, I'd need to warm up my hands. I planned on using them, amongst other things. You got ID? The big guy outside the door pressed a meaty hand into my chest. And are you on the list? I pulled out my wallet. I have an ID, and I'm thinking for $100 you might be willing to put me on that list or let me be someone else for a night? I offered him a weary smile. He eyed me before plucking the bill from my fingers and moving back. Jason Bourne is your name. I lifted an eyebrow. Seriously? Nah, just fucking with you. He let out a loud laugh, and his belly jiggled with mirth. Welcome to Solomon's. Get in there, and if anyone asks who you are, just tell them you're a friend of mine. Your name? I worked my license back in my wallet and slipped it in my back pocket. Mucha. He nodded and turned back to the door as he pulled it open. Right. I turned and eyed the place. People filled almost every inch of the large dance floor, and the red and green lights mixed with a little too much smoke gave off a Christmas orgy vibe. I liked it and I didn't, but the place had beer, so I walked up to the bar. Something to drink, handsome? A dark-eyed gal asked from behind the bar. Yeah, a beer. Whatever you have imported in a bottle. I glanced at my surroundings. The bar was as busy as the rest of the place. This place looks like a hole in the wall from the outside. She gave me a toothy grin. That's the point. We're busy enough without advertising or foot traffic. You guys should go into marketing. I slid onto the seat in front of me and took the beer she offered. You want a tab, Jason? Her smile grew. I chuckled. Private joker on here? You look like him. She shrugged and turned to wait on the next guy. After taking a quick sip, I turned around to face the dance floor, my ass still planted on the seat. Had it not been a pussy move, I might have ordered a hot chocolate. My damn fingers were killing me. Gloves. I needed to get some gloves. The bodies moved on the dance floor like a breathing amoeba. Some of it sexy, but most of it not. Why grown men thought they could dance like they were still in their teens and get away with it was beyond me. A flash of light near the stage caught my attention, and I paused with my beer halfway to my lips. A woman with eyes so green I could see them from 20 feet away stared my way. Her long blonde hair curled around her shoulders, accentuating how perky her tits were. Red lips the color of blood turned up in a tantalizing smile. I glanced behind me. Surely she wasn't looking at me that way. Not the college flunky, the single old useless fuck wearing my jacket. I turned back to face her and poked myself in the chest, mouthing, Me? It wasn't the most confident move, but I'd rather make sure before I strutted up to her like an asshole, only to get laughed at. She nodded her head slightly. Everything shifted. The music blasted out the next song. The natural lights dimmed, and the strobe lights raced harder and faster, making my pulse spike. Then she was gone. I'd done nothing more than blink. She's waiting for you. The bartender's voice rose up from behind me. I turned to face her, downed the rest of my beer, and offered her the bottle. Never keep a lady waiting, right? She laughed. Probably not a good idea this time. If things didn't work out with Blondie, I wouldn't think twice about bending the bartender over a bathroom counter and making her moan a little. I shot her a quick wink, and I was off my seat and headed toward the far corner of the club where my seductress had disappeared to. I hadn't taken more than 2 steps when I saw 2 giant meatheads square up against each other ahead of me. One was wearing a blue shirt, and one was wearing red. It's fucking Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Blue shirt shoved a table out of the way for what looked like no other reason than to do it. Red shirt retaliated by smashing a chair with the sole of his boot. I tried to move to the side so I could walk around them, but almost immediately, guys from both sides of the bar rushed toward the 2 hulks. Shouting shit I couldn't understand even from 5 feet away, they started wailing on each other. Bodies were flinging around, and I couldn't tell if they were jumping at each other or being thrown. Red shirt threw a punch that made contact with blue shirt's nose. It made a sickening crunching sound, and a spurt of blood shot out. It splattered on the people around them, and I expected it to at least slow down the fight. No such luck. The first blood seemed to only make the conflict, whatever the fuck it was about, worse. Suddenly, fists and feet were flying everywhere. It was impossible to tell which people were loyal to which of the meatheads. Maybe they didn't even know. They could have just been soaked in too much liquor, pissed off at their boss, their wife, their limp dick, or just the world in general. That was enough to get people fighting, even when they didn't know what the fight was about. I didn't feel too much like getting into the fray, but the blonde waiting for me was too delicious to pass up. My cock was already hard, and I didn't feel like going home and rubbing one out thinking about that girl's bright green eyes and luscious body. I'd much rather have the real thing. And if that meant pummeling my way through the display of stupidity in front of me, fine. I'd fuck them up, and then I'd fuck her. Maybe the adrenaline would even make it better. Walking headlong toward the fight, I reared back and punched the first guy who got near me. He stumbled back, growling something, but it opened up some space. I pushed ahead more and felt a fist make contact with the side of my head. Stars danced around in front of my eyes. Balling up my fists, I buried one into a hard stomach, and then another into something much softer I couldn't identify. Another punch knocked me back a few feet, but I rallied. Around me, I heard shouting and cursing I still didn't understand. It didn't matter. It still wasn't my fight. It was just a roadblock keeping me from the sweet body I was craving. Suddenly, something occurred to me. I had been scared shitless to go into my 10-year high school reunion, but I was literally fighting my way through a grimy bar to fuck some ghost-like chick in the back of a club. I needed to take my brother up on getting a shrink. He was right. It was time. Finally, I made my way out the other end of the fight. A couple of guys had started breaking up the action by that point. Oddly, I could feel the attention of the bar turning toward me. It was unnerving, and I tried not to think about it, as I continued on toward where I'd seen the woman standing. Regardless of whether it was in my head or not, eyes followed me as I passed by the dance floor and slowed my steps near the back corner. Who was this woman, and why did she feel important, not just to me, but to the rest of the fuckers staring me down? I turned to glance over my shoulder and found them watching me, unashamed. Fuck. Had I stumbled into some kind of gang bullshit? Was everyone here in a cult? Was this chick going to smoke my dick for dinner and skin the meat from my thighs by the time the sun came up? Did it matter? I wanted inside of her. Fuck it. After slamming the door shut on reason, I walked through a black door and closed it behind me. The only feature in the room was a set of stairs going up. I climbed them and emerged into a hallway with doors lining both sides. Only one of the doors was open, with dim light pouring out of it. I made my way toward it. The room smelled like flowers and women's perfume. Blondie stood facing me, her hands gripping the counter she rested her ass against. "Hi," I whispered, forcing the word out of my mouth. "You wanted something?" The silky pink robe she wore was open in the front, and the thick swell of her breasts teased me with promises that her mouth would help finish. "Cocky," she smirked. "I like it, Jason." I laughed heartily, breaking the spell between us. "Really?" Her smile softened, and she motioned for me to come closer. Just kidding. Come here. I want to taste you. And you should. All the girls do. I moved to her and slid my hands around her hips outside of her robe. No point in pushing too far until she invited me to. She ran her fingers through my hair, scratching my scalp before pulling me in tightly. The warm whisper of her words across my lips had my dick growing thick. Oh no, I'm not a girl, Hayden. I'm a woman. I wanted to ask how she knew my name, but her lips pressed to mine, and the room grew fuzzy around me. I pressed myself to her and rested my hands on the top curve of her ass as she made quick work of my lips and tongue, her moans soliciting a deep desire I hadn't felt in a long while. Fuck me, she mumbled, before nipping at my lips and pressing her body into mine. My hands slid under the silk, rubbing my cold fingers along the warm wetness of her slit. But what if we do this and you want more? I'm a one-night kind of guy, I teased her, as she worked my dick out of my jeans. The fucker stood hard and proud, ready to take on a whole horde of hot women with loose morals. One night is all we need. She kissed me again, before pressing her hips against mine, taking me inside of her in one long thrust. I grabbed her hips and carried her to the bed in the corner. The feeling of her tight, wet pussy clamped around me already had me at the edge of my control, and I wanted more. When I got to the bed, I dropped her down onto her back, so I landed over her. I plunged into her a few hard times, and then her hands pressed against my chest. She rolled me over, lost the robe, and sank her nails into my shoulders. There's something intriguing about you. I want to know what it is. I didn't have any idea what that was supposed to mean, but she could say whatever she wanted as long as she kept bouncing just like she was. Find it, baby, I slurred, wondering what the hell I'd gotten myself into. It wasn't like I'd been fighting off the hot women wanting to jump on my cock recently. Usually it took a bit more effort. Who the hell was this woman? For all I fucking knew, she was a secret agent trying to manipulate national secrets out of me, or a monster getting ready to fuck me up. Either way, I might be up for it. Just need to taste you. She dismounted my cock and moved down my body, biting and licking as she went. Do anything you want, I groaned. I totally meant it. I felt like I was losing grip on reality, but I didn't care. She really could be an assassin and take this second to finish me off, and I'd tap dance to hell with a smile on my face. Chapter 2. I couldn't tell if I was waking up or in the middle of a fucked up dream. I shifted around and knew I was coming out of sleep I didn't even realize I'd fallen into. I didn't remember drifting off. All I really remembered was the woman I was fucking biting me when I thought she was going to suck my cock. Groaning, I pried my eyes open. The room was only half lit, but even that little bit of illumination was too much for my sore eyes. I squeezed them closed again for a few seconds. When the feeling of needles poking into my skull stopped, I opened them again. The woman was gone. So, she hadn't stuck around after getting primal with me. Not that I expected to cuddle all morning and then go out for fucking crepes or anything, but damn. I stood up and immediately felt like a truck had hit me. I was groggy and felt like shit, but the headache and feeling like I'd been drugged weren't unfamiliar sensations. I felt pretty much like I always did after a hard night of drinking and fucking. It would pass, probably just in time for me to want to do it all again. I didn't know where I was. Obviously, I wasn't at home. After a few seconds, I realized I was still in the room where I'd found Blondie the night before. I was upstairs at Solomon's, which meant the walk downstairs would be awkward as fuck. Before I could worry about that, I had to find a bathroom. I stumbled out of the room and down the hallway. I figured if there was a room with a bed up there, there had to be a place to clean up and piss nearby. They just went together. The room 2 doors down proved me right. I sidled up to the toilet and dropped my pants. Something immediately caught my eye. My thigh looked strange, and I bent down to look closer. The whole inside of my upper leg was red and swollen. The more I looked at it, the more aware I was of how much it hurt. It burned like shit, And when I looked even closer, I noticed two little holes in the middle of the red area. It looked like a bite and felt like it had been pumped full of something nasty. The pain got worse, and my skin felt like it was searing. Something had gotten me. I thought for a second it might have been a bug, but that would have had to be one big-ass spider to leave that kind of damage. I thought about the woman from the night before and the way her mouth roved over me. She had nipped at my skin in a way that didn't feel exactly playful. Could she have left that kind of mark? And how the fuck didn't I notice? Actually, I knew exactly why I didn't notice. If my thigh looked that bad, though, what did the rest of me look like? I looked around the small, dingy bathroom for a mirror. There wasn't one. That struck me as weird. What bathroom didn't have a mirror, especially in a bar? Didn't people need to be able to make sure they looked good enough to get some ass? Or at least didn't have puke clinging to their hair when they'd had too much? Maybe some dude in the same intellectual class as the morons from the night before had smashed it when they got pissed off. I pulled out my phone and snapped a picture of myself. I had to make sure I didn't look too rough before I went back downstairs. Looking at the screen, I was shocked at the image I saw. I was expecting the same paunchy face and dark under-eye circles I'd been dealing with for months. Instead, my face looked thinner. Bags big enough to carry all of Mary Poppins's shit were gone. I actually looked awake and healthy. I pulled the phone back a little farther to take another picture of myself. This one showed more of me, and I noticed more changes. My hair was actually thick again. I'd been waking up to gray hairs, but all of those premature little fuckers were gone. I looked as good as I did when I was 21. I didn't know how the hell it happened, but it felt good looking at a version of myself that didn't look like life had run over me with a tractor. I was intrigued by what I was seeing. If my face looked that much better, what else might be different? Not really caring I was standing in a grungy bar bathroom, I stripped down and started looking over the rest of my body. The gut I'd developed was gone. I actually had abs. My arms were thick, the muscles obvious again. My entire body looked tighter and younger, like I'd gone back years. I didn't know what was happening, and it was messing with my head a little. I thought back to all the drugs I'd used when I was younger. I'd essentially traipsed through the alphabet, sampling a little of everything that was available. Some I did a lot more than sample. I didn't think they had much lasting effect other than the general crumbling of my life, but now I was wondering if the impact on my brain had been a lot more than that. How long does it take for the rest of the brain to find out about the deaths of their cell friends? Maybe I was just now starting to get the effects of some of those drugs, and that was what was making me believe all this was really happening. I squeezed my eyes closed, telling myself I was the same graying, softened man I had been when I walked into the bar the night before. The changes couldn't be real. When I felt like I'd had enough of a talk with myself, I snapped another picture and looked at it, expecting to see the same me staring back. Nope, I still looked young, smooth, and fit. I decided to go with it. What the hell? I might as well enjoy it while my brain was still on its vacation from reality. Chapter 3. I had to admit, I felt a bit of swagger in my step as I made my way out of the bathroom and back toward the steps down into the bar. It was hard not to when you looked as good as I did. I felt better than I had since I was at my peak, maybe even better than that. As I got to the top of the steps, I ran my hands down over my abs. I couldn't even remember how long it had been since I had actually been able to feel my muscles through the layer of fat on my gut. But now the fat was gone. There were actual abs there again. Maybe my brain hadn't been cooked by the drugs. There could be another explanation. Maybe it was possible to fuck hard enough to lose 7 years' worth of pizza, cigarettes, and whiskey in just a few minutes. If so, I had found my way to make a shit ton of money. Maybe I'd whip up an infomercial and start marketing my revolutionary new health and fitness plan, Pound Your Way to Glory. It worked on so many levels. I looked around as I made my way down the steps, not really knowing what to expect. I wasn't going to pretend I hadn't been in plenty of bars well before it was 5 o'clock anywhere, but actually waking up in one brought the concept of day drinking to a whole new level. The bar looked surprisingly similar to what I remembered it looking like the night before. Despite it being sometime in the morning, the inside of the bar still looked dark and smoky. It had the solid doors and heavily curtained windows to thank for that. I was halfway down the steps when I noticed the same bartender from the night before was standing behind the bar. She looked even hotter than she had when I first saw her. Not having the crowd of drinkers surrounding her might have been a part of it. I could see her better, and there was plenty to look at. The daringly low scoop of her neckline gave me an eyeful as she leaned over the counter to continue wiping it. The clingy fabric barely held back her ample cleavage, and I could tell she hadn't bothered to put on a bra when she got dressed. If she leaned forward a bit more, her nipples would probably pop out to say good morning. Not that I would have complained. My feet hit the landing at the bottom of the steps, and she looked toward me. Straightening, she gestured for me to come over to her. I complied, sidling up to the bar and dropping down onto the same stool I'd sat in the night before. I wondered if she noticed the change that had come over me. Now that I was closer, I got an even better view of her. My eyes roved over her, and I took in the abundance of smooth, milky skin exposed by her clothes. Her thick red hair tumbled around her shoulders and down to the tight nip of her waist. A sprinkle of freckles across the bridge of her little nose and her cheekbones only made her sexier. My hungry stare couldn't get enough of her. I didn't even bother to try to look away from the lush swells of her tits or pretend I wasn't full-on staring at her. Usually I wasn't that brazen with women. I'd never pretend to be chivalrous or say I didn't like to get my fill of staring at hot women, especially when they were as sexy as this fiery bartender. But usually I was a bit subtler about it. Not today. Even I was surprised by how completely nonchalant I was about staring at her. She seemed to notice I was transfixed by her and made a decidedly not subtle sound of clearing her throat. "Hey," she said, "I'm up here." I looked back at her face and saw her looking at me with an understandably exasperated expression bordering on disgusted. She probably got stared at like that most of her life and didn't need more of it first thing in the morning. "Hey," I said. Just the fact that I was paying attention to her seemed to assuage her annoyance some. She held out one hand toward me. "I'm Ash," she said. "Hayden," I said, shaking her hand. Ash tilted her head at me. My eyes flickered to Ash's cleavage again, and she gave a half grin. "Welcome to the underworld," she said. It was my turn to give her a quizzical look. "The underworld?" I asked. "I thought this place was called Solomon's." Ash nodded. "To the average guy who walks in here without knowing where he is, it's Solomon's. To members of the kin, to your kin, it's called Solomon's Fang. It's a favorite among us." "Us?" I asked, feeling confused. "My kin?" "You're a part of the underworld now, Hayden. You have a whole new existence ahead of you. Well, hopefully." "I don't understand," I said. The half grin returned. "You're confused," she said. "I guess that's understandable. It's not like you walked in here last night thinking you were going to meet a vampire, much less plunge your cock into one." I felt like I had just gotten smacked in the face with a brick. I tried to process what Ash said, but it didn't sink in. "A vampire?" I asked. "I don't remember seeing a vampire." "It's funny that you think you'd know if you did," Ash said. "What do you mean?" "I'm not talking about fucking Dracula," she said. "Vampires don't go walking around in giant collars, black capes, and powdered wigs. Well, usually. I mean, I guess some of them might get their kicks out of that, but the one whose eye you caught isn't going to be inspiring any Halloween costumes anytime soon." Realization hit me. "Blondie?" I asked. Ash gave a short, mirthless laugh. "I wouldn't let her hear you call her that," she said. "So let me get this straight. You're telling me I hooked up with a vampire last night, and that's why I changed like this?" She nodded. "You catch on quick." "I thought I had just gotten back in shape," I said, feeling a hint of disappointment. "Overnight?" Ash asked sourly. "Even you should know it was going to take more than a few minutes of burning calories to work off that gut. And when was the last time you heard of cardio taking the gray out of hair?" "So what did cause it?" I asked. "Like I said, you met a vampire. She was interested when she saw you, she got you into that room, and she hopped on. Did you notice anything odd when you were fucking her? Other than it was happening in some upstairs room of a bar and I hadn't even said a word to her?" I thought about it for a second, and then Something came to mind. She bit me. I just remembered that. She went down on me and she bit me. Ash nodded again. Are things becoming a little clearer to you? When I didn't answer, she leaned against the counter again. Let me spell it out for you. She bit you and she took your blood. That means she started the change. She turned me into a vampire? I asked. Not quite. Like I said, she started it. You have to finish it. You've got 4 days to complete the change. What happens if I don't complete it? I asked. You die, she said matter-of-factly. Fantastic. I drew in a breath. 4 days? Ash pushed back from the counter. Well, that part is kind of misleading. It's quite common to sleep through the first 24 hours because the body undergoes so many changes so fast. Best to plan on a solid 3 days just to be safe. She bent down to pull a crate of bottles out from under the bar, and I let out an audible moan at the sight of her ass and her tight little pants. Ash stood up and shot me a glare. That's all a part of the transformation, too, she said. You're going to have a much stronger affinity for sex now. It's just the nature of the beast. You'll get used to it. I still felt like I wasn't totally grasping what she was saying to me. I couldn't make myself believe it. This had to be one big-ass elaborate prank they liked to pull on the drunk chumps who fell asleep in the upstairs rooms. I leaned forward with my arms on the bar and stared at Ash for a few seconds. Prove it, I said. What? She asked. I don't believe you. Vampires don't exist, especially not sexy vampires who turn you during sex and crank back the years with their enchanted pussy. Ash shot me another glare. I can tell you for a fact it wasn't her pussy that turned you, enchanted or otherwise. You said it yourself. She bit you. I shook my head. I don't know what kind of joke is being pulled here. I'm pretty sure any second now some dude is going to jump out from under one of the tables with a camera and tell me he's going to post all the footage on YouTube. It's going to be boring as hell, though, because I'm not fooled. What do you mean? I leaned toward her, lowering my voice to a mock conspiratorial whisper. There's no such thing as vampires, I said again. There's not? Ash asked. Thank you so much for telling me. I really appreciate you breaking through the delusion. I rolled my eyes. You're going to keep it up? I asked. Look, you are unbelievably sexy. I'm not going to lie. You're so hot, I forgot how to function for a few seconds there. But it's not enough to make me start believing in urban legends and spooky campfire stories. You didn't even offer me a s'more. But you're so quick to believe you can just wake up and all of a sudden your gut is gone and you've somehow managed to shake 7 years of disappointment and failure funk off just because you spent a few minutes with a woman? I shrugged. I personally find that easier to believe than a horde of the undead just roaming around New York. You're not in New York, she said. I looked at her incredulously. I might not have known what end was up when I woke up this morning, but I know what city I'm in. I came for my high school reunion, and since I went to high school in New York, I think it's a safe bet to say that's where I am. Then I suggest you keep your ass out of Las Vegas, or even Atlantic City for that matter. You would lose that bet. Where do you think I am? I asked sarcastically. Ash held out her hands as if to encompass the bar around us. Solon City, she said. It's a perfect mirror of New York, but designed for our kind. She grabbed a menu from the end of the bar and slid it toward me, turning it so I could look at the logo on the front. See that? I looked down at the burgundy faux leather of the menu cover. I wouldn't have thought a place like this would have a menu at all, much less one that fancy. If I'd seen it when I first went into the bar, I might not even have noticed the symbol on the front. Now that Ash had it right in front of me, her fingertip tracing the gold embossing, I couldn't miss it. Solomon. A complex tribal pattern surrounded the name of the bar, and she touched it almost adoringly. Do you know what this is? She asked. Her voice had that tone that meant she knew I didn't. She asked the question in the way people do when they know you don't know the answer but want you to admit it. No, I said. It's a character in ancient vampire language. It means fang. I still don't believe you. Ash let out a sigh and took a step back from the bar. Locking eyes with me, she opened her mouth. I watched as her teeth started to shift, and my heart pounded as I watched sharp, glistening fangs slide into view. She let them stay that way for a few seconds, just long enough for me to know they were definitely real. They slid back up into place, and she closed her mouth. "Convinced?" she asked. "Holy shit," I muttered. My mind cleared suddenly with a jolt of realization. Wait, how did I manage to wander into a vampire bar? I was walking around New York. I didn't say an incantation or go through a fireplace or some shit. Ash rolled her eyes. "Did I say you've been transformed into a wizard? I'm just trying to figure out how I went from being in New York to getting into here, and now I'm supposedly in some other city?" "It's both," Ash said. "Both?" "Solomon's Fang isn't just one place. It's a nexus between the two worlds. It exists in both New York and Solon City simultaneously. When you come here, you can step through the gateway between the two worlds and fully enter the underworld." "I'm not in New York anymore." It came out resigned, like I was convincing myself. "So now that you're caught up to speed, where did she bite you?" "What?" I asked. I felt like I was most certainly not caught up to speed. "Where did she bite you?" Ash asked again, speaking slowly and pronouncing each word carefully, like she didn't think I understood her. "On my leg," I answered. "Let me see it," she said. "I'll show you how the fangs fit." I got down off the stool and walked around behind the bar. Ash reached for my belt and loosened it. The feeling immediately tightened my stomach and made my cock twitch. She unceremoniously dropped my pants around my ankles and crouched down to get a better look at the bite. Her soft hand ran along my skin as she pressed her fingertips into the still swollen and tender area around the punctures. It was starting to feel better, but being turned on by having the sexy bartender on her knees in front of me was probably doing its part to dull the pain. Her fangs sank down out of her mouth again, and she tilted her head so I could see the pointed tips perfectly aligned with the holes in my leg. "See?" she asked. "Looks like a good clean bite. She really knows what she's doing." The affinity for sex Ash had mentioned reared its head. I reached down and ran my fingers through her silky hair. "Why don't you show me what you know how to do?" I asked. Ash nipped at me with her fangs, just catching the skin of my thigh. She climbed to her feet and flipped her hair back over her shoulder. "Soon," she said. "There'll be plenty of time for that. But right now, you need to get your ass in gear. I told you, you only have 4 days after the bite to finish the turning. If you don't, you'll die. Time's ticking. You've got to get going." She gave me a regretful look. But honestly, I wouldn't hold out too much hope. Chapter 4. I didn't like the sound of Ash's last statement. She stepped away from me, and I pulled up my pants. "What do you mean you don't hold out too much hope?" I asked. Ash tilted her head thoughtfully, looking like she was trying to figure out the right words to say. She seemed to almost be debating with herself about what she thought she should tell me. Finally, her shoulders dropped resolutely, and she looked me directly in the eyes. "All right, let me put it this way. The woman you called Blondie, which, just to reiterate, I recommend you never, ever do again, that's Aurora. She is the daughter of one of the highest-ranking vampires in our world. Do you know what that means?" I thought about it for a second. "She's royalty?" I asked, just throwing it out there. Ash gave a hint of a nod. "Essentially," she said, "you need to think of Aurora as a princess, and you are a peasant. That is how untouchable she is to you. She is completely beyond you, and you can't pursue her, just like a peasant would never try to go after a princess. Do you understand?" I stared at Ash, still trying to get her words to sink in. When did I stop being able to understand what a woman was saying to me? Not that I'd call myself a sparkling conversationalist or anything, but usually I could at least follow along with a basic talking to. Even when I was distracted by fantastic tits and creamy skin, right now I felt like Ash's words were coming at me through a block of jello. I frowned.
Okay, so let me get this straight. The vampire who found me so irresistible she just had to make me her bar snack is apparently some big deal in the vampire world, so I'm not even supposed to try to talk to her again? Yes, Ash said. Bullshit, I said. Ash sighed and grabbed 2 mugs from the rack above the bar. She filled them with sudsy beer and stalked around the side of the bar toward one of the tables. She didn't say anything, but her body language told me to follow her. Actually, language didn't have anything to do with it. I'd follow the swish of those hips anywhere they went, whether they were telling me to or not. She walked up to a table and set the mugs down firmly. I vaguely remembered that particular table getting kicked out of the way the night before during the brawl. Had it been the night before? Ash mentioned that people going through the turning sometimes slept for the first 24 hours because of all the changes happening to their bodies. Had I done that too? Look, Ash said, dropping down into a chair. It's not my problem Aurora zeroed in on you. I don't know why she did it. I sat across from her. Well, that's hurtful. She shrugged. Also, not my problem. I'm trying to tell you that she isn't just some bar skank you can track down after a one-night stand and bring out for greasy Chinese food in some hole in the wall you think is romantic. Have you been following me? I asked with a grin. Not impressed. Damn, this girl just wasn't giving me an inch. Aurora does what she wants, and who she wants, when she wants, Ash said. So the city is crawling with her little collection of vampires? I asked. Ash shook her head. No, that's the thing. She doesn't usually bite the men she picks up for fun. I took a swig of the beer and set the mug back down. What the hell time was it? Not that it mattered. I wasn't above drinking no matter what time it was. Well, that makes me special then, doesn't it? And I'm not giving up. I'm not just going to sit around with my memories and long for her like I'm in some pathetic women's network movie. Are you particularly familiar with those? Ash asked flatly. I ignored her teasing. I don't know how this whole vampire thing works, but I really don't care. If I want to go after a woman, I'll go after her, even if she thinks she's above me. She doesn't think she's above you, Ash said, leaning slightly toward me. She is above you. Therein lies your problem. Remember, you are a peasant. You can't just stroll up to the princess and expect her attention. Unfortunately, if you don't, you are fucked, and not in the way that got you here in the first place. What are you talking about? I asked. Ash took a deep sip of her beer. I told you that you have to complete your turning within 4 days after you get bitten. I nodded. Or I die. Yes, that stuck with me. Yes, you die, she said. A very slow, very prolonged, very painful death. It takes at least a week, sometimes more. The venom from the bite starts to break down at the point of the bite, and your body goes along with it. It's not a kind or gentle death. All these benefits you're enjoying from the bite, all the youth and sexiness, gone. I was unnerved by the matter-of-fact tone of her voice and the unaffected expression on her face. I would have preferred if she put some drama into it, some flailing, a few meaningful gestures. Even just an increase in the volume of her voice would have made it less chilling. Gone? I asked. It came to you as a gift of the turn, she said. If you don't complete the change within the set time, it's taken from you, along with everything else. Your skin, that has become so smooth and youthful, will go gray and slack. It will start rotting away, sliding off your bones. The blood going through your veins will become like acid and will eat away at you from the inside. I felt my stomach turn at the thought and nodded. That's really lovely, but I think I have the basic idea now. She kept going. You lose the feeling in your fingers and toes? Oh, there's more! Lovely! I hung my head for a few seconds, drawing in a breath to try to keep myself from throwing up. She nodded. They'll turn black, then start to fall off one by one. At least I'll know when that's going to be over. I'll just do the most depressing New Year's Eve-style countdown from 10 ever done. I just have to go through it twice. I folded my arms on the table and dropped my head down onto them. I felt dizzy thinking about everything Ash was saying. Well, it would be a countdown from 11 for one of them, technically, she said in her same flat tone. What? I asked without lifting up my head. 11, she said again. It's already a fairly shaky metaphor you've got going there, but if you want to go with it, you might as well be accurate about it. You'd have to do a countdown from 11 if you really wanted to make sure you knew when appendages were going to stop falling off during the death process. 10 fingers, then 10 toes, and 1... My head snapped up from my arms to look at Ash. No, I said. She nodded. Yep, she said. Just like everything else, it would turn gray and... No, I said, shaking my head. It would lose all feeling? No, I groaned, and it would fall off. My dick? I managed to ask, my voice squeaking. No, not my dick. It's not a pretty picture, she said. A smile turned up her plush lips, and I noticed her eyes travel up and down me briefly. Well, the falling off part isn't. Before that is yet to be seen. The hunger rose up inside me again, and it took everything to keep sitting in the chair rather than diving over the table and taking Ash for a spin right there. The image of my dick falling off helped dampen my urges a bit. That was one scare tactic the public school system should grab hold of and run with. They could show all the oozy, gross pictures they wanted, but teenagers were still going to fuck. Throw them one mental image of coming across the wrong one-night stand and their dick going gray and falling off, and the teen pregnancy rate would drop to nothing. So what am I supposed to do? I asked. I'd definitely like to avoid the dick falling off scenario. And the death? Ash asked. I shrugged. Well, yeah, it's a package deal. You have to drink Aurora's blood, she said. I have to what? I asked. Aurora is the one who bit you and started the turn, she said. You have to bite her and drink her blood in return. That will complete your transformation, and all the changes will be permanent. You just got finished telling me I'm not even supposed to consider getting near this chick because she's some eternal princess, I said, shaking my head. Now you're telling me the only way to keep myself from decomposing to death is to not only get near her, but to drink her blood. That's just perfect. Ash shrugged. Now you see why I said not to hold out too much hope. I shook my head. No, I'm not going to accept that. You can't just tell me I can't approach this woman after she did this to me when she's the only chance I have. That's not happening. I'm not just going to give up and sit around waiting for the next 4 days. 3 days, Ash corrected. What the fuck ever, 3 days then. I'm not going to sit around waiting to die for 3 days so I don't offend the princess. I'm going to find her, and you're going to help me. Ash's eyes widened slightly. Me? Yes, I said. You're the one who told me Aurora was interested last night, or the night before, whenever it was I met her. You told me to go after her, and now you're telling me about all this. Whether you like it or not, you've taken me under your wing. And you're going to tell me where she is, how to find her, and then what to do. Ash's eyes narrowed. Her glare told me she wasn't used to people standing up to her. I expected her to lash out at me and tell me I was on my own. Instead, she took a long swig of her beer and squared her shoulders. Fine, she said. Her eyes traveled up and down me again. I don't know why, but I'm going to help you. Usually I don't care about people in your situation. It's not in my nature to care what happens to those who are in the process. Too disposable. I don't like to get attached, just in case things don't turn out. That's not something you want to watch happen to a person you have any connection to. But there's something about you. It was the same thing Aurora had said to me when I first walked in the upstairs room with her. The fact that Ash said it now struck me, but I didn't mention it. Where do we start? I asked. Chapter 5. I don't know where Aurora is, Ash said. She moves around as she pleases, and isn't the easiest to follow. If we're going to find her, the best thing we can do is figure out where she isn't. Are we communicating in riddles now? I asked. If so, I'm going to need a few minutes to come up with mine. It's not a riddle, Ash said. Come with me. She stood, and I followed her toward the back of the bar. Where are we going? I asked. Downstairs, she said. There's somebody I want you to meet. I'd watched enough horror flicks to know it was rarely a good thing when somebody asked you to go downstairs in a building you didn't know, especially when they told you they had somebody they'd like you to meet. Usually that meant there was going to be a monster or a torture chamber with rusty implements involved. But since I was already staring down the barrel at a pretty nasty death if this whole Find Aurora mission didn't work out, I decided to go along with her. We made our way through the bar and to a black door in a dark corner. If I'd seen it after just wandering in, I'd probably have thought it was a storage closet. The small etching of the emblem from the front of the menu into the doorknob was the only thing giving me any indication it was something different. Ash took hold of the knob and pushed the door open. It was anticlimactic in a way. I thought there was going to be a special secret knock or a password or something, at least a key. She opened the door like we were just going on a casual stroll to get some extra paper towels. The door opened onto a set of steps, and she started down them. I followed her, pushing the door closed behind me as I went. We were immediately engulfed in complete darkness, and I heard Ash muttering to herself as she hurried the rest of the way down. A few seconds later, I heard a click, and a light turned on over my head. I was still making my way down the rest of the steps toward Ash on the landing when a man came around the corner toward us. Big and muscular, the man looked angry as he stalked toward Ash. I felt a protective urge to defend her, but when she glanced over her shoulder, she didn't seem bothered by his advance. "What's going on?" the man demanded. "Hey," Ash said. "I was coming to look for you." She gestured toward me. "This is Hayden." I stepped toward him with my hand extended. "Hey," I greeted. The man said nothing, and Ash gestured toward him. "This is Tybalt," she said. I grinned. "Hey, Tybalt. Sorry to hear about your cousin Juliet." I laughed. "That Shakespeare dude really knows how to do a downer, doesn't he?" Tybalt's expression didn't change as he reached out to shake my hand. It was a firm, almost painful grip. "Will was a good man," he said. "I'll miss him." I wanted him to laugh. He didn't. My hand fell away from his, and I looked back to Ash. She didn't look at all fazed by his comment, and something told me she'd heard stories about this man's time chumming it up with good old Will. "Ty is my bouncer," she explained. I noticed him stiffen, as if the word made him angry, but she didn't elaborate. "Hayden is a new member of the clan. At least he's on his way to becoming a new member of the clan. He's in process." "I thought he had an unfinished look about him," Ty said. I wanted to say something back, but Ash pushed ahead to drown me out. "We need to go to the portal," she said. Ty scrutinized me for a beat, then gave an almost imperceptible nod. He turned, and Ash started following him deeper into the basement. I fell into step behind them and tried to pay attention as we weaved through a honeycomb of rooms. In case they were planning on just abandoning me somewhere down here, I wanted to have at least some chance of making my way back out. Finally, we reached another door. Ash hung back slightly as Tybalt approached it. I leaned toward her so I could whisper in her ear. "What's up with him?" I asked. She shook her head sharply. "Ty doesn't talk about his past," she said. It was vague, but the tone in the words shut me down instantly. I straightened again and watched as Ty reached into the neck of his shirt and withdrew a chain. Hanging from it was a large, complicated-looking key. He took the chain from his neck and inserted the key into the hole just beneath the handle on the door. When the lock clicked, even before opening the door, he put the chain back over his head and tucked the key into his shirt again. He opened the door and stepped inside. Ash waited a few seconds and then followed him, with me right behind her. We walked into a room that was almost completely dark. A faint light shone from somewhere across the space, but I couldn't see what it was. I had the distinct feeling there was something there I couldn't perceive. "Where are we?" I asked. "Ty is also the keeper to the portal to the underworld," Ash explained. "So he's a bouncer for both worlds?" I asked. "You can say that," Ty said flatly. He looked to Ash. "You can pass through, but you have to pay the blood price." That didn't sound promising. "Blood price?" I asked. "Before we do that," Ash said, ignoring me, "have you seen Aurora?" Ty looked at her strangely. "Aurora?" he asked. "I saw her upstairs last night." So it was just last night. The drugged feeling I'd had since I woke up was still dragging on me, but at least having some grasp of how long I'd been out made me slightly less disoriented. "Have you seen her since?" Ash asked. "No," Ty admitted. He sounded almost confused. Then a sinister smile curved up one side of his lips. "Wait, Aurora? He looked at me. Aurora bit him? Yes, Ash said. Apparently he caught her eye, and she bit him in the thigh. She didn't drain him, so his time is ticking. We need to find her so we can take some of her blood and finish the turn. Before my dick falls off, I offered, leaning slightly toward the massive man in the hope of creating some sort of camaraderie. He glared at me. Good luck with that, he said. Aurora hasn't passed back through the portal, not since she came through a few days ago. Shit, Ash said. What does that mean? I asked. She shook her head. If she didn't pass back through the portal, she hasn't gone back to the underworld. It still wouldn't be easy to find her if she was there, but at least I know most of her usual spots. As it is, she's still somewhere in New York. That's going to make it even harder to track her down. Then we better start looking for her, I said. I'll text you a phone if I see her, or if she tries to pass through the portal, Ty offered. Thanks, Ash said. She looked at me. Come on. Happy searching, Ty said to me with a dark glint in his eye. Ash and I started back through the basement toward the stairs up into Solomon's. You know, I said, I don't think that dude likes me. Tybalt doesn't like anyone new, she said. Let's just hope we find Aurora in enough time that you'll get a chance to change his mind. Chapter 6. Ash didn't hesitate as we made our way into the bar. She made a beeline for the front door, but I hesitated slightly. I still didn't know exactly what time it was, but I was vaguely aware it was daytime. Every piece of vampire lore I'd ever heard told me that sunlight was lethal. I assumed Ash was aware of the time, but I didn't relish the idea of following her out onto the sidewalk and watching her burst into flames in front of me. I was also shaky on just how much of a vampire I was at the moment. I knew a large part of me was still human, but how much? How would that part of me that had already changed react to the sun? Ash was almost at the door when she noticed I wasn't following her anymore. She stopped and turned to look at me. What's wrong? It's still daytime, right? I asked. Yeah, she said. Like I said, you slept most of the day, but it's still afternoon. Why? Is it sunny? I guess, she said. Why, do you have a thing for sunscreen? Need to protect yourself from the UV rays? I mean, shouldn't I? I asked. Oh, she said, seeming to realize what I was getting at. You think we're going to go crispy if we go out in the sunlight, don't you? I shrugged. At least you, anyway. I don't know if still having some human in me provides a guard against that or not. Ash laughed. It wasn't a taunting laugh, but something genuine. The sound made me want her even more. She definitely hadn't been kidding when she said my desire for sex was going to get stronger. That's all fiction, Hayden, she said. Just stories. The sunlight isn't going to bother you, I promise. I'm even known to do a little sunbathing every now and then. Her long lashes lowered as she gave me another smoldering look. I'm particularly fond of the nude beaches. That was enough to get me following her again. She slipped out of the building, and I went right after her. The sunlight was a stark contrast to the dim environment of the bar, but I was relieved when it just felt warm and comforting, rather than violent and burning. Ash smiled at me from a few feet away. The sun made her red hair even brighter, and brought out the creaminess of her skin even more. She had decidedly not burst into flames. I took that as a victory. Nice day, I said. Ash nodded. You don't have to be afraid of wooden stakes either, by the way. Really? I asked. Getting stabbed in the heart by one is enough to piss you off, but it's not going to kill you. Has that happened to you? I asked. She shuddered. A few more times than I find amusing, she said. People will try all kinds of ridiculous things when they think they're going to kill a vampire. Let me guess, those encounters didn't end well for them. She just flashed me a look, and I knew the answer. So what do we do now? Where do we start looking for Aurora? The first thing we need to do is not look for Aurora, Ash said. Isn't that kind of counterproductive to finding her? I asked. Yes, we need to find her, but what I'm saying is you aren't in any condition right now to be looking for her. You need to get freshened up. And aren't you hungry? My stomach grumbled, answering for me. Maybe. Wait. What am I going to eat? I was thinking about the row of various vaguely ethnic fast food restaurants a few blocks over in a much different way than I usually did, and I was feeling a bit queasy. Whatever you want, I guess. Ash said. The part of you that's still human needs food, and it will for a while. Didn't you wonder why there's a menu at a vampire bar? You said it yourself. That bar exists in both the real world and the underworld. I figured it was probably for the patrons who don't end the night with puncture holes in their thigh as a souvenir of being picked up by a ravenous woman. Well, yes, them, but also for those in the process. Makes it easier on them. But it's really only convenient if the person knows where to find the one who bit them. Where do you live? Not too far from here, I said. Good, Ash said. Let's go to your place. You can order some delivery, take a shower, and get into a change of clothes. I promise you'll feel better after. I nodded, and I led her in the direction of my apartment. We could probably have grabbed a cab or waited for a bus, but I didn't want to deal with it. I looked better than I had in years, and even with the brain fog still lingering, I felt good. I told myself I just wanted to be able to talk to Ash without a nosy cab driver or fellow passenger listening in. In the back of my mind, though, I knew I really just wanted to strut. We'd only gone a few blocks when that idea kicked me right in the ass. I started feeling weaker, and the drugged feeling got worse, until I felt like I could barely process what was going on around me. Needing a break, I stepped into an alley and leaned back against the cool brick of the wall. You okay? Ash asked. I shook my head. I feel awful. This sucks. I know, she said, leaning against the wall beside me. You do? I asked. Ash looked at me sideways. Do you think I was born a vampire? She asked, then laughed. No, not even close. I was changed, just like you were. She paused. Well, maybe not just like you were. What happened to you? I asked. She shook her head. The details don't matter, but I do remember what you're going through. The process isn't easy, but it gets better when it's over. Is that the only option? I asked. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? It getting better when it's over, I said. Is the only option going through the whole change? There's no way I can just stay like I am and not go all the way through the turn? Ash looked around, then glanced at her phone before shoving it into the pocket of her tight jeans. Come on, she said. We need to keep moving. We can get a ride if you don't think you can keep walking. I nodded, and we walked out onto the sidewalk again. It could be difficult to get a cab in the middle of the day, but all Ash had to do was throw a hand up, and a cab skidded to a stop beside us. To be honest, she probably didn't have to wave at all. Her ass and those jeans and the cleavage spilling out of her shirt could have hailed the ride all by themselves. I gave the driver my address, and we started across town. Yes, she said after a few blocks. Yes? I asked, barely remembering the question. Going through the process is the only option, she said. Other than dying, of course. If you don't want to go that route, the only thing you can do is finish the turn. I looked at the back of the driver's head in front of us. He had barely paid any attention to us since we got into the back of the car, not even glancing into the rearview mirror at us. I'd lived in New York long enough to know that didn't mean he wasn't listening. In fact, him putting so much effort into keeping his eyes in front of him gave it away that he was probably taking note of every word we said. As a test, I stayed quiet for a few seconds while watching him. There it was. He leaned back slightly, his ear almost twitching as he strained to hear the rest of the conversation. Ash and I made eye contact. She didn't seem bothered by the idea of this man listening to us. She probably just assumed he'd think we were crazy if he did hear us. It was a safe assumption. I would have been the same way less than 2 days before. Even so, I didn't want to keep talking. I wasn't ready to let my vamp flag fly just yet. I stayed silent for the rest of the ride. As we rode the elevator up to my apartment, I looked at Ash again. What's it like? What's what like? She asked. Being a vampire, I said. Ash seemed to think about my question for a moment. It's not all that different, she laughed, except for not having to worry about dying anymore, and never being able to get enough sex. She laughed again, and then grabbed my face with both hands, pulling me in for a kiss. The taste of her was electrifying, and I instantly wanted more. I reached for her, but Ash flattened her hands on my chest and pushed me back. Not yet, she said. You need to get cleaned up and get something to eat. We've still got a lot of work to do, and I'm not using up the last of your strength. I unlocked my apartment door and ushered her in. Walking into the kitchen, I grabbed the handful of delivery menus from the drawer under the microwave. Want anything? I asked. Not unless you're going to hold down the delivery person for me, Ash said. I wanted to laugh, but I knew that she wasn't joking. I'll just get a pizza, I said. Well, that isn't predictable at all, she said. I knew she was right. Truth was, I didn't really have a craving for pizza. I was just hoping one of the guys I used to work with would show up and see how good I looked. Maybe catch a glimpse of Ash. I didn't know what being a vampire entailed, but something told me I wasn't going to be slinging pies anymore. I knew I was hungry, but I hadn't realized how completely ravenous I was until the pizza got there. I downed almost the whole thing within minutes after it arrived, barely even tasting it. Eating made me feel stronger, but it also made me aware of how grimy I felt. I'm going to grab a shower, I said. Ash nodded. Make yourself at home. I took a few steps toward the bedroom, then looked back at her. Unless you want to join me. Persistent, aren't you? She asked. I shrugged and shuffled into the bedroom. Tossing my clothes aside, I went into the bathroom and turned on the shower full blast. When the room filled with steam, I stepped into the searing water. It immediately hit the punctures in my thigh, and I hissed with the pain. Turning my bite mark away from the water, I did my best to get clean without getting anything else into the wound. I'd gotten a good chance to check myself out when I was in the room when I first woke up, but this was a better opportunity. As I washed, I admired the muscles that had reappeared, and the tautness of my skin in places I hadn't even noticed had gone slack. Seeing myself virile and youthful again just made the tightness in my belly stronger, and I couldn't stop thinking about Ash. She'd been teasing me since I had come down the stairs earlier, and I was feeling like I wouldn't be able to control myself around her much longer. Not that I wanted to. When I got out of the shower, I grabbed a towel to dry off as I made my way back into the bedroom. I hadn't got any clothes before I got into the shower, which meant I was completely naked when I walked into the room and found Ash sprawled out across my bed. She was flipping through a book I'd had on my nightstand, but it didn't take long for her to look up and notice me standing there. Her eyes locked on my body and roamed over me the way they had earlier. Only this time, there wasn't anything to stop her from seeing every inch of me. She murmured, her lips curving up in a smile. Aurora definitely did you good. My cock had been throbbing all day, but now it sprang all the way to life. Ash climbed to her knees in the middle of the bed. Her intense eyes were securely on my dick, as unabashed in her staring as I had been earlier. I could see the hunger wasn't just limited to people new to the clan or to the men. She was looking at me with the same desire as Aurora had. I was happy to oblige her. I walked up to the side of the bed, keeping my body on full display for her. Ash smiled, licking her lips. I love men who are just getting started, she said, low in her throat. So much delicious pent-up lust. So much tension. She took hold of the hem of her shirt and pulled it off over her head. Her heavy tits bounced out, her nipples taut. I reached forward and rested my hands over them, kneading their soft flesh. She moaned a little, and I leaned down to kiss her, wanting more of the taste I'd gotten before we had come into the apartment. Before I could get my lips to hers, though, Ash moved her face out of the way and brought her mouth to my neck. Her breath was hot as it trailed down my skin. The tip of her tongue ran along my neck as she moved down, then brushed over my collarbones. I could feel my heart pounding at the base of my throat, and she flicked her tongue there. I wondered how long it had been since she'd been with a man who still had a heartbeat. Ash crawled forward slightly so she could continue her progress down my chest and onto the muscles of my belly. They twitched at the touch of her lips, and my cock jumped in anticipation of more attention. The tip bounced against one of her breasts, and she wrapped her hand around it. Her skin felt soft and smooth as she tightened her grip around the base of my engorged dick and gave a slight squeeze. She looked along my stomach and nipped at the trail of hair leading down from my navel as her hand started stroking my shaft. I wasn't looking forward to the idea of her fangs, but she kept them up, and by the time her sweet little mouth closed around the head, I didn't care anymore. Ash drew her mouth off the tip before going all the way down. Then she ran her tongue along the slit at the tip of my cock. I watched her tongue gather up some of that clear fluid she pulled out of me, and she made another of her sexy moans. I leaned my head back for a few seconds, my mouth opening and my eyes closing. But then I lifted it again to look back down at her. Ash had been so much in control from the first second I saw her. I was enjoying that I had managed to take away some of that control. A renewed flicker of excitement moved through me, and I pushed my hips forward to urge her on. Her mouth opened, and she welcomed all of my length in and cradled it against her tongue. The feeling was completely dizzying. The delectable sensation of my engorged cock filling her mouth was almost too much for me to handle. The hot, wet feeling brought to mind the image of sinking into her, and I felt my erection grow even harder. Ash's hand tightened around the base of my cock, and she held it still as she increased the speed of her mouth. Each of the fast, intense glides sent a shiver of sensation through me, and the occasional deep suck was enough to drag groans out of my chest. She was bringing the tip far into her mouth, and I felt it dip just into her throat. I reached forward to dig my fingers into her hair, and I pulled her head forward slightly. I didn't have to say a word. That suggestion was enough. Ash moved back slightly to get into a better position, and she twisted her hand around as she dipped her head deeper. Finally, she pulled me all the way in so my cock sank into her throat. Letting out a grunt, I grabbed onto her shoulders to give myself leverage. Ash murmured, sending a slight vibration through me, and I pushed my hips forward in response. I started thrusting into her mouth, and Ash accepted it eagerly. I was about to come. I could feel it rushing toward me, and I didn't want to fight it. I let out a deep groan and felt Ash's hands come to my hips. Her fingertips dug into my skin to hold me in place as she took back complete control. Her mouth met each of my thrusts, sucking and drawing on me until I felt myself on the very brink of control. With one final hard draw, she pushed me over the edge. I cried out as my orgasm crashed over me, and I felt my cock tighten even more in her mouth. Ash didn't move. Instead, she continued to milk me, licking me clean as I shook and trembled with the waves of pleasure. "Feel better?" she asked, as I crawled up onto the bed beside her and dropped down face first onto the pillows. "Yes," I groaned. At least, I think I did. It was possible I just made a primal sound. "Good," she answered. I felt her lean down and suck my earlobe into her mouth briefly. "You tasted delicious, too." With that, I let myself fall asleep again. Chapter 7. I woke up to Ash shaking me. I'd been having a dream about going over a rope bridge in the middle of a jungle, and I briefly couldn't tell the difference between hanging on for dear life over the open mouths of the swarm of alligators beneath me and the sexy bartender pushing on my shoulder. It took a few seconds of her shaking me before I groaned and opened my eyes. I felt groggy again, and when I lifted my head off the pillows, I felt the world spin. "Am I ever going to get used to that?" I asked, squeezing my eyes closed again. "I don't care," she said. "You need to get up." I opened my eyes and looked at her questioningly. "Did you just say you don't care?" "Yeah, right now I really don't. How you feel when you wake up isn't really my issue right now. It shouldn't be yours either. You need to get up and get dressed." I finally felt like I was coming into consciousness, and I realized she was dressed again. Her hair was pulled up into a ponytail behind her head, and all hints of the slumbering, lusty expression that had been on her face were gone. It was replaced by seriousness that got me to my feet. "What's going on?" I asked. "I got a text from Tybalt," she said. "A traveler at the bar told him he'd heard Aurora had some business to attend to at Nakatomi Tower. That wasn't too long ago, so there's still a good chance she's there. We might be able to track her down and get you through your turn." Nakatomi Tower, I knew that name. It was a massive 50-story building in the business district. I'd never had a reason to go inside, but it was hard to miss for anyone who frequented that part of the city. It occurred to me that if Aurora had business to attend to there, it meant that building likely had something to do with the underworld. I grabbed clothes out of my dresser and closet and carried them into the bathroom with me. "Do we have to go barefoot when we go to Nakatomi?" I asked. There was a pause. "What?" she finally asked. Barefoot, I said. I mean, I know it's not quite Christmas, and I'm trying to save my own ass and not my daughter, but is there a rule that if you're on a quest when you enter the building, you have to go without shoes? Another pause. What? Die Hard? I asked. Silence. Never mind. I stared into the bathroom mirror after brushing my teeth, looking at myself for the first time other than the picture I'd taken when I first woke up. It was a shock to feel like I was looking backward almost a decade, maybe more. I didn't even know if I looked that good when I was younger. As I looked at myself, I thought of Ash's fangs sliding down out of her mouth and wondered what it would feel like to have them. Even more than that, I wondered what it would feel like to sink them down into somebody. The bite in my thigh burned, and I looked down at it. Oh, shit. Ash came to the doorway. Her gaze hit my thigh, and she reached forward to touch her fingertips to the skin beside the punctures. It was redder, more swollen, and as she touched it, a new wave of agony rushed through me. That looks painful, she said. It is, I said. What's wrong with it? Am I getting sick or something? You're not going to get rabies from a vampire bite, Ash said. That's not what I asked. It had definitely been what I was thinking. Why is it getting worse? I still have time before I start turning gray and falling apart, right? That's not it, Ash said. This happens sometimes. It means Aurora is close. She's still in the area. That's a good thing. I started dressing. Yeah, it feels delightful. When I was ready, I followed Ash out of the apartment and locked the door. As we were getting into the elevator, I heard her phone buzz. She fished it out of her pocket, and I saw her face drop when she looked at the screen. It's Ty again, she said. What did he say? I asked. He said a couple of shades were seen in the area of the Nakatomi Tower. They didn't look happy. We stepped out of the elevator and rushed out of the building. What are shades? I asked. Not what. Who? The shades are bodyguards. They protect an extremely important family within our world. Why are they called shades? I asked. Because they sink into the darkness? She gestured for a cab, and we dove inside as soon as it slowed beside us. Because they always wear sunglasses with crimson lenses, she responded. Oh, I said. What family do they protect? The Prime and his family, she answered. He likely heard someone is after his daughter and sent them to protect her. Aurora would already have one shade with her. She always does, but the Prime likely sent two more just to make sure she's safe. I looked at Ash. Who the fuck is the Prime? Do you have a manual I could read, a handbook or anything to get me up to speed? Chapter 8. The Nakatomi Tower looked even larger when we got up close to it. I had no idea what kind of business was done inside the enormous mirrored building. As I looked at the revolving doors, it occurred to me that even if I had thought I knew what happened there, I probably would have been wrong. Ash didn't hesitate to walk straight through the door and into the cavernous lobby of the building. I followed her, impressed by the interior as soon as we got inside. As enormous and impressive as the mirrored exterior of the tower was, the interior was just as daunting. The floors were covered in pale gray marble, and huge columns rose up high toward a dizzying ceiling. Expensive-looking pieces of furniture created small clusters in various places throughout the lobby. They were all empty, and I wondered if anyone ever actually used the seating areas to sit and relax. This didn't exactly strike me as the type of place where people went to kick back and share a couple of laughs with their colleagues. I suddenly got the urge to shout just so I could hear the reverberation through the eerily still space. I don't see anybody, she said. She looked across the lobby. Stay here. I'll be right back. She walked away, and I saw her headed toward a curved green marble desk at the far end of the lobby. I hadn't even noticed the woman sitting there. She had been completely silent when we had come inside, and still hadn't said anything. From a distance, all I could see was her inky black haircut in a severe bob to just beneath her chin, and pale skin that made her eyes look just as black in the expanse of her face. Ash rushed up to the desk and leaned against it as they spoke. The acoustics of the lobby made it so I could hear the muttering and murmuring of their voices, but I couldn't make out any of the words they were saying. I looked around, and a bank of shimmering elevators caught my eye. They were partially obstructed behind two columns and several planters. I didn't know if that was on purpose to keep the flow of the lobby intact or just an accident of design. One elevator stood out among the others. Surrounded by delicate scroll work, this particular elevator had its own dedicated button set apart from the one used to control the rest of them. But it wasn't the decorative scrolling or high shine of the doors that held my attention. Instead, it was the two massive men who flanked those doors. The men stood so still, they almost looked like they weren't alive. It occurred to me then that they probably weren't, but that didn't mean they weren't living. Both stood with their hands clasped in front of them, the position to put their broad chests and powerful shoulders on display. These weren't men anybody would want to meet in a dark alley. They weren't men anyone would want to meet in a fully lit business tower lobby in the middle of the day. The only word I can think of to describe them was sinister. Neither of them was moving, and they were both staring ahead of them, completely expressionless. It was hard to tell if they were waiting for someone to come out of the elevator or were preventing others from getting in. Neither option was very uplifting. Something else about them stuck out to me, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The drugged, groggy feeling that was keeping me from being able to think straight was seriously starting to piss me off. I looked over at Ash again and saw her still engaged in deep conversation with the woman behind the desk. They leaned closer to each other, and I saw the woman's eyes flicker over in the direction of the elevators. She gestured toward them, and Ash looked across the lobby. Her eyes locked on the center elevator and the men standing on either side. The feature that was standing out to me clicked in my head just as I saw her push away from the desk and come running toward me. They were both wearing sunglasses with crimson lenses. The shades noticed us before Ash got to me. They started toward us as she reached out and grabbed onto me, yanking me with her. "Run," she commanded. We burst out of the lobby, back out onto the sidewalk. There weren't as many people bustling through the business district that afternoon as there would have been on a weekday, but there was still enough to provide both an obstacle and a help as we ran. Ash had continued to hold on to me for the first few strides we took down the sidewalk, but soon she let go to give both of us the opportunity to move more easily. She maneuvered her way around a small group of women in pantsuits, and I dipped the other way to meet her. "Those are shades, aren't they?" I asked. It didn't matter to me anymore if anyone was listening. All of this was going on right around them every day, and none of them noticed. It made me wonder how many times I had walked by a vampire or gone into a business that was actually a front for the underworld and never even knew. "Yes," Ash said, "particularly nasty ones. You don't want to be on their bad side." "I don't want to be on any of their sides," I said. Without giving me a warning, Ash darted out into the middle of the road. Horns blared as cars skidded to a stop to try to avoid hitting her. I wondered what would happen if they did. I knew it wouldn't kill her. If a wooden stake through the heart was only enough to piss her off, getting pegged by an angry New York City cabbie was probably just an annoyance. Fortunately, I didn't have to see if she would fling herself to the ground and try to sell an injury. The cars managed to miss her, and she didn't even give them a glance as drivers leaned out of their windows to scream creative strings of obscenities at her. If I didn't have two villainous-looking vampire bodyguards on my ass, I probably would have paused to commend them on their linguistic gymnastics. I hazarded a look over my shoulder and saw that the shades were close behind. Their faces hadn't changed. Their expressions were still emotionless, but the way their bodies moved was enough to know they weren't happy about chasing us through the city. When I looked back ahead of me, I realized I had lost track of Ash. She had disappeared somewhere on a busier stretch of sidewalk, and I felt my stomach sink. I realized, as I scoured the crowd for her, that I wasn't as worried about myself as I would have thought I'd be. Instead, I was thinking about Ash and wanting to make sure she was safe. Ignoring the protests of the people I pushed past, I forced my way down the sidewalk, checking every face I saw for her. This better not be some sort of messed up vampire hazing ritual, or I was going to be uber pissed. I heard a shout behind me and knew the shades had found their way across the street as well. I felt a hand grab me and yank me so hard I was nearly off my feet. My back slammed into a wall, and I was about to start swinging when I realized it was Ash in front of me. "Stick to the alleyways," she said in a harsh, ragged voice. "Don't go back out on the sidewalk." "Why?" "There are too many people. We're not going to be able to get away fast enough." "Won't having people around help?" I asked. With people watching, they're not just going to snatch us up. You have a lot to learn about being a vampire, she said. Shit like this happens every day. Humans, they never notice what's actually happening. If you don't want to end up on the news as the next case of police brutality or a gang mugging, you'll stick with me and stick to the alleyways. She pushed away from me and started down the narrow, shady alley. The farther I went, the more I felt like I was leaving the real world behind. I stayed as close to her as I could as we slipped between buildings to access another alley. She ran up toward the sidewalk and then scrambled up onto a dumpster. I followed, watching her as she leapt without hesitation. Her fingers grasped the edge of a window grate, and she dragged herself up. There was no way in hell I was going to be able to do that. Ash got onto the window grate and swung up to the one above her. When she was standing at the edge, she looked down at me. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "What do you mean, what am I doing? What are you doing?" "We have to get to the other side of the building," she said. "Then we can drop down into the alley and keep going from there." "I thought I was a vampire, not fucking Spider-Man." "You can do it," she encouraged. "No," I said, shaking my head. "You seriously think I can launch myself up there like that?" "You wouldn't have hesitated when you actually were 21, would you?" she asked. "No," I admitted. "That doesn't mean I would have succeeded. I very well might have busted my ass slipping and falling." "But you would have tried," she said. I heard angry shouting from the sidewalk, and I knew the shades had gotten in someone's way. "Yes," I said. "You can do a lot more now than you ever could then," she said. "The change is happening inside you. It might not be complete yet, but that doesn't mean you don't have access to some of the abilities. You need to trust me. Actually, I don't care if you trust me. You just need to fucking do it, because they're going to be here any second, and you don't want to be dangling from the window when they arrive." At that, I decided I'd rather at least have a chance than to be standing on the dumpster like I was on display when the shades got to the alley. Bracing myself for what I figured was the inevitable splatter of my body to the cement below, I jumped toward the window grate. I was stunned when I felt my hands grab onto the cold metal. Only giving myself a second to feel successful, I pulled myself up and mimicked Ash to swing over to the next window. When I climbed up, I was relieved to see a narrow ledge that made it easier to scramble up a few more feet, until we were on a section of the building that was higher than the one behind it. This gave us room to maneuver our way toward the alley ahead of us. We jumped down onto a stack of crates, and then onto another dumpster before touching ground again. "Where now?" I asked. Ash looked up and down the alley and then back to the sidewalk. "We're going to cross the street again," she said. "Are you kidding me? After that, you want to go back out onto the sidewalk again?" "If we have any luck, the shades figured out we came back into these alleys. They'll be trying to follow us. We'll cross the street into those alleys and make our way back towards Solomon's. If we can get there, we're safe." I knew I didn't really have a choice. The number of people out on the streets was already dwindling. Soon it would be nightfall, and even though Ash hadn't said anything about it, I had a feeling the last thing I wanted was to still be trying to get away from the bodyguards in the dark. She took a stealing breath and shot down the alley. I watched her leap toward a car, planting her foot on the hood to launch herself the rest of the way across the street. I ran after her, darting behind the shocked driver and into the alley where Ash had disappeared. We ran through dirty puddles and over piles of cardboard to get to the small passage that led into the next alley. We'd only taken a few steps when the shades stepped into view at the end. Ash gasped and scrambled to a stop. Grabbing onto me again, she turned and started toward the next alley. We got into it, but had to stop almost immediately. It was wide, and the size made it possible for a truck to park diagonally across it, blocking the way. Massive metal shipping containers sitting on the ground on the other side obliterated any chance for us to slip under the truck. We turned around to start back, but the shades came into view once more. We were trapped. Shit. There was nothing we could do. We couldn't run, we couldn't escape. There was no choice but to face them and fight. As soon as I squared up against one of the shades, he launched toward me. His body hit mine, his shoulder digging into my torso. I grunted as I crashed to the ground. The man on top of me drew up to his knees and planted a punch directly into my face. I felt the pain, but I also felt something else. It was like a sharp crack cut through the fog and sent a rush through me. I managed to push the shade off me, but before I could get to my feet, the other kicked me in the ribs. I felt another powerful surge of adrenaline and energy, and a smile started to come to my face. "Again," I said. The shade paused for a second, seemingly confused, but then kicked me again. The other swung, punching me in the side of the head. Light burst in front of my eyes, but I felt my blood pumping through me like it was carrying new power to the tips of my fingers and down to my toes. One of the shades walked away from me, and I heard Ash yelp. That brought me to my feet, and I lunged at the man in front of me. He caught me halfway, and we latched to each other. Though we were barely moving, we were both grunting and growling with the exertion of the clash. The longer I fought him, the stronger and more powerful I felt. I gathered it up inside me and pushed it forward in one massive blast that sent him flying. He crashed to the ground, and I threw myself toward the other. I could see the second man getting back up as I fought, and I looked to Ash. It was obvious she was thinking about getting in on the fight, but I shook my head at her. "Go!" I shouted. "Go now!" I didn't say where I wanted her to go. I didn't know the details of how this all worked, and I didn't want to give away Solomon's if they didn't already know about it. Ash hesitated. One of the shades grabbed me by both arms, and the other punched me in the back of the head, but I didn't buckle. "Ash, go!" I commanded. She ran past us and back down the passage that led to the other alley. "Get her," one of the shades growled to the other, and he broke away from us and started after Ash. Now that there was only one of the men holding me, he had no chance. I surged against him, battling him to the ground and holding him down as I stared into his face. He was nothing against me, dominated fully, and I suddenly felt more alive than I had in a long time. Chapter 9. Leaving the shade unconscious on the pavement, I ran out of the alley and back onto the sidewalk. I could feel blood running down my face, but I didn't care. I looked around for Ash or the other shade, but I didn't see either. Not wanting to go back in the direction of the tower, I ran in the opposite direction and hailed a cab. I didn't know if the driver would know where to find Solomon, so I directed him to the neighborhood and bailed out of the car a block from the bar. Darkness had settled by the time I got to the door, and the light from inside felt welcoming when it poured out as I entered. "Hayden!" I heard Ash before I saw her. I scanned the bar for her, noticing the eyes of a dozen patrons who had wandered in looking at me. Finally, I saw her standing against the side of the bar. She rushed toward me, and I opened my arms to her. She hugged me tightly and then grabbed my hands as she stepped back to look at me. "Are you all right?" I asked. She nodded. "I'm fine." She reached up and wiped some of the blood from my face. "You're hurt." "It's not a big deal," I said. "Come on, let's go upstairs." She pulled me through the bar and back up the stairs toward the room where I'd met Aurora. She pushed me into the bathroom and shut the door behind us. I had wanted the strength and energy I'd felt when I was fighting the shade to stay, but within seconds of me entering the bathroom, I felt it start to drain out of me. I leaned back against the wall and drew in a breath. "What happened back there?" I asked. Ash grabbed a paper towel and ran it under cold water from the faucet. She dabbed it to my face, and I drew in a sharp breath at the sting. Frustration filled me. "Another gift of the change," Ash said. "What do you mean?" "The strength you had, the extra speed, that is part of you now. It's part of your power as a vampire. That was only a fraction of what you'll actually be able to do when your transformation is complete. You'll gain more control over it as time passes. For now, your abilities are still unstable. You'll experience bursts of energy, strength, and speed, but they aren't going to last. But each time it happens, it will be stronger and last a little longer. They'll happen more frequently, but that can be dangerous because they can be harder to control. I have to admit, I'm impressed." "You are?" I asked. Ash nodded. "I've never seen someone have bursts like that so early in their transformation. It was incredible. And it tells me we can't lose momentum. We need to find Aurora. She either needs to give you her blood, or you need to take it in order to complete the turn." "Take it?" I asked. Ash tossed the paper towel into the trash can and nodded. This isn't an Easter egg hunt, Hayden. Aurora isn't going to pop out at the end of it and congratulate you before giving you a little vial of her blood to sip like a holiday drink. She also hasn't forgotten about you. What do you mean? I straightened up from where I was leaning and grunted through gritted teeth as a sharp pain coursed through my side. Ash pushed my hand away from it and pressed her fingertips into the tender area. I growled in protest, but she didn't stop until she'd made her way around the entire bruise. You have a broken rib, she said. Maybe two. Don't worry about it. It will heal in a few hours. My kind heals from injuries like that very quickly, but it will take a little longer for you. You're still in the middle of the transformation, so the human part of you is going to try to keep you from mending as fast as the vampire part. I guess that's why a wooden stake through the heart just pisses you off, I said. Ash nodded. Exactly. She looked me in the eye briefly. All right, let's just lay it all out. My brow furrowed. Lay out what? We've already gone over sunlight, warm and pleasant, not going to make you crispy. Wooden stake in the heart just pisses you off, I said. Right, she said. We also don't turn into bats or anything else. We don't fly. That's kind of a bummer, I said. And we can't communicate telepathically with each other. Sometimes the strongest of our kind are able to influence humans, but it's not a hypnotism situation like in the movies. And very few of us eat human food after our transformations are complete. But those who do can have as much garlic as they want. I know a woman who loves shrimp scampi with so much of it you can smell her before she's even in the room with you. So, bulb necklaces aren't going to do anybody any good, I asked. She nodded. Exactly. So there you go. All the big old vampire lies the world tells you debunked by one who has faced it all. Silver bullets? I asked. She gave me a disgusted look. That's werewolves, idiot, and no. I smiled, but then the grin melted away, as I remembered what she said before she noticed my ribs. What did you mean about Aurora? What about her? She asked. You said I might have to take her blood, and that she didn't forget about me. What did you mean by that? Ash opened the bathroom door and started down the hall. I followed her, waiting for her response. Aurora doesn't do anything accidentally, she said. Like I said when I looked at the bite, she knows what she's doing. She doesn't do things carelessly. The position you are in is not pleasant. I'm aware, I said. My point, Ash said, is that the human world might like to see our kind as monsters, but vampires really aren't brutal just to be brutal. Inhuman but not inhumane? I asked. She paused in front of a closed door nearly at the end of the hallway and turned to smile at me. Yes, we don't make people, human or otherwise, suffer just for the sake of doing it. I mean, obviously some do, that's just reality. There are humans who are horrible and cruel, and there are vampires who are as well. It's not the norm, but it happens. I don't know where you're going with this, I said. Ash opened the door and stepped through. She gestured for me to come inside, and I walked into what looked like the front room of a small apartment. In our world, it's considered a major taboo to just leave somebody in your condition. When we bite someone, we either do it with the intention of going through with the complete transformation, or we completely drain them and let them die quickly and easily. We don't just let them linger in this limbo to suffer such a horrible death. It feels like you're about to tell me Aurora doesn't know about that specific cultural norm, I said. Oh, she knows about it. Ash headed farther into the apartment and dropped down onto a dark blue couch. I sat down beside her, and she looked over at me. She just doesn't care a lot of the time. As royalty, she doesn't bother herself too much with doing things the way others do it. She has a nasty habit of simply discarding her victims when she feels like it, especially if she gets distracted when something or someone better comes along. She has her fun, and then just walks away without giving a second thought to the person or what's going to happen to them. Does she always do that? I asked. Not always, Ash said. There are some she changed on purpose, and there are some she killed on purpose, and there are some she abandoned and allowed to suffer on purpose. She won't pretend otherwise. She does what she wants. But most of the time, it's not that she wants to do it. She just doesn't care enough not to do it. Which is why I might have to take the blood from her? I asked. Ash nodded. I was still letting it all sink in when she stood up. Come on, she said. I want to change. I got up and followed her through the apartment into a bedroom in the back corner, sitting down hard on her bed. How did it get to this point? I asked. How did all of this get so complicated? Ash kicked off her shoes. What do you mean? She asked. I didn't even know what was happening to me when I woke up, but somehow the Shades knew about me and what happened with Aurora. How is that possible? Ash drew in a breath. I don't know. I have no idea how they would know who you are or that you would try to find Aurora. I wanted more of a response from her. She was my source for everything I knew about what was happening, and I needed her to give me an answer. Instead, Ash looked like she was at a loss. It didn't exactly make me feel better about the unique situation in which I found myself. She reached down and grabbed the bottom of her shirt. In one movement, she pulled it off over her head and tossed it aside. Her full breasts on display, she reached for the button on the front of her tight jeans and released it. She slid her zipper down and hooked her thumbs in her waistband. My mouth watered as I watched her wriggle her jeans down her curvy hips and let them drop to her feet. I could feel my blood pumping through my body, swelling my cock until it ached. My mind raced with thoughts of grabbing Ash and bending her over the bed so I could plunge into her. I climbed off the bed and wrapped my arm around her waist, yanking her up against me. My mouth crashed down over hers. Her lips parted so I could thrust my tongue between them, and I felt her arms wrap around my neck. Keeping one arm holding her tight, I used the other hand to start working at my fly. I had just gotten my pants open and was starting to work my way out of them when I heard a heavy knock on the apartment door. I kept kissing Ash, but another loud knock made her step back away from me. Later, she said, patting me on the chest. She walked toward her closet, and I left the bedroom to go to the front door. There was no peephole, so I just pulled it open. Ty stood on the other side. Chapter 10. Oh, hey, Tybalt, I said. Ash is getting dressed, but I'll go get her for you. I started to turn away. No, he said. Actually, I didn't come here to talk to her. I came here to talk to you. That struck me as odd. Why did you come to Ash's apartment, then? I asked. I didn't know where else to look for you. You two seemed pretty friendly when you were down in the basement. I knew she came back here after your run-in with the Shades, and I figured if you survived, you would be here with her. If I survived? Thanks for the vote of confidence, I said. Ty didn't look moved, and I stepped back to let him the rest of the way into the apartment. Come on. We walked over to the couch and sat down. I looked expectantly at him. Who are you? He asked. Why are you here? That wasn't the question I was expecting him to ask. I didn't know what I was expecting, but somehow that wasn't it. I shrugged. My name is Hayden. I came here last night because I was supposed to go to my high school reunion and I didn't want to go in. I decided having a drink by myself had to be better than mingling with a crowd of people who would only want to talk about all the shit I haven't done in the last 10 years. How old are you? He asked. I grinned. It's a little late to be carding me, don't you think? He didn't laugh. Ty was a tough crowd. How old are you? He asked again. 28, I told him. Ty drew in a breath and let it out slowly. Who are your parents? I shook my head. I don't know. Stop bullshitting me, he said, a hint of anger spiking in his voice. Tell me about your parents. I'm not bullshitting you, I insisted. I don't know anything about my parents. I was orphaned when I was a baby. I never even knew their names. Ty looked at me like he was trying to decide if he believed what I was telling him. Where did you grow up? I leaned back on the couch and let out a long breath. As far as I can remember, I was with a foster family. I don't have too many memories from before I was about 4 or 5, but my foster family had pictures of me from when I was younger than that. As far as I know, I was always with them. And when you got older? Ty asked. I wanted to make a joke about his probing questions, but the effort would be wasted on Tybalt, so I just answered. When I was in middle school, I started playing football. I stuck with it in high school and was really good at it. I was the star of the team. I got a full scholarship into college. I was on the fast track to a professional career. Then I got hurt, and my entire life went to hell. We had gone from casual conversation to mid-afternoon talk show real quick. Ty didn't say anything, but his expression changed as he stared at me. Now, he looked at me like he recognized me, but he couldn't figure out who I was or how he knew me. I tilted my head at him. Do you know me? I didn't know why I asked it. The question just came out of my mouth, and I wasn't aware of it until I actually heard myself ask it. Tybalt's eyes didn't move away from me. It looked like he was trying to burrow into me to find out something hidden beneath my surface. He didn't answer my question, and before he was able to say anything else, the bedroom door opened and Ash came into the room. She was wearing fresh clothing, and it looked like she had brushed out her hair and applied a new coat of makeup. My stomach tightened as the underlying hunger I always felt for her reared up again. I wanted her naked body back in my arms. "Hi, Ty," she said brightly. "It's a surprise to see you here tonight." Ty didn't say anything. He stood up from the couch and walked out of the apartment without another word. The whole interaction struck me as very odd, and I turned to look at Ash, expecting some sort of explanation. She rolled her eyes and shook her head as if she wasn't surprised by Ty's weird behavior at all. "What was that all about?" I asked. She narrowed her eyes at me slightly. "I think I should be the one asking that question. You were the one he came to talk to, apparently. What did he say?" "He asked me who I was and why I'm here," I told her. "That doesn't seem all that strange," Ash said. "I told you, he doesn't take too well to new people. He probably just wants to know more about you." I shook my head. It wasn't like, "Hey, what's your favorite team, and do you like peanut butter and jelly?" "Are those questions you frequently ask people when you're trying to get to know them?" Ash asked teasingly. "It's important information," I said. "You never asked me," she said. I took a step closer to her. "What's your favorite team?" "I don't have one," she said. "I find sports insufferable." I grinned. "Do you like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?" "I never had one," she said. "Way after my time." "Interesting," I said. "So, what did he ask you?" "He asked how old I am and about my parents." A quizzical look passed across her face. "About your parents?" she asked. I nodded. "Yeah, and he didn't seem terribly pleased when I told him I actually don't know anything about my parents because I was orphaned." "You were?" Ash asked. I nodded. "Before I was even old enough to be aware of anything. It's not some sad, dramatic story. It's just like anybody else, only the first memories I have are with my foster family." "I wonder why any of that would matter to Tybalt," Ash said. I shrugged, then took another slight step toward her. "Is something going on between the two of you?" I asked. "Between Ty and me?" she asked. "Yeah," I said. "He didn't seem very happy when you brought me down into the basement, and he was really digging into me, trying to find out more about me." Ash scoffed. "You've got to be kidding," she said, then shook her head. "No, there isn't anything going on between Ty and me. He's the portal keeper, and he's been a bouncer for me for years. That's it." She gave me a teasing look. "Why? Are you jealous?" I took the 2 strides to get to her and pulled her up against me, holding her the same way I had before Ty interrupted us. "Why don't you show me why I shouldn't be?" I said. Ash looped her arms around my neck and brought her mouth up to mine. I bit her bottom lip and she ignited. Our mouths played hungrily across each other as she walked backward toward her bedroom, pulling me along with her. I kicked the door closed behind us to create another barrier. I didn't care if Ty came back to the door with another round of "Hayden, this is your life." I wasn't going to answer. I felt like I'd been waiting far too long for Ash as it was, and I was going to explode if I had to wait for her any longer. Her hands pulled at my clothes, casting my shirt aside so she could rake her fingernails down my chest. I repeated the favor, and was surprised to find she had put on a bra beneath the clingy white t-shirt she changed into. The last 2 times I'd seen her take off her shirt, it had been the only thing keeping me back from her luscious tits. This time there was something else, and somehow that added layer was even sexier. I cupped my hands over the flimsy white fabric, running my thumbs across the lace edging on the cups. I could feel her breasts becoming heavier in my hands as her desire built up. Ducking my head down, I sucked one taut nipple into my mouth through the fabric. I flicked my tongue over it, and then gave a brief bite before moving on to the other one. Moans of appreciation slipped through Ash's lips as she fought to get her pants over her hips. I let go of her long enough to step back and wrestle out of my own clothes. Then I yanked her against me again. I could feel the heat of her body through her bra, and I finally reached around behind her to flick the hooks open. It loosened, and she let it slip down her arms and drop to the floor. I could finally feel the pressure of her tight nipples pressing into my chest, and as we kissed, her breasts rose and fell against me. I scooped Ash into my arms and walked over to the bed. Sitting on the edge, I settled her across me, so her legs were on either side of my hips, and she hovered above my lap. I licked the pad of one thumb and brought it between her legs to massage into her clit. Ash's head fell back as she gasped. Her hips pressed forward to seek out more of the attention, and I obliged her for a few more seconds. My cock strained toward her, and I finally wrapped one hand around the base to hold it steady as I lowered her down over it. I sank into her in one movement, and the hot, silky feeling of her walls wrapping around me wrenched a growl of pleasure from my lips. Ash and I kissed passionately as I led her hips to rock against mine. We moved at a fevered pace, and it was only seconds before I could already feel myself rushing headlong toward another mind-blowing orgasm. I didn't want to leave her behind, so I began to stroke her with my thumb again, rubbing her pearl in tight circles. I ducked my head to suck on one of her nipples. Ash whimpered and moaned, her hands clutching at my shoulders. Finally, I felt her body start to shake, and I pounded into her harder and harder as I gave myself over to the sensations. Her fingernails dug into my skin, but I was relentless. She screamed out, and I felt her pussy clamp down on me. It was enough to send me into oblivion, and I slammed up into her as hard as I could, holding myself deep inside her as I poured out. When it was over, I dropped back onto the bed, wanting to sleep, only to sit right back up. I hissed and grabbed onto my thigh. "What is it?" Ash asked. "My leg," I said, gesturing toward the angry-looking punctures. "It's getting worse." "She can't be far," Ash said. "We have to find her." Chapter 11. I had never been a big fan of waiting around for things. It just wasn't one of my strengths. I could be lazy as fuck and not do anything but sit around on my ass and shove pizza in my face for long stretches of time, but that wasn't waiting, that was doing something. Now, I was figuring out that even more impatience was another thing that came along with the constant need for sex, and strength that made me want to experiment with an Iron Man competition. Waiting was something I could barely even think about doing, and now that I was down in the bar with Ash while she worked, I was not having a good time. She had told me she needed to take care of some business at the bar, so I'd gone downstairs with her and perched on one of the bar stools to wait. I'd specifically chosen the one in the furthest corner so I could see everything that was happening in the room. Now that I knew what the bar really was, I wanted to watch and see if I could sift out the vampires from the hapless humans who followed in my footsteps and wandered in completely unknowing. It was fun at first. The guy over there in the tight black jeans? Vampire. The girl sitting in his lap? Hopefully a vampire, or tonight was going to be a major eye-opener for her. The burly man in the red flannel? Not a vampire. This kept me amused for a little while, but after 20 minutes of playing Spot the Bloodsucker, I was bored. I turned my attention to watching Ash work next. I enjoyed watching her round little ass and her tight pants sashaying side to side as she moved along the bar. It took some of the edge off the boredom and made sitting there on the uncomfortable stool with only a watered-down beer in front of me more tolerable. I took a swig from the glass out of force of habit. The taste was way off, and Ash told me that was the way it was going to be now. It wasn't that I couldn't consume human food anymore, or that it would somehow hurt me that I was no longer strictly human. There were some vampires who continued to eat human food for decades after their change. Some never stopped. Nothing was ever going to taste the same, though. She'd heard there were some things that actually tasted better after the change was complete, but since she hadn't eaten any human food since she was bitten, she couldn't attest to it. 3 men walked into the bar and approached the stools directly opposite me. They didn't sit down, but stood staring at Ash until she noticed and made her way over to them. Ducking her head down, she started talking to them. I couldn't hear what any of them were saying, but by the way Ash kept nodding and leaning closer so she could speak without raising her voice, it looked like it was something intense. After a few minutes of this, I decided I needed a change of scenery. I didn't want to just sit around anymore. As after-school special as it sounded in my head, I was changing, and the world around me was changing too. I wanted to go out to explore and clear my head, and find out exactly what these changes meant. The fight with the Shades had been a revelation. Ash had been telling me about the changes I was going to experience as I moved through the transition, and the new abilities I would develop. Seeing them in action was a different thing entirely. Suddenly, I could take out two men far larger than myself, and I barely broke a sweat. I wanted to see what else might have changed. I slid off my stool and walked around to where the three men were standing and talking to Ash. They looked over at me, and it was obvious they weren't happy about the interruption. I didn't care. They were in my way, and I had no desire to be polite or wait any longer. "Ash, I need to talk to you," I said. She looked over at me. I half expected to see aggravation and frustration in her expression. Instead, her eyes got that look in them again. That look I'd seen in her apartment that made my stomach tighten and my dick harden. Stepping to the side, she leaned across the bar toward me. "What do you need?" she asked. "You know exactly what I need," I said. "But since you're working, I don't think I'm going to get it right now." Ash grinned. "Not yet," she said. I resisted the urge to reach out and touch her because I knew if I did, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from tossing her over my shoulder and bringing her back upstairs to her bedroom. "I'm going to go for a walk," I said. "A walk?" she asked, looking unsure. "Are you all right?" I nodded. "I'm fine," I said. "I just don't like sitting around here anymore. I'm going to go walk around outside for a while." "Sure," she said. "I shouldn't have to be here for too much longer. I'll meet up with you at the park in a while." I agreed and headed for the door. When I glanced over my shoulder just before leaving, I saw her walk back over to the three men and start up the conversation again. I slipped out the door and walked slowly toward the park, taking in everything around me. I felt like my senses were heightened. My eyes seemed sharper, smells seemed stronger, and the sound of the city seemed clearer and louder. I didn't know if that was actually the case or if my mind was playing tricks on me. When I got to the park, the quiet contrasted with the noise of the street I had just walked down. This calm let me focus and try to find the strength I'd had during the fight. I tried to summon it, wanting to feel it rushing through me again. I felt like I could take on the world, and I started looking around for something impressive I could do. Maybe there was a tree about to fall and crush some little old woman and I could catch it, or a mugging going down and I could toss the bad guys in the bushes. I was feeling the need to live out some superhero fantasies when I noticed a woman leaned against a nearby light post. She was looking at me through lowered eyelashes, and when I met her eyes, she licked her lips. The woman pushed away from the light post and came swaggering toward me. She swept her long black hair back over her shoulder and lifted her face to examine me as she approached. Big, vibrant green eyes stood out against her dark skin, and they didn't move away from me as she came closer. "Hey, baby," she purred as she approached. "You shouldn't be walking out here all by yourself." "Oh, really?" I asked. She shook her head. "No. Why don't you let me keep you company for a little while?" "What did you have in mind?" I asked. She took another step toward me and reached out to run her hand down my chest. "I'm sure we could come up with something," she said. "My place isn't far from here. Let's go there so we don't waste any more time. I don't want to wait any longer to feel you inside me." Before I could think of a way to respond, I felt a hand touch my back, and I turned around. Another woman was standing behind me, her almond-shaped hazel eyes flitting back and forth between me and the other woman. "Don't give this Park Leech any more attention," she said. "Park Leech?" I asked. "She'll latch on to anything that walks past," she said. "Not anything," the first woman said, walking up to me again. "But she might be right about calling me a leech." She leaned closer to whisper in my ear. "I do suck." What in the living hell was going on? The second woman tugged on me again, and I turned back to her. She took my hands and guided me away from the first woman, who stumbled slightly when she no longer had my body to lean against. The second woman had a more innocent, nurturing look on her face, but she wasn't fooling me. That was a look I was familiar with. Admittedly, I had gotten it much more before the injury that blew my chances at stardom all to hell, when women would try every trick in the book to get my attention. This situation was the equivalent of having an angel and a devil standing on each of my shoulders. On one side, I had the woman ready to strip me down and fuck me right here on the walking path. On the other was the woman batting her eyelashes and pretending she was the sweet girl next door, who I might have the chance to deflower. I had to say, they were both fairly effective techniques. "Let me take you away from this tramp," the good girl said. "I'll save you from her and take you home with me." "He doesn't want to have a tea party," the bad girl said. "You don't have anything you can offer him." "You don't know that," the second woman snapped, some of the sugary sweetness leaving her voice as she faced off against Green-Eyed Woman. "You don't know anything about me. I know there's no chance he'd choose someone like you when he has an offer from me." She grabbed me by the wrist and turned me around to face her. "The things I could do to you," she said. "You have no idea. I'd change your life." I doubted that. Nothing could come close to changing my life as much as the past 24 hours had. Not that I would object to letting her try. The two women glared at each other for a few more seconds, then moved around me to lunge toward each other. Before they clashed, I heard a voice make a sound similar to the one my mother used to make when our dogs fought when I was a child. I looked up and saw Ash striding toward us. "The two of you need to back off," she said, eyeing the other two women. I thought I was about to be in the middle of a three-woman smackdown, then realized she was looking at them like she knew them. "Why?" the first woman asked. "Hayden is not to be messed with," Ash replied. "Aurora has already taken a liking to him." That was enough to make both women back away from me. "That's not fair," the second woman protested. "Why does she get to claim all the good ones?" "I want him," the first woman said. "Just a little taste of him." "No," Ash said forcefully, stepping up so she stood between me and the other two women. I had no idea what was going on, but I couldn't deny that I liked it. "And who decided you were his bodyguard?" the first woman seethed at Ash. "I did," Ash replied, undeterred. "He's not yours to play with." "When is Aurora going to finish her turn?" the second woman asked. "When she does," Ash replied. The first woman's lips curled up in a vicious smile that told me she knew of Aurora's reputation for not being the most attentive when it came to finishing the conversion for those she started. She stepped to the side and moved closer to me. "Visit me if she doesn't," she said. "I'll make sure you go out with a bang before my dick shrivels and falls off." She didn't say that, but I knew she was thinking it. It would be kind of hard not to. Ash took hold of my arm and guided me away from the two women. We headed out of the park, and I looked over at her. She was shaking her head, and there was an almost angry look in her eyes. "What was that all about?" I asked. "It's like those women couldn't resist me." "They couldn't," she said. "There's something different about you, Hayden. I don't know what it is, but something about you is intoxicating. Even I feel it. Whether I'm near you or not, there's this intense arousal. It just gets stronger when you're close." I stopped and turned toward her. Taking her hand, I yanked her up against me. "It does it?" I asked. She nodded, and I leaned down to crush my mouth against hers. "Show me." Chapter 12. The door to the VIP room at Solomon's Fang was barely closed before I pushed Ash up against the wall and yanked her shirt off over her head. I dropped it to her feet and dipped my fingers into her bra to pull the cups down. Her breasts spilled out, and I ducked my head down to catch one in my mouth. My tongue swirled around her nipple as my fingers worked at the button of her pants. She grabbed her waistband to wriggle out of them, while I shucked my shirt and fought my way out of my own pants. When I was finally naked, I lifted Ash up and plunged into her without any hesitation. She pressed her hands against the wall on either side for leverage as I pounded into her hard and fast. Our mouths tangled roughly with each other, and she wrapped her legs around my waist. I grabbed onto her hips and carried her over to the other side of the room, where I set her down on one of the large plush chairs. Getting on my knees in front of her, I pushed her thighs wide and leaned down to swipe my tongue up through her glistening wet pussy. Ash whimpered and wriggled against the cushion of the chair. I moved my tongue up to her clit and flicked it, swirling it around until I saw her hands clench on either side of her. She was groaning, her back arching as I lapped up her juices. All it did was feed my frenzy. Holding one thigh down with one hand, I used the other to sink 2 fingers into her. She let out a strangled cry, and I felt her walls spasm around my fingers. I pushed them as far up into her as I could and held them there as I watched her face. When she relaxed, I withdrew my fingers and pulled her up, turning us around so our places were switched. Without prompting, she dropped to her knees in front of me and wrapped her hand around the base of my engorged cock. A few strokes of her soft little palm had me rock hard. Ash opened her mouth and sucked just the plush head between her lips. The tip of her tongue dipped into the slit at the tip, and she squeezed slightly with her hand. Stroking up and down my length, she moved her mouth slightly lower. The teasing was pushing me close to the edge, and I let out a little growl. I want to taste his blood. It was Ash's voice, but how could she be talking to me when her mouth was full of my dick? I want to know how he tastes. But what would that do? Would it change the ritual? There it was again. I was positive I had heard her that time. She must have felt me tense up because she lifted her head and looked up at me. Is something wrong? She asked. I thought I heard you say something, I said. She looked at me strangely, her hands still moving in slow, distracting glides up and down my shaft. What do you mean? She asked. Just a few seconds ago, I said. I thought I heard you say something. She got a little smile on her face, like she thought I was playing with her. Oh? And what did I say? You said something about wanting to taste my blood, but you don't know if you should because you don't know how it would affect the ritual? As soon as I said it, Ash's face dropped. Her hand fell away from my dick, and she looked shocked. I had the feeling I had said something wrong, or at least something she wasn't expecting to hear. You heard me say that? She asked. I thought I did, I said, trying to laugh a little. I mean, obviously you couldn't have said anything. Your mouth was otherwise occupied at the time. I wanted to break the tension, to bring back the fun, playful mood we'd been in. Instead, she continued to stare at me. I was thinking it, she said. Thinking it? I asked. Like in your head? Ash rolled her eyes. That's usually what people think with. She pushed back and stood up. I don't know, I said. You still haven't gotten back to me on that manual. She gave me an incredulous look. She was not amused. So, I heard your thoughts? I asked. Ash nodded. It seems that way, she said. That was exactly what I was thinking just then. I could see where Aurora bit you and was thinking about how much I'd like to take a little taste myself, but I didn't because I don't know what that would do. 2 vampires biting the same human isn't something that happens unless it's already been established that human is a sacrifice. A sacrifice? Meant to be fully drained and killed anyway, she clarified. That's lovely, I said, my stomach turning at the thought of the blood. Sometimes that means several vampires will bite the same victim at the same time, but then it doesn't matter what's going to happen. That person's dead by the time the group's done with them. But you're in the middle of your turn. I have no idea what would happen to you if I bit you as well. It might mean I would need to give you some of my blood as well as you needing some of Aurora's, but it might also just kill you. I don't know. Thanks for not deciding today was the day to take risks, I said. Ash shrugged. Aurora would be pissed if I managed to kill you before she even got the opportunity to decide whether she's going to turn you or not. I stared at her blankly for a few seconds. I'm glad that's your priority, I said. Actually, my priority right now is figuring out how you could hear what I was thinking, she said. I don't know why you're so worked up, I said. I reached out and took her wrist, trying to pull her toward me. Maybe it's just one of the abilities I'm developing during my turn. I'm sure there are plenty of other vampires who are able to read thoughts. She shook her head. Do you think I'd really be reacting like this if it was a completely normal thing for vampires to be able to do? Regardless of the fact that you are still in the middle of your turn, you shouldn't be able to do that. Even fully developed, high-powered vampires don't just go around listening to other people's thoughts. Is this something you've always been able to do?" "Seriously?" I asked. If I could just hear what everybody around me was thinking, I wouldn't have been wasting my time out on the football field. I would have been able to find a way to manipulate the shit out of it, and I'd have all the money I ever wanted. Yours are definitely the first thoughts I've heard." "I don't know what this means," she said. Then she looked at me with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "But I don't really want to think about it anymore right now. Where were we?" She dropped back to her knees, and I felt her tongue glide along me again. I let her suck for a few seconds, then pulled her to her feet and into my lap. Slamming up into her, I kissed her deeply and fucked her hard until she came. Ash pulled her mouth away from mine to let out a scream, then dropped her head to my shoulder. She didn't lift it again, and for the first time since waking up, I wondered what time it was. It had been the longest day of my life, and I was ready to go to bed. I jostled Ash until she lifted her head and looked at me with equally sleepy eyes. "Let's go to your apartment and go to bed," I said. I didn't want to drag myself all the way back to my apartment. Part of me also just wanted to stay near Ash. At the back of my mind, I could feel the time ticking away, and something told me to stick close to her if I wanted to live. She was the one telling me how to get through this, and I didn't want to do anything that might decrease my chances of surviving. She nodded her agreement, and we got dressed. The next thing I knew, I was being woken up by the sound of someone pounding on a door. I didn't even remember getting into bed. I remembered walking out of the VIP room with Ash, but everything else was fuzzy. The pounding continued, and I opened my eyes. Looking to my side, I saw her stretched out in the bed beside me. She was sleeping completely naked. The sight of her body against the cool, white sheets was enough to get my blood pumping again, and I wanted to flip her onto her back and go for another round. The knocking was getting louder, though, and I knew I wasn't going to get away with it. She shifted in her sleep, moaning slightly. "What the hell is that?" she asked. "Someone's at the door," I said. Ash rolled over and lifted her head to look at me questioningly. "Who is it?" she asked groggily. "I don't know," I said. "I'll get it." She nodded, and I got out of bed, pulling on my pants as I crossed the apartment to the door. I pulled it open and saw one of the shade guards from the night before standing just outside. His expression was stony, but his stance told me he wasn't happy to see me. I tensed, ready to fight him again. I noticed his friend wasn't there with him. "What do you want?" I asked. "What are you doing here?" I looked over my shoulder and saw Ash coming into the room. "I'm here with a message," he said. He looked back at me. "You are to come back to Nakatomi Tower. Aurora requested a meeting with you." He didn't say anything else, just turned around and stalked away. I closed the door and faced Ash. "Is this a trap?" I asked. If this was a movie, I'd be screaming at the characters not to go. "Do you see someone filming?" she asked. When I didn't answer, she shook her head. "I don't think there's anything to worry about," she said. "You don't have to be afraid of them." "I'm not fucking afraid of them," I said. "I just want to be prepared for what I'm walking into." "What are you going to do? Go buy some wooden stakes first?" she asked. "Hilarious," I said, following her back into the bedroom so I could finish getting dressed. The Shade have plenty of ways to, let's say, convince people to do what they want them to do. They don't need to resort to thinly veiled traps. Complex and intricately planned traps, perhaps, but they aren't going to walk up to the door and tell you someone wants to talk to you and then toss you in a dungeon when you show up. If that Shade was sent as a messenger and not as a guard, it means Aurora really did send him. She wants to talk to you. "Beats the hell out of searching around for her," I said. Ash shrugged. "We'll see. Get ready. We don't want to keep her waiting." Chapter 13. We walked out of the apartment a short time later and found a note stuck to the door with a pushpin. Ash pulled the note off the door and handed it to me. "Looks like our Shade friend wanted to make sure we didn't forget he came by for a visit," she said. "Who travels with their own pushpins?" I asked. I unfolded the piece of paper and looked down at the note. Any thoughts that it might have been the Shade who wrote it were gone as soon as I saw the handwriting. Any man that big and rough would have handwriting that matched. Either his big hands and strength would make his script messy and illegible, or his intense control would make it chunky and square. The handwriting on this note was neither. Instead, it was smooth and flowing. The script felt formal and old-fashioned, like it came from a different time. I remembered what Ash had told me about Aurora, and knew the note had to be from her. I didn't know why, but I got a thrill out of holding the piece of paper, and knowing she had written the words on it. It was like I felt like I was getting closer to something I didn't yet understand. "You are hereby summoned to Nakatomi Tower, 37th floor," I read. "That's it?" Ash asked. I nodded, flipping the paper over to make sure I hadn't missed anything. "That's it," I confirmed. "She sure doesn't waste time on niceties, does she?" "I told you, Aurora isn't the warm and fuzzy type. She's not going to go out of her way to make you feel, well, much of anything, to be honest. Not unless she gets something out of it. She wants you at the tower, so she's going to tell you that, plain and simple. She doesn't need to invite you or hope you want to come. She wants you there, so you'll be there." We got to Nakatomi Tower 20 minutes later and walked in through the revolving doors. Despite what Ash had said about the shade, part of me expected the guards to jump us as soon as we got into the lobby. I was on edge until we'd gotten all the way inside and hadn't been smashed into the marble floor. We looked around, but didn't see anyone who seemed to be waiting for us. Ash started across the lobby toward the desk where she had gone the day before, and I fell into step behind her. As we approached, the same woman looked up at us. She gave what looked like a corporate smile, one of those half grins that only seemed to tug up part of her lips and didn't reach her eyes. "Good morning," she said in a bland, not quite cheerful voice that matched the smile. "Hi," Ash said. "I was here yesterday." The woman nodded once. "I remember. We're meeting someone here. She's expecting us." I didn't know why Ash was being evasive. She didn't seem frightened or like she was trying to protect Aurora or the Shade. Instead, it sounded almost like a test, like she was trying to determine if this woman knew all the inner workings of what was happening in the building. When the woman stared back at Ash without a response, I stepped up to the desk. I held the note out to her. "We got this," I said. "It was left this morning." I didn't feel the need to tell her about our visit from the Shade. I'm sure she remembered the run-in from the day before. She took the paper from my hand and looked at it, then lifted her eyes to me before handing it back. "Just a moment," she said. She picked up a phone on the desk beside her and pressed a button. "He's here," she said without greeting. She hung up the phone just as promptly and gestured further into the lobby. "You can wait there," she said. "Someone will be with you in a moment." Ash and I walked past the columns in the center of the lobby and stood amongst the plants that had shielded the shade guards from my view yesterday. I noticed they weren't standing by the elevator this time, and wondered what had come of the guard I had left lying on the ground in the alley. Only seconds passed before the elevator doors slid open, and the guard who had been at the apartment stepped out. "Come with me," he said. Ash and I followed his instructions, crossing the rest of the lobby and walking into the elevator. When the doors shut, the guard pulled a key card out of his pocket and inserted it into a slot on the control panel. Only a few of the numbers had been illuminated, but once his card was in place, the others lit up as well. He pressed the button for the 37th floor, and the elevator started to slide upward, moving rapidly. Soon, the car stopped, and the doors slid open again. The Shade stepped out and waited for us to follow him. He escorted us down a long hallway with gray carpeting and lights in elaborate sconces every few feet. "What's with the guard?" I asked. "Nakatomi Tower has several purposes," the Shade responded. "It's best only some enter certain areas." "There are 40 floors in the tower," Ash explained, "but the top 10 are only accessible by special authorization. That was technically a private elevator, and no one is supposed to use it but those on the top floors. The key cards are just another layer of security. The elevator would be unable to access those floors without it." We reached a door at the end of the hallway, and the guard used his key again to open it. As soon as we stepped inside, I felt like I had walked into an invisible wall. Aurora was sitting at an ornate desk in the center of the room, and the force of seeing her and being in the room with her was tangible. It hit me so hard I could barely breathe. It was as if the attraction I felt for her was physically pulling me toward her. As I looked at her,
I could see her breaths become deeper. An even larger guard stood to one side of her. She gestured toward him with one graceful hand. All I could think about was how it had felt for that hand to run along my body. "This is Yaksim," she said, "my personal guard." I nodded an acknowledgement toward him, but I couldn't tear my attention away from Aurora for long. "Touch me." Just like when I had heard Ash's thoughts, I heard Aurora speak, but her mouth didn't move. I didn't say anything. The way Ash had reacted was strong enough. I didn't want to do anything that might push Aurora away before I got what I wanted from her. Her hands were folded on the top of the desk in front of her, and I could see them tense, like she was trying to control herself. The way the woman in the park had acted came to mind, and I wondered if she was feeling the same attraction Ash had described. I decided to take my chances. I took a step toward the desk. "I know what you did to me," I said. "Of course you do," she said. "You wouldn't be here if you didn't." "Stop, Aurora. Not yet." She was holding back, fighting with herself to resist me, but I didn't know why. All that mattered was getting her blood and finishing this turn. It wasn't something I relished the thought of doing, but it was better than the alternative. "You need to complete the ritual," I said. "Ash told me you sometimes just don't finish turning people. Not me." The draw I felt to her was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. It was more powerful than any attraction I could have imagined. It was challenging just to keep my thoughts straight enough to talk to her. "You think I should complete your turn, do you?" she asked. "And you know what the ritual involves?" "You took my blood when you bit me, which still hurts, by the way, so you have to give me some of yours. That will complete my change." Aurora looked amused and made a quiet affirmative sound. "That's a lot to ask, you know," she said, "to have some of my blood. I'm not just any old vampire you might find on the street." Her eyes slid over to Ash. "Or in a bar." It was a nasty, snide comment, but I didn't get the impression she expressly disliked Ash. Instead, it felt like a subtle barb, a comment made to remind the people around her of her station and of theirs. "I know," I said, "but it's also a lot to ask for me to just sit around and wait to fucking shrivel up like a raisin and die. You didn't ask me if I was up for that." "Unfortunately for you, it's not up to you," she said. "I can do as I please, and I haven't come to a decision yet as to whether I'm going to allow you to have some of my blood." "Then why did you bring me here?" I asked. Her smile got only slightly larger. "You're a clever one, aren't you? Why would I bring you here if I didn't have the intention of completing the ritual? Or perhaps of just finishing up and killing you?" She lifted her hands so they folded in front of her and rested her chin on them briefly as she looked at me. "There's something about you, Hayden. Something I can't quite put my finger on." "So I've heard," I said. She gave a nod. "I'm sure you have. I want to know what it is. I want to know what makes you different." I had the feeling she was going to deny me, and the image of my poor dick rotting away flashed through my mind again. I couldn't let that happen. Remembering what Ash had said about Aurora either giving me her blood or me taking it, I made a split-second decision and rushed the desk. I had taken only a few steps when Yaksim shot away from his position and grabbed me around the neck. He lifted me off my feet and glared up into my face as he held me off the ground. It was instantly obvious that as fast and strong as I thought I was, Yaksim was greatly more so. I clawed at his hands, and he finally put me back on my feet. "What the fuck?" I asked, struggling to drag in a breath. "Now you see why I have him as my personal guard," Aurora said. "He is very strong, very fast, very powerful. Things you could be if you were to complete your change and come into your full powers. The operative word here being if. That's still a decision I have to make. You see, finishing the ritual to turn you isn't just about you. Changing you would make a major impact on my life as well. If I was to give you my blood and finish the ritual, it would tie you to me forever, make you my lord, and eventually my king. I don't take that lightly. I haven't lived this long and stayed free just to be locked down to a human with a glow. I want to know what it is that makes you so different, and then
and only then will I consider finishing the ritual. So that's it? I asked. You're dangling my life over me because you can't decide if you want to be linked with me for life? Not life, Hayden, Aurora said. Eternity. Or until one of us is decapitated. Beautiful sentiment, I said. You should really add that to your online dating profile. Look, why don't we just decide that's not how it would have to work? We don't have to be bound to each other just because you change me. I'll just say thanks for the offer, but no, and we'll move on. That's not how it works. I turned toward Ash, who was still standing just inside the room. What do you mean that's not how it works? I asked. Just that, she said. You don't get to decide how the change affects either of you. Aurora is a princess. Her station sets her apart. The depth of her bite and the amount of the toxin she puts into you when she bites you determines the intensity of your bond to each other, if she chooses to complete your turn. You've always been such a good little student, Ash, Aurora said. She's right, Hayden. My bite is special. It can mean little, or it can mean a lot. Most of the people I change I can't even remember. They go on having whatever existence they're going to have, and it literally has no impact on me. For some reason, you strike me as different. The night I saw you at the bar, I was drawn to you, and I wanted you right then. Giving you the amount of venom that I did was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but if I choose to finish the transformation, it can't be changed. What does that mean? I asked. Do you want me to give you the rundown of myself? Tell you all the names of my childhood pets, my favorite sushi spot, and that I love long walks on the beach while discussing fine literature? I don't need you to romance me, Aurora said flatly. I've had enough people try during my existence. I need answers. Find out what makes you special, and I will trade you my blood for the answer. Seek out Malicon in Solon City. I will hear the answer from him. My eyes locked on Aurora, and I didn't want to look away. I felt Ash's hand wrap around my wrist and start pulling me backward. I wanted to stay there in the room with her. I didn't want to be away from her. Come on, Hayden, Ash said. We have to go. We don't have much time. Finally, I tore my eyes away from the gorgeous woman gazing back at me and followed Ash out of the room. Just as the door was closing behind me, I heard her voice again. I will only believe the answer from a friend I trust. I immediately wondered if she had actually spoken the words, or if I had heard another thought. We walked back down the hallway and into the elevator. As the doors shut, she smashed the button for the lobby. I thought you needed a key card to use the floors this high up in the building, I said. Just to get up to them, Ash said. You need special authorization to access these parts of the building, not to leave them. I guess it's reassuring to know they can't keep anybody hostage here, I said. She looked at me seriously. Why not? She asked. I opened my mouth to respond, but decided it was best to just let that train of thought end. Chapter 14. I was still trying to wrap my head around everything that had happened in the tower when we walked through the front door of Solomon's Fang. It all seemed completely outlandish, like I was a part of some sort of incredibly complex prank. Of course, I didn't know anybody who was smart enough or creative enough to go about orchestrating a plan like this. To be completely honest, I probably didn't know anybody who gave enough of a damn about me to try. It was all real, and that meant I really did have one hell of a challenge ahead of me. Are you feeling better? Ash asked, as we walked through the door and immediately crossed through the bar. Feeling better? I asked. You've been really quiet the entire way back, she said. Are you dealing with everything all right? I'm fine, I told her. I promise I'm not going to start moping around and bemoaning my fate. Unless I notice any sign at all of dick rot. If that happens, I can make absolutely no promises about how well I'll handle it. She laughed and suddenly turned to face me. You seem tense, she said. I nodded and shrugged, trying to look casual even though I knew she could sense the tension in me. More than a day had passed, and time was going by quickly. It seemed challenging enough to find Aurora and convince her to change me when it didn't also involve having to bend to the whim of the princess and go on a quest to bring her back the answer to some riddle. At least she hadn't requested my heart on a silver platter, though there was still no guarantee of me coming back alive. Maybe a little, I said. Well, going through the portal isn't going to be easy, she said. Maybe you'd like a quick tumble in bed to take the edge off. That intoxicating glint was in her eyes again. Well, I said, walking toward her. She had to back up against the steps. We do have a few minutes to spare. She laughed as I chased her up the stairs toward her apartment. When I gathered her up in my arms and tossed her onto the bed, I was already hard and ready to sink into her. Feeling her hot, wet pussy close around my cock was exactly what I needed to distract me from our visit to Nakatomi. I rolled Ash over onto her stomach and used my knee to shove her thighs apart so I could get on my knees between them. I plunged into her again and used my leverage to slam into her fast and hard. Her ass bounced against my thighs with each thrust, the sound of our skin slapping against each other only arousing me further. She let out a moan, and I gave her ass a sharp smack, causing her to cry out. Her hips lifted slightly, and I did it again. I growled at her sounds of pleasure and took hold of her hips so I could ride her until I came in a blinding rush. I was sitting on the edge of her bed half an hour later when she came back into the bedroom. I had showered before her, but was still only wearing my pants. "Something wrong?" she asked. "The first time you and I went down into the basement and you introduced me to Tybalt," I said, "he mentioned that there's a blood price to go through the portal to Ceylon City." Ash tossed the towel she had been using to dry her hair into a hamper in the corner. "Yeah," she said, "it's not that bad. All the portals require it. It's how we're able to pass from this world into the underworld." I shuddered, and she looked at me strangely. "What is it?" I drew in a breath. "I don't like blood," I admitted. "I know, it sounds ridiculous, but I really fucking hate it. I always have, ever since I was a kid. I'm sure a few hours stretched out on the psychiatrist's couch could give me some sort of deep insight into whatever trauma that happened to make me so squeamish about it." "Or you could be like a lot of people," she said. "You see, most people don't go wandering around talking about how much they love blood." "I guess," I said. "It just really bothers me. I don't like admitting it, but I'm anxious about this whole blood price thing." "You better get over that shit," she said. "There's a whole lot more after the piddly little blood price. Remember, you have to actually drink Aurora's blood to complete the change." "I know," I said, swallowing hard to try to keep my stomach under control. "I'm not really looking forward to that." "Like I said, it's best you find a way to get over that real fast. Not being able to stand the sight of blood is an odd affliction for a vampire to have. It's like a human being afraid of a cheeseburger." She brushed her hair up into a ponytail at the back of her head, tied on a pair of black boots, and let out a breath. "You ready?" I looked down at myself. "I'm half naked," I said. "I know," Ash said with a grin. "I hoped you were planning on staying that way." "Probably not the best idea," I said. I finished getting dressed, and we walked out of the apartment. Walking down the stairs felt familiar now, and I realized just how much I was leaving my old life behind. I had barely even thought about it, which was comforting in its own way. We made our way through the main floor of the bar toward the door to the basement. As Ash opened it, my anxiety about the blood price came back. I tried to think about what it could be as we walked down the next set of stairs and through the chambers of the basement. I was surprised when Ty didn't step out of the shadows like he had the first time. "Looks like your bouncer is asleep on the job," I commented. "Not today." The sound of Ty's voice came from the room behind me. "Ty," I said. "Always lovely to see you." Part of me expected him to launch back into the stream of questions from when he had come up to the apartment the day before. Instead, he didn't even acknowledge me and walked toward Ash. "Do you need something?" he asked. "I still haven't heard anything else about Aurora." "We did," Ash said. "One of the shade from the scuffle yesterday showed up at my place with a note requesting Hayden meet her at Nakatomi." "I take it that visit didn't involve her stretching her neck out to him, or handing him a little vial of blood so he could tip it into his coffee," Ty said. "Not exactly," Ash said. "I got sent on a mission," I said. "A mission?" he asked. "Aurora doesn't want to change him yet," Ash said. I was getting seriously tired of them talking about me like I wasn't even there. Yeah, I said. Turns out she's having second thoughts. I wouldn't exactly put it like that, Ash said. I don't think Aurora has had a second thought in her entire existence, alive or otherwise. That's just not her. What Hayden means is she gave him a bonding bite, but she hasn't decided whether she wants to go through with it yet. Really? Ty asked. I never thought I'd see the day. She played it off like it was no big deal, but you know as well as I do, it's not something she does all the time. In fact, I think she has only done it one other time ever. They looked at each other like they were sharing some kind of secret, but I couldn't hear any thoughts coming from Ash. A realization suddenly popped into my mind, and I grabbed her arm to pull her away from Ty. I need to talk to you, I said. There's something I need to tell you. Now? Ash asked. We really need to get through the portal. I glanced at Ty. I didn't want him to hear me, so I nodded. I'll tell you later, I said. She gave a single nod, then turned back to the bouncer. She said there's something different about Hayden, and she won't consider finishing the change until she finds out what it is. Ty's eyes slid over to me, and he scrutinized me for a few seconds before looking at Ash again. So why are you here? He asked. I'm supposed to talk to somebody called Malakon, I said. Aurora said she wants the answer from him, and she'll trade her blood for it, Ash said. So we need to get through the portal and find Malakon. How would he even know anything about me? I asked. I don't even know who he is. How could some vampire in a world I've only known existed for 24 hours tell me what it is about me that's so different? Ty and Ash exchanged glances again. Don't tell him. Ash was thinking it in repeat, and it occurred to me Ty couldn't hear her. She was just hoping to send the vibe to him. I need to get you through the portal if you're going to go, Ty suddenly said. I have things I'll need to be doing. It was a bullshit answer to get past my question, but I wasn't going to push it. I'd had enough of Ty, and was ready to move on to whatever was waiting for us on the other side of the portal he guarded. I followed Ash into the room where they had told me about the portal, and watched Ty walk up to a cabinet I hadn't even noticed the first time we were there. He reached in and pulled out several objects. He laid them on a table, and I looked at them. The only thought that went through my mind when I saw them was that they looked like antique surgical implements. I watched him cross the room and reach up to light a candle in a large sconce in the wall. It produced just enough glow to illuminate him as he lit several others, until there was enough light in the room for me to look around. Directly in front of me was a wall covered by a tapestry that looked old and worn. Ty moved the tapestry to the side, using a loop woven into the pattern to attach it to a hook in the wall. The movement exposed an area of bare stone, but he didn't do anything else. He came back to us and looked back and forth between us. Which one of you is going to make the payment? He asked. Before I could even open my mouth to answer, Ash stepped forward. I am, she said. Hayden has been going through a lot the last couple of days. All right, Ty said. Come here. Ash walked up to him without any hesitation. She didn't seem afraid or worried, even when he reached over to the table and picked up one of the knives. I reminded myself she had gone through this process countless times before, and it probably didn't bother her anymore. As the only person in the room who had no idea what was going on, I was bothered. She extended her arm to him, and Ty took her wrist. He flipped her arm over, exposing the pale, soft underside of her forearm. Without a word of warning, he drew the blade along her skin. I tried to watch without reacting, but as soon as I saw blood rising up to the surface, I felt my stomach flip. Despite the feeling, I forced myself to keep watching. I wanted to know what was going to happen. She was paying this price for me, and I felt the compulsion to know every step of it. I needed to understand what was happening. Ty placed the knife back on the table and picked up a long, narrow piece of black material. It looked like dark wood, but I couldn't fully tell. He brought it over to Ash and stroked it over the wound he had just made. She didn't react as he scooped her blood up onto the object and carried it over to the wall. She kept her arm in the same position, and I watched as the blood stopped beading up and dried. By the time she gestured at me to follow her toward the far wall where Ty was headed, it was visibly healing. We stopped a few feet from the wall, and Ty reached up to run the black object along it, spreading Ash's blood onto the stone. There was a faint hissing sound, and the stones seemed to absorb the blood. Then the stones melted away. "Come on," Ash said, patting my arm. She walked forward, and I followed her through the wall. Chapter 15. I didn't know what to expect when I got through the portal. Part of me thought we would go through the wall and end up in another basement. Instead, it seemed like we were suddenly standing in an alley. It looked very much like the one where we had fought the shade guards, and I looked around. Everything seemed so familiar. It didn't feel like we had done anything but step outside the building. Did we just pass through a wall into the alley behind Solomon's? I asked. Do you really think we would go through all that just to do a parlor trick into an alley? No, I answered. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. That, she said, gesturing at the building beside us, is the Salon City part of Solomon's Fang. Around here, people just call it the Fang. The portal to get into the city comes out here rather than inside, because it would be annoying as hell for people to be traipsing up and down from the basement all the time. Is it the only way? I asked. No, there are other gateways throughout the city. I noticed her glance at her arm. Thanks for doing that, I said. No problem, Ash said. It's not a big deal for me. I've paid the blood price more times than I can count. After what you told me, I knew you probably wouldn't be too enthusiastic about being the one he had to cut. I'm already almost healed anyway, but I'm letting you know right now it's not always going to be like that. I gave a short laugh. I got it, I said. Good, she said. Now let's go find Malakan. We walked out of the alley, and I was struck again by just how much this place looked like New York City. All of what surrounded us felt exactly like home. I couldn't pinpoint anything that set it apart, or anything that made me feel like I was in some other world. On a whim, I grabbed my phone out of my pocket and glanced down at it. I have cell service, I exclaimed, holding my phone out to Ash as though she had asked for proof. Yep, she said. Look, I don't get this. You and Ty made this big deal about moving through a portal and going into another world. Supposedly, we are in a different city, and yet I can't tell the difference at all. I mean, I know we're not on the same block, but it still looks exactly like New York. It's supposed to, Ash said. That's how it was designed. What do you mean? I asked. Ages ago, the mages designed Solon City. They are an extremely powerful magic species. They wanted to create a world that was a mirror to the one of the humans. They used their magic to exactly replicate New York City, the trees, the skyscrapers, every blade of grass. It's just the same as the human version. The human version? I asked. So there are other vampire cities? Not vampire cities, she corrected. Underworld. There are many more species here than just vampires. Like I said, it was designed by the mages. But no, it's not the only city. There are other underworld cities throughout the world, all of them designed to exactly mirror their human counterparts. As we walked along the sidewalk, I noticed several of the people we passed turn to look over their shoulders at me. A few sniffed the air, leaning toward me as if trying to figure out something about me. I looked at Ash, who wasn't paying any attention to anyone around us. Tell me about this Malakan guy, I said. You didn't explain why Aurora would want me to go to him. Is he some sort of vampire guru? He's not a vampire, Ash said. He's not? I was shocked by the revelation. I just assumed the princess of the vampires would send me to another vampire to prove myself. No, Ash said. And it's not something that's necessarily well received among our kind. Malakan is a mage, a warlock, a very old warlock. He was exiled by his people, and now he lives in the slums of Solon City. The vampires and the magi don't have the friendliest of histories with each other. The war claimed many lives on both sides, and even though it's mostly a stalemate now, there is still a tremendous amount of tension. There's a lot of distrust on both sides, and Malakan is at the center of a lot of it. Many vampires don't believe he's actually separated from the rest of the warlocks. There are rumors he's here in Solon City as a mole, feeding information back to his people. But not everybody feels that way. There are just as many people who think his presence here has done a lot to offset the danger from the warlocks, and is continuing to ease the tensions and turmoil between the two races. Why would Aurora send me to him? I asked. Malakan has been a close confidant of Aurora's for a very long time. It's not something that's well known, and not something she likes to advertise, but she thinks very highly of him and his opinions. It seems to me, though, that it must be more than that. Why do you say that? She's not sending you to him so he can give you the once-over, and then tell her whether he thinks you two are a match. This is